Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the 7 o'clock hour on the West Coast and the 4 o'clock hour over on the West Coast. I apologize there, 7 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Friday. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of the latest breaking news that is going on across the country and across the world. I do want to get right to a story that we are following right now, live, raw, and unfiltered. We start with this breaking news out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That is where police say that 9 people have been shot just off the Southern University campus. Information very limited right now, but Baton Rouge police tell me they responded around 2 this morning local time to an area near the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity house. Officers there found 9 people, they say, with apparent gunshot wounds. They did say that all victims are expected to survive, but the investigation is underway to figure out exactly what happened here. Again, police saying 9 people have been shot near that fraternity house off of the Southern University campus. We will continue to follow this story and bring you updates as we get them into our newsroom here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you to the latest on another story that we have been following very closely, an update out of New Jersey, where the week-long search for a Princeton University student has come to a tragic end. Her body found Thursday on campus behind the tennis courts. The investigation does continue this morning, and our Fox 5 New York team has been following the search from the start and brings us the latest.
It was an intense search. Officials spent days looking for Miss Raj Onote, only to find her lifeless body early Thursday afternoon.
And it's been pretty somber, you know. I mean, we're all just kind of processing it in our own ways.
The body of the Princeton University student was found on campus behind the tennis courts by a university employee. The Mercer County Prosecutor's Office says there were no obvious signs of injury and her death does not appear to be suspicious or criminal.
I think it shook everybody quite a bit. It's unusual for Princeton for something like this to happen. I think we were all just hoping that she would be found like safe and sound.
The 20-year-old, originally from Ohio, who was at Princeton on a full ride, went missing nearly a week ago. She was last seen on Friday morning at around 3 a.m. by one of her roommates. Authorities say she headed into her dorm room, but 90 minutes later, she was gone. Her family reported her missing on Sunday when she wouldn't return any of their messages or calls. Her brother was on campus Thursday morning, visibly distraught, holding on to hope. Miss Raj was in her junior year pursuing a sociology degree.
I think it's just really heartbreaking.
Another story we have also been following very closely, and we brought you as breaking news here on Live Now from Fox just yesterday as it all unfolded. We can tell you right now that several British lawmakers, including former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, are trying to gain support ahead of a short, intense contest to replace Liz Truss as the nation's leader. Truss quit on Thursday after a turbulent 44-day term, conceding that she could not deliver on her tax-cutting economic plans. The Conservative Party holding a speeded-up race to replace her, which will see a new leader who will also become Prime Minister, chosen within 1 week. Former Treasury Chief Rishi Sunak and House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt are among the bookmakers' favorites, along with Johnson, who was actually forced to resign by the party just over 3 months ago after becoming involved in several scandals over his ethics and finances. His return would be a remarkable resurrection for a politician who is popular and pretty polarizing in equal measure. Johnson, who did remain a lawmaker after stepping down as prime minister, has not said whether he will run, but his allies in Parliament are working to gather support. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan with more from London.
Well, it's an absolute disgrace.
Londoners not mincing their words when it comes to the latest political upheaval. Liz Truss becoming the second prime minister to resign this year. She spent just 6 weeks on the job, becoming the shortest serving prime minister in British history. Truss says she was able to make some economic progress since taking office.
We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy.
But ultimately, it wasn't enough to win the confidence of lawmakers or the British public. Inflation here is at a 40-year high, forcing Truss to scrap her tax cut plan, a centerpiece of her election campaign. And with the economic situation expected to get even worse, analysts say the next prime minister will not have an easy job.
All it does is make the challenge of not cutting public spending, or the extent to which it's cut, even more difficult.
Officials say a leadership election will take place before the end of the month. Some familiar faces reportedly throwing their hats in the ring, including former Prime Minister Boris Johnson and former Finance Chief Rishi Sunak, who came in second in the previous election. But those choices are not sitting well with some Londoners who say it's time for change at the top.
I feel like we're going backwards. Are we going to become a third world country? What's going to happen? There's so much uncertainty.
President Biden says America's special relationship with the UK will continue regardless of who becomes the next prime minister. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
All right, Alex, thank you so much. This is a story that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. And coming up in about an hour, we are going to speak live, raw, and unfiltered with a British studies expert about what comes next for the UK after two different resignations of a prime minister over the course of just a few months. I did have the same conversation with another expert, and I do want to play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox. Filippo Trevisan with American University, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
So, UK Prime Minister Liz Truss announcing her resignation, did that really come as a surprise to anyone, or did it seem that it was expected at this point?
Let's say it was expected after what happened, particularly over the last 24 hours and over the last week, right? Ever since Liz Truss got the reins of government in the UK about a month and a half ago, there have been turbulent times. Very soon after becoming prime minister, her government announced what they called the mini budget, which in fact was a series of economic measures, traditional sort of right-wing darling policies on cutting some of the highest income tax brackets and other various measures that set in motion some sort of an economic earthquake really very quickly in UK economics. And that sort of started off a series of problems for her that she just wasn't able to sort out.
And we're talking 44 days in office, a record essentially. So what does that say about her and UK politics in general?
Well, it's the shortest ever serving British prime minister. So a new record, as you said, Josh. And I think, it really speaks to the fact that after the Johnson prime ministership, Boris Johnson, who resigned after a series of scandals, and because he was really seen as not being able to control a majority in parliament within his own parliamentary group, the Conservative Party, somebody was needed to come in and bring in order after that period of, so to speak, some have said chaos. And Liz Truss just ended up not being the right person to be able to do that, partly because some of her policies and some of her flagship policies were really designed to appease a certain wing of the party who are a certain type of voter, a certain type of card-carrying member of the party, who has been increasingly moving to the right and towards a more conservative position in recent years. And she just was seen as not having the confidence of the majority of members of parliament in Britain, and so really not the right recipe to fix some of the problems that have been ongoing, and in fact an unraveling of ongoing problems within the parliamentary party and the conservative leadership.
And I believe her party, if I am correct here, has said they want to find a replacement, I guess, in a week or so. Is that even possible?
Well, this has become a bit of a, an emergency at this point. And certainly what we've seen before with a very long leadership campaign over the summer months. Let's remember that Boris Johnson resigned back in July. And then, we finally, the leadership process, the leadership election process concluded in September with the election of Liz Truss. There is no time for that now because of the economic circumstances, particularly. Inflation is on the rise. It's over 10%. The price of the interest rate for mortgages and has really risen over the last few weeks, and that has put people, ordinary working people, in dire straits when it comes to really being able to make ends meet. And so a solution needs to be found very, very quickly, both economically and politically, to try to save the brand of the Conservative Party. And in order to be able to do that, what's happening is the rules for the leadership election have been tweaked so that an election will be possible, as opposed to, over the course of several months of campaigning, over the course of just, over 10 days.
Any idea at this point who is on the short list to become the next prime minister? Jeremy Hunt has been very vocal over the last several days. I have heard that he said he doesn't want to be the prime minister. So is there any sort of indication on who could become the next leader?
So at the moment, Jeremy Hunt and another sort of, so to speak, heavyweight of Conservative politics, Michael Gove, have ruled themselves out. It doesn't mean they might not change their, position over the next 24 hours or so. Anything is possible at this point. But so far, they've said they're not going to be running. And there is 3 people who look like to be front runners or possible contenders. Certainly Rishi Sunak, the previous Chancellor of the Exchequer, the economics and finance minister of the UK, who lost that leadership election in September to Liz Truss, and now he's looking to be on the ballot again, and is looked at one of the favorites. Another possible is Penny Mordaunt, who was Defense Secretary in a previous government and leader of the House of Commons, and who is seen as another possible contender, and the current Defense Secretary, Ben Wallace. So those are the 3 big names that are talked about. There might be other names, but what's happening with this leadership election is the Conservative Party is really concerned about its own brand. All of the work that previous prime ministers like David Cameron had done to try to move away from this idea of a conservative brand being toxic and being associated, for example, with the policies of Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s and early 1990s. That has been completely undone by some of the positioning of Boris Johnson and more so now Liz Truss. And so what's needed now is a unity candidate and somebody who is able to re-establish trust of the British public in the Conservative Party, which at the moment is behind Labour in some polls by as much as 30 percentage points, which for a party that at the moment is in control of government, it's quite extraordinary. And so the way in which those leadership election rules have been tweaked seem to try to sort of favor a unity candidate. For example, if one wants to be considered for the leadership, they will have to receive official support from at least 100 members of parliament. That means that only a maximum of 3 people will be on the ballot this one time. And what will happen is next Monday, there is then going to be a vote of the members of parliament on those who are standing, those who have received at least 100 nominations. And if there is only 2 people nominated, the membership of the party is then not going to be consulted. Out of the 2 nominees, the one that gets the most votes among members of parliament, that person will become Conservative leader and prime minister. If we have a situation where there are 3 nominees, then the members of parliament will, whittle that down to 2, and then it will be put to the membership in an online vote, which again is unusual. Usually you would have different, more traditional voting modalities, but this time urgency really is pushing these changes. and they've decided to have an online vote, which again, for a party like Conservative Party and thinking of the traditional membership, it's quite unusual.
And so we know that Queen Elizabeth did pass away about 2 days after Liz Truss met with her, and she did deem her to be the UK Prime Minister, got her there into office. What role do you think the death of the Queen played in this whole situation? Did it give Liz Truss maybe some more time to get everything under control while the nation was in mourning?
Well, it certainly, politically, I wouldn't say it didn't have a big impact, but it certainly delayed in a certain way the announcement of those drastic economic policies that I was talking about earlier on, because it was not possible to do this while the Queen's funeral was being organized, and then there was a period of mourning and so on. So it maybe delayed this crisis a little bit, but that's the only real effect that I think it had on this whole political situation that has been created over the last few weeks.
And I think people in the UK are very well aware that King Charles III isn't going to step in and do anything, but that's actually a question that we get a lot from people in the US and other countries who wonder, why isn't King Charles stepping in and doing something? Can you explain that?
Well, sure. The UK is a constitutional monarchy, and so the king has very limited role in this sense. The monarch in the UK, king or queen, does not vote, so they don't vote. They do ask the leader of the party who traditionally wins the election and commands a majority or a plurality of votes within the House of Commons to form a government. And so it is only after a leadership election or a general election that this happens, and that's when the monarch steps into that role. And however, everything politics-wise is determined by voters, parties, and their own rules.
And we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us as this story does continue to develop. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of other news on this topic that is coming in, especially over the next few days. Anything else that you want to add on this before we let you go?
Sure. I think what's interesting here is that I don't think we're in a situation when we're going to have an election, right? And so it's a little bit difficult, I think, to understand how somebody might lose the confidence of in their own party and not being able to continue as a prime minister, but then an election is enforced. And certainly what would have to happen here to have an election would be that there would have to be a motion in Parliament to call a vote of no confidence. And, the Conservative Party politically and from an election perspective is in such a position now that they hold the majority of votes in Parliament, and certainly they're not going to vote to trigger an election. That would be somewhat a political suicide going forward. So what they're looking for here is someone like I was, saying earlier, somebody who can bring unity, somebody who can reestablish the brand of their party as a traditional conservative brand, maybe more socially liberal than in previous times, but also a party that can be trusted on the economy, that can be trusted on jobs and so on, and that can be trusted on the international stage. And that's going to be the work of the next prime minister. This parliament is naturally going to come to an end in a couple of years, and so they have a lot of work ahead of them to make sure that the brand of their party is, again, a brand that can be winning the next general election. And certainly they're not going to, suddenly decide to call an election just now.
All right, some great information and great insight there. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. And thank you so much for that insight. We do appreciate it. Once again, in about 40 minutes or so, we do expect to hear from a British studies expert. He will join us live to explain the future of the UK and the possibility that we could see Boris Johnson in the running again to become UK Prime Minister after he did resign earlier this year. I do want to get back to some breaking news out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. If you are just joining us, police do say that 9 people have been shot just off the Southern University campus. Information very, very limited right now. Baton Rouge police tell me they responded around 2 this morning local time to an area near the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity house. Officers there found 9 people with apparent gunshot wounds and said it did appear that all of the victims were expected to survive. That investigation still underway, so as we do get more information, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do on Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will take a live look at more of your headlines here from across the country and the world on Live Now. Stay with us here. We'll be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 7:22 on the East Coast and 4:22 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here and starting your day with us on Live Now from Fox. I want to get back into the headlines here in the U.S., and President Biden has kept an arm's length for much of the run-up to the midterms, but Thursday he was in Pennsylvania to campaign for John Fetterman, who is in a tight Senate race there. It's crunch time for candidates who have just weeks to go until Election Day. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more for us from Washington.
Scranton Joe is back home in Pennsylvania, touting the investment spurred by the bipartisan infrastructure law.
There's no better place to talk about rebuilding the backbone of America.
But he's also got midterms on his mind. One of the notable attendees for his first event in Pittsburgh, the state's Lieutenant Governor, John Fetterman.
And John, thank you very much for running. I really do appreciate it.
Fetterman is running for Senate against Republican Mehmet Oz, a celebrity doctor with former President Trump's endorsement. The closely watched contest in the battleground state could determine who controls the Senate, and a new AARP poll has it within the margin of error. Fetterman's health has been a lingering issue after suffering a stroke earlier this year, but he says that's not slowing him down.
Why did you decide to appear together now?
The president is also attending a closed-door reception for the candidate in Philadelphia without the glitz and glamour of a big campaign-style rally. It's a rare campaign trail appearance for the president. However, he's dismissing the notion that he's kept a low profile.
But there haven't been that many candidates campaigning with you. Why are
That's
more?
not true. There have been 15. Count, kid, count.
Still, Fetterman is looking for a boost from the president. He's in one of the most expensive matchups this cycle, and the money is still pouring in on both sides with less than 3 weeks to go.
We're expecting another $10 million coming against us. And it's a panic move because they know they're in trouble. And they're pulling in money from every which way.
Oz is slamming the president's visit as a distraction from Fetterman's policies, which he calls radical. He and Fetterman are set to face off in a debate next week. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you so much for that report. We're going to stick with politics here because we are so close to the midterm elections. Republicans on the campaign trail are talking about the economy, and polling does show that is what Americans are very concerned about. Fox's Lauren Blanchard with more from Washington.
Hello, everybody.
President Biden says he has more than one priority headed into the midterms, and that it's not just the economy.
There's multiple issues, and they're all important.
Thursday, he's in Pennsylvania to talk about infrastructure, highlighting a bridge that collapsed earlier this year and is now almost rebuilt. It's also a moment for an appearance with Democrat John Fetterman, who is locked in a tight Senate race. But Fox News polling shows it's inflation and high prices that voters are overwhelmingly concerned about.
Democrats certainly had a lot of momentum over the summer, but that's been blunted by concerns about the economy, inflation, high gas prices.
This week, the president highlighted abortion and reproductive rights and announced he'll release 15 million barrels of oil to ease gas prices.
And we ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know that old expression.
However, some Democrats believe they have thrown away voter enthusiasm by not talking about the economy.
I think that the Democrats have simply abdicated and walked off the debate stage. They have allowed Republicans to do all the talking.
Republicans say Americans will take economic issues with them to the ballot box more than anything else.
If we get better leadership into Washington, D.C., we can actually solve some of these problems.
According to Open Secrets, a nonprofit research group, more than $9.3 billion is expected to be spent on this year's federal midterm elections. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you so much. Well, Republicans, as I mentioned, on the campaign trail talking about the economy, and we are so close to the midterm election. A big focus for voters is also education. A new survey shows the majority of parents are concerned about what their children are learning in school. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has more for us from Pittsburgh.
Many parents I spoke to say it was the pandemic and virtual learning from home that gave them an inside look on what's being taught to their kids, and a lot weren't happy with it.
We were able to really learn every single, not only thing that they're learning, but how they're learning it.
John Elash has a 10-year-old son and 12-year-old daughter. He says his kid's curriculum is top of mind this midterm election.
Our life centers around a lot of our children.
A recent Fox News poll shows 79% of parents are extremely or very concerned about what's taught in schools. The top issue, just under inflation.
The curriculum and the focus of school has changed so much from just basic education to how these kids should look and feel and define themselves. They should be learning math and science and reading. They shouldn't be learning every gender and how to respect them and how to treat them and what they feel, because feeling isn't a part of math.
Another Fox News poll shows when it comes to schools, parents think the top problem is book banning, followed by parents not having enough say, too much focus on race, and transgender policies.
Neighbors should be able to read whatever they want to read, without people telling them what they can or cannot read.
Aaron Concepcion has 2 teenagers. He says book banning may interfere with learning.
You want to have freedom of speech, which is really important. So how can the government or the school or anybody decide what schools are good or what books are not good for kids to read?
Concepcion says overall, he just wants clear communication with schools. And Elash says if curriculum is changing, parents need to be involved.
What I would like to see is just more people that take time to consider and listen and see what they can do for me instead of telling me what I should be doing.
In a Fox News poll on which party would better handle what's being taught in schools, 47% of voters say Democrats and 44% say Republicans. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
And you may remember the baby formula shortage that had parents scrambling earlier this year. Well, the shortage has eased up, but families are still struggling because inflation is hitting other baby supplies. Fox News Multimedia, Ashley Soriano reports from Las Vegas with that story.
I'm not a mom myself, but I stopped by the store earlier today to see how much it would cost to buy a few of the basics for a baby. A week's worth of diapers, 3 packs of wipes, and a 12-ounce jar of baby formula. Just those items would cost me around $60. Now that's a barrier for some families, but nonprofits are stepping up to help.
Size 6 and 45T.
Baby's Bounty in Las Vegas has given out nearly 2 million free diapers to families in southern Nevada since 2008.
Diapers right now are really, really expensive, and like everything right now for babies, like anything in general is expensive, so like this is just a big help.
The cost of diapers has increased 20% over the past year, baby food 11.8%, and car seats 41%. Nonprofits like this one help bridge the gap for families in need by giving all sorts of baby supplies.
What you see here is an infant regulation car seat, blanket, play mat, receiving blankets, 25 items of clothing. We hear from our bundle clients that without these items, they would have nothing to care for their newborns.
Baby Center, a digital parenting resource, found parents would spend at least $16,000 on basic items for a baby in the first year. It's especially tough on low-income families.
We see monthly incomes in the $500 range quite often, so they can absolutely not afford to buy all of these items.
Inflation is also hitting nonprofits like Baby's Bounty. They buy about 75 car seats each month.
It's one thing if you're buying one car seat, right? But when you buy 75 and distribute those, it's a big number. It's a big strain on smaller nonprofits that are doing nearly all of the heavy lifting in our communities.
In Las Vegas, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
Let's talk more about the housing market right now, a very big topic for a lot of people. With so many people continuing to work from home, many buildings are left empty. Fox Business correspondent Madison Allworth has that story on how some cities are actually converting unused office space into housing.
This is one of the many offices left empty in New York City as businesses heavily rely on remote work. That's why this floor and the entire building is going to be converted to rental apartments. It helps not only to solve the problem of empty downtowns, but also helps with housing shortages. The building was purchased for around $170 million by Silverstein Properties and Metroloft developers. Metroloft has been doing office to rental conversions since 1996. They say that requests for conversions are up tenfold in just the last 2 years.
A lot of owners are coming to us because, these buildings need to be repurposed. They are just not going to make it as office properties for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
People are unsure of how they're going to lease their buildings. And so if they're unsure about it and there's an opportunity for someone to come in and convert it, they're going to take that opportunity.
Silverstein has made its name in commercial real estate with builds like the World Trade Center. This will be their first conversion to rental, and they would like to do more, but there are zoning and age restrictions. Other cities are providing incentives. In Chicago, they're offering financial help to developers that will convert office buildings in the LaSalle Street corridor to apartments. There are also environmental and time benefits from doing conversions like this. Environmentally, you're able to use all the raw materials over again. And in terms of time, it's so much faster. They expect to close on this building the first quarter of 2023. And then 12 months later, someone could be moving in right here as a rental apartment. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Business, obviously a huge topic here at Live Now from Fox. We love to bring you all the economic reports as they do come out and everything you need to know about jobs reports and everything of that nature. Well, recession fright has some Americans spooked about job security in the wake of what's known as the Great Resignation. Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis has that story and much, much more.
The fear of recession is causing a lot of stress for American workers. Around 2 in 5 surveyed by Bankrate say they are now worried about their job security. And workers who found a better paying position during the so-called Great Resignation feel less secure than those who stayed put. Investors were stressing about stocks for the second day in a row Thursday, rising interest rates offsetting strong earnings from companies like IBM and AT&T. Higher mortgage rates continue hitting the housing market, existing home sales tumbling to a 10-year low in September. According to the National Association of Realtors, they're now down 8 months in a row, the most consecutive decline since 2007. Meanwhile, the median price was nearly $385,000 last month. That's down a little from August, but 8.4% higher than a year ago. And sales could be down this month, too. That's because Freddie Mac says the average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage rose again this week to 6.94%. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Jerry, thank you so much here. Well, college enrollment dips, robo-taxis are coming to Los Angeles, McDonald's customers are loving nostalgia, and the most expensive beer in the NBA. A lot of topics there. Fox's CJ Papa has this Fox Business Brief.
College enrollment dropping for the third consecutive school year. The National Student Clearinghouse reporting about 1.5 million fewer students are enrolled in college than before the pandemic. The nonprofit did, however, find that online schools and historically black colleges and universities saw enrollment increased this fall. Waymo is expanding its self-driving ride-hail service to Los Angeles. No word on when Waymo plans to roll out the new service. Right now, the Alphabet-owned company only operates its service to the public in Phoenix. $300,000, that's how much people are selling their McDonald's adult Happy Meal toys for on eBay. Happy Meal lovers across the country feeling nostalgic as some of their favorite characters came back in toy form earlier this month. The toys sold out almost immediately in many stores. And the new NBA season is underway, and Bookies.com answering the all-important question, which teams have the most expensive beer? Analysis of all 30 franchises show the Golden State Warriors and Boston Celtics are way above the closest competition, charging over a whopping $17 for a 16-ounce beer. The Cleveland Cavaliers sit at the bottom of the league with a beer going for just over $5. The league average price is $10.53. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
CJ, thank you so much. I do want to step away for a 2-minute commercial break so I can head over to McDonald's to get one of those pails there. But I'll be right back, and I'll have a look at more of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Right after the break, we're going to talk a little bit more about health news and new COVID-19 vaccines possibly there for students. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world on this Friday. Happy Friday, by the way. 7:39 on the East Coast and 4:39 over on the West Coast. Right now, though, I do want to get back into some international headlines and stories that we are following very closely. Authorities in a region in southern Ukraine that has been annexed by Russia last month say that at least 4 civilians have been killed by Ukrainian shelling of a river crossing. Officials there say 4 people were killed by a Ukrainian strike on the bridge that happened late Thursday. 13 others reportedly wounded in the attack. Ukrainian military officials did confirm the bridge was struck, but denied that the civilians were killed as they, quote, cannot be on the bridge at this time because of a curfew. In the meantime, Russian airstrikes prompting a nationwide effort to conserve power in Ukraine. Beginning Thursday, the country restricting power supplies from just 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst is there and has more for us.
Many Ukrainians were in the dark on Thursday as officials moved to curb electricity. The decision coming after Russian airstrikes destroyed about 30% of the country's power stations. Residents braced for days of rolling blackouts by stocking up on flashlights, canned goods, and bottled water. Some cities cut back on public transportation. The attacks on civilian infrastructure marking a new phase of Moscow's invasion.
It is very scary, but we are not ready to go anywhere. We need to be at home.
Ukrainian officials say many of these recent strikes have involved Iranian-made weapons. On Thursday, the claims prompted the European Union and the UK to impose new sanctions against Tehran, Western leaders vowing to send more air defense systems to Kyiv.
We're concerned that Russia may also seek to acquire advanced conventional weapons from Iran. That includes potentially surface-to-air missiles that will almost certainly be used to support Russia's war against Ukraine.
Meanwhile, President Vladimir Putin's martial law order went into effect in illegally annexed regions of Ukraine. Russia's military has started evacuating residents from the Kherson region as Ukraine's counteroffensive gained steam. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky vowing not to give up territory.
This land does not belong to me or anyone, any president before me. All of our land belongs to the citizens of Ukraine.
Russian officials say they've already evacuated some 15,000 residents from Kherson. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that amazing coverage. Well, Republicans are favored to flip the House in November, and as a result, there are concerns new members of Congress will be skeptical of sending more aid to Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington on that debate over more funding for the war-torn country.
Russia relentless in its attacks on Ukraine. The country is now facing rolling blackouts after days of devastating blows to its energy infrastructure.
It's quiet, but shelling has started, and we are worried about it because the rockets fly over our heads.
But even as Russia ramps up its offensive, there are signs some members of Congress may be cooling off on the prospects of sending more aid to Ukraine. The U.S. has already authorized more than $60 billion in economic and military aid since Russia invaded Ukraine in February. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy tells Punchbowl News, I think people are going to be sitting in a recession and they're not going to write a blank check to Ukraine. President Biden is concerned, especially with the GOP poised to take back the House in November.
Yeah, I am worried about that because they said they'll cut it.
But not everyone at the White House shares the same view.
The Republican Party historically has stood for combating Russian aggression. And so I don't see why this should go the direction that Leader McCarthy suggested.
Republicans are also divided on the funding, with some prominent members like former Vice President Mike Pence saying helping Ukraine is more important than ever.
I think it's absolutely essential that we send a deafening message to people fighting for freedom in Ukraine and for our allies in Europe that we intend to stand with those who fight for freedom.
With Ukraine funding in question, lawmakers are reportedly considering a larger package for Kyiv after the midterms that may last a full year. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin declared martial law in the annexed regions of Ukraine just days ago. I did speak with an expert on Russia-Ukraine relations about what that means, where the war stands now, and going back to the basics, what started all of this in the first place. I do want to play that for you raw and unfiltered now on Live Now from Fox. Mikhail Alexeyev, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so I do want to talk about the current invasion of Ukraine, the war with Russia. And we do know that earlier this week, Putin said that he was declaring martial law there in the annexed regions of the Ukraine. So what exactly does that mean?
Well, martial law means that a government can impose stricter rules on the movement of people around cities, curfews. They can suspend civil liberties of all kinds, and basically increase state control over the population. And what it means also is two things, two big things. One is that Ukrainian armed forces have been having success in the south and in the east a bit as well. There is a major operation going on right now with Ukrainian forces attempting to retake more territory occupied by Russia. And so there is obviously a push on the Russian side to try to potentially suppress any kind of insurgency or support that may materialize in the occupied territories, with people anticipating that the Ukrainian army may be moving closer in. Another thing in conjunction with that is Russia is conducting what in essence I think is more precisely we should call deportation of Ukrainians from Russian territories. They call it evacuation, but looking at different sources of information, my read on it is that a lot of people don't want to go. But there is a big push to go, and the martial law gives the authority to local law enforcement, former KGB agencies, the military, to basically round people up and move them, if even against their will. And the second big aspect of the martial law is not even within Ukraine, but in Russia itself, as Putin has been tightening control, possibly concerned about some protest or unrest within Russia. And so now we have all Russian regions categorized into three tiers based on what they call security alerts. Interestingly enough, the highest security tier is not near the front line with Ukraine. It's not near Ukraine. It's the central Russia, including Moscow and St. Petersburg. Then come those borderline regions with Ukraine. Then come the Siberia, Far East, the North, which don't have really the alert. But the thing about it is that the Kremlin can ratchet it up at any time. So it's about holding on to the territories that Russia occupies in Ukraine and about suppressing possible dissent within Russia itself.
What does it say about the war overall?
Well, it says about the war that Ukraine, with a tremendous resilience on the part of the society, with building up effective professional military force, with Western assistance, our assistance to Ukraine, our allies' assistance to Ukraine, it has been able to put together a very viable fighting force that threatens to push Russia away from the occupied territories, which would be, of course, a tremendous slap in the face of Putin. And it creates this tension, the concern, the sort of part of the pushback that Russia has with that is to solidify control of its population and the occupied territories, alongside with sending swarms of Iranian drones and also firing cruise missiles at Ukraine, all across Ukraine, including civilian targets and infrastructure.
And I don't know if I'm reading this right, but I would say that it almost feels that Putin maybe feels that he's defeated at this point and he's just looking for anything he can do. Would you say that's correct?
Well, Putin, I don't think if you ask him, he would acknowledge defeat. But he is going deeper and deeper into the barrel and scraping the bottom of the barrel more and more to pull out all kinds of resources and all kinds of strategies and policies to prevent any kind of significant retreat in Ukraine.
And so a lot of people have heard about this war, this invasion. They're not necessarily familiar with what led up to it. So can you kind of break down how this all started and what it's over?
Well, if we want to see when it started, we probably need to go back to the Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2004, when a Putin protege lost after a rerun, when the first round was blatantly falsified, and people protested, and Putin kind of felt that there was a defeat there. Putin personally campaigned for his protege then. Then, in the next election in 2010, Yanukovych, that Putin's guy, came to power. He was ousted again in the 2014 revolution. And that's when Putin takes Crimea. That's when he sends special operation forces in the eastern Ukraine and essentially starts a war. So from that point on, Putin is using military power to try to destabilize Ukraine, weaken Ukraine, and bring it under his control. Ukraine keeps resisting. Then Zelensky gets elected. Putin believes that maybe he can tweak Zelensky, manipulate him. But a point comes then when he sees that Zelensky is not giving up any ground. And we see the change in the administration in the US. After that, we see massive military buildup of Russia. We see our withdrawal from Afghanistan, and we see Russia keep pushing on and on and on. And in essence, starting a full-range military campaign. And it's obvious now in retrospect that Putin anticipated swift victory, that he wanted to take. He believed that the Ukrainian armed forces would be crushed in a couple of weeks. The capital, Kiev, would be seized. Putin's special operation forces would take out Ukraine's President Zelensky, and he would get full control over Ukraine. So that's basically the timeline, and we don't see, well, I haven't seen over all those years any desire by Putin to relent, to step back, to bargain, to negotiate. He wants the whole of Ukraine, and he wants it pretty much as a springboard to challenge NATO directly and to challenge the European Union with promoting Russian influence and weakening NATO and the European Union from within. So then Russia could play different countries one-on-one, dictate oil prices, manipulate domestic politics, and the objective is ultimately reducing the United States' global influence worldwide.
And you talked a little bit about Vladimir Zelensky. What are your thoughts of his leadership of Ukraine as all of this is going on?
Well, his leadership is absolutely stellar. I mean, he actually, and that's the power of his leadership is not even in who he is. It's simply in the fact that he has the empathy and understanding of the people. The Ukrainian politics is such that if we look at it, since the Soviet Union collapsed, we see that no president could sustain high popularity ratings a year or so after being elected. In Ukraine, we see the emergence of a democratic society, but then we also saw a lot of corrupt elites. The society keeps coming back, keeps regrouping, and keeps Ukraine democratic and free. Zelensky basically, if in peacetime the trajectory could have been similar, but in war times the society mobilized so strongly that all Zelensky needed was to basically say, I'm with you. And I'm just going to feel what you need. I'm going to promote your feelings, your understandings, your security. That video when Joe Biden asked him if he wanted to evacuate from Ukraine, and Zelensky said, no, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. And then he appeared on a video in Ukraine with his ministers behind him saying, look, I'm here, my ministers are here, the government is here, we're with you. So that was the most powerful moment. And from that point on, in essence, that's his cornerstone of his leadership. And he has been maintaining it. And I think he's been very effective in a kind of simple human way, communicating Ukraine's issues to foreign leaders, and amassing the kind of support that Ukraine received, and riding that kind of wave. I do surveys in Ukraine, and we were able to do a survey in late June, early July of this year, interviewing the same people we interviewed in November of last year before the war. And it's amazing to look at how the society remains resilient. On the one hand, there is a tremendous rise in suffering and losses that people suffered, and a lot of people had to change homes and regions. And at the same time, support for Zelensky leadership just skyrocketed, but also, very importantly, support for free democratic institutions, including the media and the parliament, which were pretty low before. Not to mention support for the police and the army. Support for the very idea that democracy is the best form of government, and that democracy is very important to people personally. One of my cousin actually explained this whole thing to me very briefly. He said, what do you mean what we're fighting for? We have this brute dictator, Russia, attacking us. Of course we fight for freedom. Of course we fight for freedom.
Do you think, watching this all unfold, that there is any sort of end in sight to this war and this invasion?
That is a very hard question because, even though people in Ukraine are resilient, from time to time, those waves of exhaustion and tiredness sweep, and people ask, how long can that go on? Unfortunately, given the responses by Putin to every opportunity to negotiate, usually these responses have been with more missile attacks or destruction or other, atrocities in Ukraine, and no willingness to leave any occupied territories. That kind of negotiated solution looks very bleak, and it is also clear that if there is simply a ceasefire or cessation of hostilities, Russia will simply regroup and keep going and wreak more havoc and more destruction. So the fastest probably way to some kind of settlement is continuing military assistance to Ukraine, increasing military assistance to Ukraine, and once the Russian military realizes that they risk significant losses and depletion, I think at that point the minds in the Kremlin may change, but they are not yet there, because right now they believe they can use the missiles and Iranian drones to cause enough pain for Ukraine to delay that. So right now, providing air defenses in particular would make a huge step toward neutralizing that kind of Russian influence. Then if Ukraine retakes more territory, then peace negotiations are possible. But I would say it would take months and months before anything like that can happen.
All right, a true expert on the topic. Thank you so much for talking to us. Is there anything else you want to add before we let you go?
Well, I think I will just want to thank you for taking care of this. And the most important thing is to keep Ukraine in the light. Keep shining the light. The people, they appreciate all attention. It's an important issue, and I think it's not just their future, it's also the future of Europe and us over here. What kind of world our children will live in? Will there be more room for freedom, free enterprise, free development, or are we going to deal with more aggressive, repressive regimes and autocrats taking the living space away from us? So that, I think, is something to keep in mind when we read the news from Ukraine, when we monitor the situation and we think of the prospects for how this conflict may be resolved.
All right. Thank you so much. Some great insight there. We appreciate you taking the time to join us. Mikhail Alex. And thank you so much. We do appreciate him taking the time to speak with us about that, especially a topic that a lot of people are talking about. They don't quite understand what started that war with Ukraine and Russia, but he was able to help break that down for us. I also spoke with another expert, and I will bring you that interview coming up in just a bit. I do want to get to this breaking news that we have been following out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That is where police say that 9 people have been shot just off the Southern University campus. Information right now is extremely limited. Baton Rouge police tell me they responded around 2 o'clock this morning local time to an area near the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity house. Officers there found 9 people with apparent gunshot wounds and said it appeared that all of those victims were expected to survive their injuries. But an investigation is underway to determine exactly how this played out and what happened. But again, we do know from Baton Rouge police that 9 people have been shot right there off the Southern University campus. As we do get more information into our Live Now from Fox newsroom, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now. We are just past the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast and just past the 5 o'clock hour on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will go back to our top stories internationally coming up here in just a few as we discuss the resignation of UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. Stay with us on Live Now. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:04 on the East Coast and 5:04 on the West Coast. I do want to get back to some of the big stories that we have been following here, and one of those is the resignation of UK Prime Minister Liz Truss after just 44 days in office. Simon Tormé joining us here with the University of Bristol, and he provides some great insight on what's going on with the situation. Simon, thank you so much for being with us.
You're welcome, Josh. Good to be with you.
Of course, and I need to start off with talking about this because we brought this up a bit earlier. Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister who left office, resigning right before Liz Truss, now back in the running to become UK Prime Minister again. Explain to me what's going on there.
Yeah, I know it must sound a little bit crazy to colleagues over there in the US. He was deposed with his tail between his legs. It looked very much like the end of Boris's political career, and he was enjoying, indeed, traveling around the US doing lecture tours and looking like sort of yesterday's man. But these are very desperate times for the Conservative Party. Boris won the last election by a large margin in 2019 with an 85-seat majority. He is all the things that Liz Truss is not. So he's charismatic, he's smart, he connects very easily with people, and has very kind of sure political instincts. So he's a little bit like Bill Clinton, if you want that kind of analogy, and that not from the same point of view of politics, but being a very canny political operator, and he has maintained close contacts and connections with the party. He's still quite popular with Conservative Party ordinary members, and out there in the general public, there kind of might be a window of opportunity for him to rebuild trust. He just needs to say sorry for the actions that got him deposed in the first place, and I think we might see a sort of Clinton-esque revival.
All right, so what went wrong with Liz Truss?
So, you know, I was trying to explain this to my kids this morning. It was a bit like leaving an adolescent with a big fridge full of beers, a couple of bottles of whiskey, a small infant, and the parents go out for the night. She really was not prepared psychologically, mentally, or in leadership terms for being prime minister. So when she got into power, I think she listened to the wrong people. She went for a kind of big box of tricks style, let's really grab the headline with some really important fiscal and monetary shifts, which the markets really didn't like, and they don't like being caught by surprise markets. Of course, that's the lesson. And then things really sort of went out of control very quickly for her. The markets got a grip on the situation. They were able to force UK gilts out of the picture. Mortgage rates went up. And all of a sudden, the Conservative Party are in a major panic. And then they started saying to themselves, is this really the person who's going to lead us forward to the next general election? Answer, resoundingly no. So a lot of kind of behind the scenes action to basically convince her to resign.
So the big question here is what's next? We talked about Boris Johnson. Anyone else in the running?
Yeah, we've got three candidates, I think. So we've got Boris Johnson, I think, is definitely a strong candidate. But I think by a neck, by a very fine margin, Rishi Sunak, who was Chancellor of Exchequer under Boris, who's been sort of biding his time, lying in the long grass, waiting for another opportunity, very smart operator, and very much the sort of economist, that exactly the thing which Liz Truss wasn't and Kwasi Kwarteng wasn't. Rishi Sunak is a sure hand on the tiller of the economy. And then we've also got a kind of slightly outsider figure, Penny Mordaunt, who impresses people with the fact that she's had extensive ministerial experience now. She speaks very well on her feet. The Conservative Party members like her a lot. She kind of looks a little bit like Mrs. Thatcher, who lives long in their memories of an effective prime minister, and who has not been tainted by the last year and a half's worth of scandals and difficulties for the Conservative Party. But I do think that she's an outsider. I think it's a Rishi versus Boris battle as well.
Do we think we're going to see any kind of general election here?
Well, the problem is, I mean, there are a lot of people saying in this country, well, why aren't we having a general election? And the honest answer to that is that the Conservatives are over 30 points behind in the polls. So given that you need either a vote of no confidence or both parties to agree to a general election, there is literally no incentive at all for the Conservative Party to let go of power. What they would like to do is to get a leader in, either Boris or Rishi, rebuild trust, rebuild confidence, get the market settled, get some of these economy softening measures in place, and then sort of just gradually move through 23, 24, and then get their kind of get themselves in a good shape for a general election, either at the end of 24, start of 25. So they really do not want a general election, and I don't think the pressure is on, or you know, in the British system, there isn't the pressure to go to an election unless there's a vote of no confidence.
So I know that the Conservative Party had said that they hope to have somebody chosen by, I believe it's next Friday. Is that going to happen, in your opinion?
Yeah, they've organized a process, so there has to be a result by next Friday. So it's been quite cleverly done. They don't want to sit on their hands. One of the reasons why things have gone wrong for the Conservative Party is they had a very, very long, leisurely leadership campaign over 3 months over the summer. Everyone got fed up with the whole thing. So what they've decided is basically over the weekend to invite nominations. There are 357 Conservative MPs. You need 100 nominations in order to move forward to the ballot on Monday. So that's a very tough ask. That's set the bar really high. It was 20 nominations over the summer, and that's why we had a very long, leisurely election campaign. So that likely means that we'll get 2 candidates who move forward. Then what they've done is they've said the Conservative Party MPs should vote in an indicative election on which of those 2 is their preference, before then canvassing the wider membership in a 24-hour online poll. So they have constructed a process which will deliver us a new leader of the Conservative Party and Prime Minister by this time next week, Josh.
And we talked about this just a few days ago, but do you think, even if it was in secret, do you think King Charles met with Liz Truss and offered any sort of advice at all?
So it's kind of an object of ridicule in this country, because when they met very recently last week, Prince Charles could be overheard as saying, "Dear, oh dear," as if to comment that Liz Truss has really lost control. And this was picked up by the microphone. So it was rather one of those rather embarrassing moments where you could tell that Charles has a fairly dim opinion on Liz Truss, and that, not that that really matters in terms of the political dynamics, but I think Charles will be sitting there on his throne wondering what on earth happens next in this kind of psychodrama of British politics. But I suspect we will get either Boris or Rishi, who he knows very well. He doesn't have a key role to play in this kind of period at the moment, but of course, if the noises grow louder about having a general election and so on, then his role becomes more important, because you have, as a Prime Minister, to go to the Crown and then say, "I'd like to have a general election, please. Will you assent to us having an election?" And that can open the door to all sorts of little conversations and sort of private advice that Charles might want to pass on. But it's a constitutional monarchy in the UK, and we know that kings and queens don't play a very prominent role in day-to-day politics of this kind.
44 days in office. We're talking a record there. When you and I spoke earlier in the week, it was just a matter of minutes, hours until she did resign. What does that say for the future of British politics? Is that an embarrassment for the Conservative Party?
It's an embarrassment, but look, and I get quizzed a lot on this by overseas reporters. Basically, is this a sign of a kind of wider crisis of British democracy or the political system? I don't think it is. The British political system has survived sort of 300 years pretty much intact. It's not changed a great deal. And we've had these crises before. There are mechanisms, as you can hear, Josh, in terms of resolving this crisis. We will be sitting here this time next week with a new Prime Minister, with a mandate from the Conservative Party, who will enjoy the backing of the MPs. And I think we will look back on this moment in a couple of months' time going, well, that was amazing, wasn't it? But it didn't actually destabilize anything. I think the wider problem is that we have a kind of economic crisis as well as overseas issues which really need firm leadership at the moment. We've got a war going on in Ukraine, which is not very far from our shores here. We've got a cost of living crisis. We've got energy prices spiraling out of control. We've got inflation at 10%. There is a very big to-do list for an incoming Prime Minister. And what people want is a reassuring voice, firm hand on the tiller, clear policies which don't rock the markets. But I'm fairly confident that whoever gets it actually will come back with a kind of strong narrative, and we will see the system, in a sense, be able to survive this rather rocky-looking moment.
My last question for you, what do you think is the future for Liz Truss in her political career and in general after this whole situation that, I hate to say it, is kind of like a flop?
Well, I think it's an ignominious departure, isn't it? I mean, 44 days beats the record by miles. In fact, the last record was over 100 days, and the guy died of a heart attack. So Liz is in kind of newfound territory as far as a British Prime Minister is concerned. Look, I think there are a couple of things she could do. She could go back to what we call the back benches and just be a regular MP. Or I think more likely she'll probably take the Boris Johnson route, which is to go hit the US university speaker circuit, picking up a couple of $100,000 per engagement, maybe write some fairly extraordinary memoirs from here to Christmas, and kind of just bide her time, weigh things up. She's a smart woman. I know she doesn't look very smart at the moment, but she went to Oxford. She's got a fine degree. She's clearly got a great brain. She'll bounce back. But we know that the chances of her holding very high office are pretty slim for the next couple of years, I would have thought.
All right, Simon Tormé, as always, thank you so much for speaking with us. I'm sure we'll be catching up here over the next week or so as we do get some more developments in this story.
You're welcome, Josh. Have a great day.
You too. All right, so I do want to bring you a little bit more information about the background here, the situation that unfolded yesterday as Liz Truss did resign from that position. So let's take you over to Fox News' Alex Hogan with kind of a breakdown of how all of this played out.
An absolute disgrace.
Londoners not mincing their words when it comes to the latest political upheaval. Liz Truss becoming the second prime minister to resign this year. She spent just 6 weeks on the job, becoming the shortest serving prime minister in British history. Truss says she was able to make some economic progress since taking office.
We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low tax, high growth economy.
But ultimately, it wasn't enough to win the confidence of lawmakers or the British public. Inflation here is at a 40-year high, forcing Truss to scrap her tax cut plan, a centerpiece of her election campaign. And with the economic situation expected to get even worse, analysts say the next prime minister will not have an easy job.
All it does is make the challenge of not cutting public spending, or the extent to which it's cut, even more difficult.
Officials say a leadership election will take place before the end of the month. Some familiar faces reportedly throwing their hats in the ring, including former Prime Minister Boris Johnson and former Finance Chief Rishi Sunak, who came in second in the previous election. But those choices are not sitting well with some Londoners who say it's time for change at the top.
I feel like we're going backwards. Are we going to become a third world country? What's going to happen? There's so much uncertainty.
President Biden says America's special relationship with the UK will continue regardless of who becomes the next prime minister. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
A story we will follow very, very closely because, as you heard Simon Tormé say, it's going to be about a week or so, and we could see a new prime minister there in the UK, possibly once again, Boris Johnson. We'll definitely keep an eye on that one. 8:17 if you are watching us over on the East Coast, and 5:17 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on your Friday. I'm Josh Breslow, and I have a look at all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on here. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but after that, we'll look at your headlines from across the U.S. here. Again, a lot going on. We'll be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now. I do want to take you to some health news right now. Students could be required to roll up their sleeves and get the COVID-19 vaccine before heading to the classroom next year. This comes after a panel of medical experts recommended adding the shot to the list of immunizations. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan is in Atlanta with details of that controversial vote.
The CDC's independent vaccine advisors voting unanimously to recommend adding COVID shots to the agency's schedule of routine inoculations, which could potentially be a first step on the way to vaccination mandates.
And the motion passed 15 unanimously in favor.
It is now up to each state to decide if a child has to be vaccinated against COVID to go to school, even though the shots are only cleared for emergency approval for children aged 12 and under.
How does this change things? The CDC has a list of scheduled vaccines that it presents to the states. The states then vote state by state to use those vaccines or to mandate them in schools or not.
Students are already required to get several other vaccines, such as measles, hepatitis, and polio. But some, like the flu shot, are recommended but not mandated. The measure already getting pushback from parents, officials, and medical experts even before the vote.
This will be the first ever vaccine where there's no evidence to show a reduction in disease in the community.
On Wednesday, the panel voted to include COVID shots in the Vaccines for Children program, allowing the CDC to purchase and provide vaccines for poor and uninsured children in anticipation of the federal government ending COVID vaccine funding. The votes come amid warnings of a possible winter surge in cases as multiple subvariants of Omicron are emerging.
If you get vaccinated with the updated vaccine before Halloween, you can hug and kiss all your relatives for the holidays.
Many states are expected to keep the shots optional. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
And I do want to head over to our Fox New York affiliate. They provide a little bit more information about the COVID vaccine for students.
And the motion passed.
In a unanimous decision yesterday, a CDC advisory committee voted to add the COVID-19 shot to kids' immunization schedules. The panel's recommendation calls for children to start their vaccine series at just 6 months old. So what does it all mean moving forward? Dr. Julie Morita, a pediatrician and former member of President Biden's COVID-19 advisory board, explains.
Including this COVID vaccine in the routine childhood schedule doesn't necessarily mean that states and local jurisdictions are going to run to require this vaccine for school entry.
The CDC's vaccine schedules are updated every fall before going into effect the next year and are aimed at offering guidance to doctors and schools. But as Dr. Morita mentioned, the recommendation will not impose new mandates on anyone or change official policy. It can, however, impact how states decide which shots to mandate before kids enter kindergarten. The move is expected to come with mixed reactions and perhaps even pushback from parents. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has already made his stance on the matter quite clear.
As long as I'm around and as long as I'm kicking and screaming, there will be no COVID shot mandates for your kids. That is your decision.
The FDA has already approved 2 mRNA vaccines for COVID-19, the Pfizer series for those who are 12 and older and the Moderna series for adults 18 and older. Both series are authorized for emergency use in children as young as 6 months.
Be quick, ready? Start back. You're good.
And earlier this week, the FDA authorized the bivalent COVID booster for kids 5 to 11 years old. Health officials recommend getting the booster dose at least 2 months after finishing the initial vaccine series. Immunization rates among children, though, are still relatively low. Only 39% of kids aged 5 to 11 in New York have gotten their first 2 doses. And nationwide, just 1/3 of school-aged children are vaccinated for COVID-19.
And thank you so much to our Fox 5 New York team for that insight. The World Health Organization says it is still too early to declassify COVID as a public health emergency of international concern. And as more people continue going back to pre-pandemic activities, a new report is illustrating just how devastating the virus has been for pregnant women. Fox News' Gary Baumgarten has the latest data on that surge in maternal mortality rates related to COVID.
A new report from the U.S. Government Accountability Office reveals COVID-19 was responsible for a severe increase in the number of women who died from pregnancy or childbirth complications last year. According to the data, COVID-19 was a factor in a quarter of the nearly 1,200 pregnancy-related deaths in 2021. This comes as officials say pregnancy-related deaths have soared by roughly 80% since 2018, with the pandemic only making things worse. The U.S. is one of the only industrialized nations in the world to experience rising rates of maternal mortality. The report cites the largest jump in deaths occurred between July and December of last year, back when the Delta variant was prevalent. Officials say pregnant COVID-19 victims faced higher health risks, adding staffing shortages at hospitals, and pandemic restrictions prevented some expecting mothers from receiving critical in-person care. Pregnant women in minority and low-income communities faced elevated struggles and risks, with the CDC reporting black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy than white women. Meanwhile, preventing infant mortality also remains a large concern.
Our goals are to create systems that prevent marginalized women from experiencing social conditions that can lead to medical problems that then result in poor birth outcomes.
Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Sticking with the topic of health here, with Halloween less than 2 weeks away, law enforcement encouraging parents to double-check their children's treats as the big night does approach. Officials at Los Angeles International Airport found thousands of suspected fentanyl pills disguised as candy. You saw it in the photos there. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt with that story.
Packaged as Skittles, Whoppers and various other candy brands, 12,000 pills believed to be laced with potentially deadly fentanyl, discovered when a passenger tried to take them through a TSA checkpoint at Los Angeles International Airport. The LA Sheriff's Department says the seizure should serve as a warning to parents. Quote, "With Halloween approaching, parents need to make sure they are checking their kids' candy and not allowing them to eat anything until it has been inspected by them." And the Drug Enforcement Agency points out that so-called rainbow fentanyl, pills deliberately colored to look like candy, has been found in 26 states this year.
What's happening is they're poisoning our kids. We have these dealers that are killing our children and are terrorizing our communities.
The DEA points out about 42% of illicit pills contain more than the potentially lethal dose of 2 milligrams of fentanyl. So the pills seized at LAX could have killed around 5,000 people. More than 107,000 Americans died of drug overdoses and poisonings in 2021, with 66% of those deaths related to synthetic opioids like fentanyl.
We need to aggressively prosecute the dealers in these cases. We need to go out, and if we can prove the case, we need to charge them with second-degree murder.
The passenger carrying all those pills here at LAX somehow got away, but the Sheriff's Department tells us they know that person's identity and the investigation is ongoing. Meantime, it's worth pointing out that the DEA now says, and this is a quote, "Fentanyl is the single deadliest drug threat our nation has ever encountered." In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much for that report. Before we go to break, I do want to bring you back to that breaking news that we do continue to follow out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Police saying that 9 people have been shot just off the Southern University campus. Information at this point, as you can tell, is very limited, and there are no images coming in from the scene just yet. Baton Rouge police telling me they responded around 2 this morning local time to an area near the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity house. Officers there found 9 people with apparent gunshot wounds and said it appeared all of those victims were expected to survive, but right now they are investigating to figure out exactly what happened. It's also not clear if any arrests have been made, the motive under investigation. So be sure to stay with us here at Live Now from Fox as we do work to gather the latest information. It is 8:30 on the dot here on the East Coast and 5:30 over on the West Coast. Wherever you are, thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As you can tell, a lot going on. We are expecting in just about 30 minutes to receive a live briefing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis with the latest information on the aftermath of Hurricane Ian more than 3 weeks after the storm made landfall. And believe it or not, next Friday does mark 1 month since the storm did hit Sanibel Island and Fort Myers. And as you can tell, the damage there is still extensive. But again, coming up at 9 a.m. Eastern time, we will bring you that live briefing from Governor Ron DeSantis. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of those top stories coming up in just a few. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines talking about the economy, inflation, everything you need to know to start your day. President Biden heads to Delaware State University today to tout his student loan forgiveness program. The online application that you saw right there, the process for debt cancellation, is now underway. And as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington, so are the legal challenges.
Well, debt cancellation may be a controversial idea, but the program has now survived 2 major legal challenges. Even as more students rack up more debt every day, the online application process to forgive loans up to $20,000 will continue. A federal judge ruled that 6 states seeking to stop the program outlined what he called significant challenges, but that the states didn't have standing to sue. And Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, without comment, turned down a challenge from a group in Wisconsin who had also argued that the program would harm taxpayers.
Their outrage is wrong and it's hypocritical.
And President Biden earlier this week spoke of the challenges, which are likely to continue. But as he heads to Delaware State University today to promote the program, the White House points to its popularity. Some 12 million people have already applied for relief. And critics say the debt cancellations are unfair to those who already paid off their debt or worked hard to avoid student loans altogether. And they warn of possible fraud.
You don't need to put your income. You don't even need to put what school you went to. And look, we know all too well what's going to happen. This will be rife with fraud, and it's really just negligent.
The Congressional Budget Office estimates that debt cancellation will cost taxpayers some $400 billion. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Well, President Biden was in Pennsylvania on Thursday to campaign for John Fetterman, who's in a tight Senate race there. With less than 3 weeks left until Election Day, it is crunch time for many of those candidates and for the president, of course. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
Scranton Joe is back home in Pennsylvania, touting the investment spurred by the bipartisan infrastructure law.
There's no better place to talk about rebuilding the backbone of America.
But he's also got midterms on his mind. One of the notable attendees for his first event in Pittsburgh, the state's Lieutenant Governor, John Fetterman.
And John, thank you very much for running. I really do appreciate it.
Fetterman is running for Senate against Republican Mehmet Oz, a celebrity doctor with former President Trump's endorsement. The closely watched contest in the battleground state could determine who controls the Senate, and a new AARP poll has it within the margin of error. Fetterman's health has been a lingering issue after suffering a stroke earlier this year, but he says that's not slowing him down.
Why did you decide to appear together now?
The president is also attending a closed-door reception for the candidate in Philadelphia without the glitz and glamour of a big campaign-style rally. It's a rare campaign trail appearance for the president. However, he's dismissing the notion that he's kept a low profile.
But there haven't been that many candidates campaigning with you. Why are more?
That's not true. There's been 15. Count, kid, count.
Still, Fetterman is looking for a boost from the president. He's in one of the most expensive matchups this cycle, and the money is still pouring in on both sides with less than 3 weeks to go.
We're expecting another $10 million coming against us. And it's a panic move because they know they're in trouble. And they're pulling in money from every which way.
Oz is slamming the president's visit as a distraction from Fetterman's policies, which he calls radical. He and Fetterman are set to face off in a debate next week. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And don't forget, on Election Day, you can tune into Live Now from Fox. We will cover it around the clock that day and likely the next day as the elections are still coming in there. Voters will hit the polls, and we will bring you everything you need to know from every state in the U.S. as those elections are underway. Republicans on the campaign trail are talking about the economy, and polling shows that is what Americans are most concerned about. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
Hello, everybody.
President Biden says he has more than one priority headed into the midterms, and that it's not just the economy.
There's multiple issues, and they're all important.
Thursday, he's in Pennsylvania to talk about infrastructure, highlighting a bridge that collapsed earlier this year and is now almost rebuilt. It's also a moment for an appearance with Democrat John Fetterman, who is locked in a tight Senate race. But Fox News polling shows it's inflation and high prices that voters are overwhelmingly concerned about.
Democrats certainly had a lot of momentum over the summer, but that's been blunted by concerns about the economy, inflation, high gas prices.
This week, the president highlighted abortion and reproductive rights and announced he'll release 15 million barrels of oil to ease gas prices.
And we ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know that old expression.
However, some Democrats believe they have thrown away voter enthusiasm by not talking about the economy.
I think that the Democrats have simply abdicated and walked off the debate stage. They have allowed Republicans to do all the talking.
Republicans say Americans will take economic issues with them to the ballot box more than anything else.
If we get better leadership into Washington, D.C., we can actually solve some of these problems.
According to Open Secrets, a nonprofit research group, more than $9.3 billion is expected to be spent on this year's federal midterm elections. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Another big focus for voters is going to be education. A new survey shows the majority of parents are concerned about what their children are learning in school. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has more for us from Pittsburgh.
Many parents I spoke to say it was the pandemic and virtual learning from home that gave them an inside look on what's being taught to their kids, and a lot weren't happy with it.
We were able to really learn every single
not only thing that they're learning, but how they're learning it.
John Elash has a 10-year-old son and 12-year-old daughter. He says his kid's curriculum is top of mind this midterm election.
Our life centers around a lot of our children.
A recent Fox News poll shows 79% of parents are extremely or very concerned about what's taught in schools. The top issue just under inflation.
The curriculum and the focus of school has changed so much from just basic education to how these kids should look and feel and define themselves. They should be learning math and science and reading. They shouldn't be learning every gender and how to respect them and how to treat them and what they feel, because feeling isn't a part of math.
Another Fox News poll shows when it comes to schools, parents think the top problem is book banning, followed by parents not having enough say, too much focus on race, and transgender policies.
Neighbors should be able to read whatever they want to read, without people telling them what they can or cannot read.
Aaron Concepcion has 2 teenagers. He says book banning may interfere with learning.
You want to have freedom of speech, which is really important. So how can the government or the school or anybody decide what schools are good or what books are not good for kids to read?
Concepcion says overall, he just wants clear communication with schools. And Elash says if curriculum is changing, parents need to be involved.
What I would like to see is just more people that take time to consider and listen and see what they can do for me instead of telling me what I should be doing.
In a Fox News poll on which party would better handle what's being taught in schools, 47% of voters say Democrats and 44% say Republicans. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
You might remember the baby formula shortage that had parents scrambling earlier this year. The shortage has eased up, but families are still struggling because inflation is hitting other baby supplies. Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano reports from Las Vegas.
I'm not a mom myself, but I stopped by the store earlier today to see how much it would cost to buy a few of the basics for a baby. A week's worth of diapers, 3 packs of wipes, and a 12-ounce jar of baby formula. Just those items would cost me around $60. Now that's a barrier for some families, but nonprofits are stepping up to help.
Size 6 and 14-5T. Thank you.
Baby's Bounty in Las Vegas has given out nearly 2 million free diapers to families in southern Nevada since 2008.
Diapers right now are really, really expensive, and like everything right now for babies, like anything in general is expensive, so like this is just a big help.
The cost of diapers has increased 20% over the past year, baby food 11.8%, and car seats 41%. Nonprofits like this one help bridge the gap for families in need by giving all sorts of baby supplies.
What you see here is an infant regulation car seat, blanket, play mat, receiving blankets, 25 items of clothing. We hear from our bundle clients that without these items, they would have nothing to care for their newborns.
Baby Center, a digital parenting resource, found parents would spend at least $16,000 on basic items for a baby in the first year. It's especially tough on low-income families.
We see monthly incomes in the $500 range quite often, so they can absolutely not afford to buy all of these items.
Inflation is also hitting nonprofits like Baby's Bounty. They buy about 75 car seats each month.
It's one thing if you're buying one car seat, right? But when you buy 75 and distribute those, it's a big number. It's a big strain on smaller nonprofits that are doing nearly all of the heavy lifting in our communities.
In Las Vegas, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
Ashley, thank you so much for that report. And many U.S. cities are turning unused office space into housing after the pandemic left those buildings empty and the housing prices are soaring. Here is Madison Allworth with Fox Business.
This is one of the many offices left empty in New York City as businesses heavily rely on remote work. That's why this floor and the entire building is going to be converted to rental apartments. It helps not only to solve the problem of empty downtowns, but also helps with housing shortages. The building was purchased for around $170 million by Silverstein Properties and Metroloft developers. Metroloft has been doing office to rental conversions since 1996. They say that requests for conversions are up tenfold in just the last 2 years.
A lot of owners are coming to us because
these buildings need to be repurposed. They are just not going to make it as office properties for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
People are unsure of how they're going to lease their buildings. And so if they're unsure about it and there's an opportunity for someone to come in and convert it, they're going to take that opportunity.
Silverstein has made its name in commercial real estate with builds like the World Trade Center. This will be their first conversion to rental, and they would like to do more, but there are zoning and age restrictions. Other cities are providing incentives. In Chicago, they're offering financial help to developers that will convert office buildings in the LaSalle Street corridor to apartments. There are also environmental and time benefits from doing conversions like this. Environmentally, you're able to use all the raw materials over again. And in terms of time, it's so much faster. They expect to close on this building the first quarter of 2023, and then 12 months later, someone could be moving in right here as a rental apartment. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Well, recession fright has some Americans spooked about job security in the wake of what's been called the Great Resignation. Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis has that story and much more for us.
The fear of recession is causing a lot of stress for American workers. Around 2 in 5 surveyed by Bankrate say they are now worried about their job security. And workers who found a better paying position during the so-called Great Resignation feel less secure than those who stayed put. Investors were stressing about stocks for the second day in a row Thursday, rising interest rates offsetting strong earnings from companies like IBM and AT&T. Higher mortgage rates continue hitting the housing market, existing home sales tumbling to a 10-year low in September. According to the National Association of Realtors, they're now down 8 months in a row, the most consecutive decline since 2007. Meanwhile, the median price was nearly $385,000 last month. That's down a little from August, but 8.4% higher than a year ago. And sales could be down this month, too. That's because Freddie Mac says the average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage rose again this week to 6.94%. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
All right, Jerry, thank you. Well, taking a live look here at New York City. We do have cameras here at Live Now from Fox that show you every city, not just here in the U.S., but all over the country. And it's a beautiful start to the day in New York, where you can see not a cloud in the sky. Looking good, New York. All right, 8:48 on the East Coast and 5:48 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, but we return in 2 minutes with everything you need to know to start your day. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Prosecutors on Thursday rested their case in the Darrell Brooks trial, charged in the November 2021 Waukesha Christmas parade attack. The state called 57 witnesses to testify over the 2 weeks of the presentation of prosecutors' case in chief. After the prosecution rested, the court took its lunch break for the day. Right after, Brooks cried as he delivered his deferred opening statement to the jury. Brooks then called 2 witnesses to testify Thursday. Technically, there were 3 of them, but one was actually denied by the court. Through 3 witnesses Thursday, one who previously testified out of order, and his opening statement, Brooks's defense strategy seemed unclear. Our Fox team in Minneapolis has an update on what happened in court.
There's always 2 sides to every story.
Facing 6 life sentences and 70 other charges for the attack on last year's Waukesha Christmas parade.
And for so long now, roughly a year, there's only truly been one side told of this story.
Darrell Brooks asked the jury to keep an open mind as he began his defense.
This incident was not planned. This incident was not intentional.
But first, prosecutors recalled Detective Tom Casey to wrap their case. They showed 2 new videos, including this music video they say Brooks posted on social media, and surveillance video provided by his mother just hours before the parade to connect him to the red Ford Escape.
I have never seen anyone driving the vehicle besides the defendant.
Casey also testified the hat and detachable jacket hood found pinned to the windshield belonged to Virginia Sorensen. She was one of 6 people killed in the attack. Later, Brooks called 2 more of his witnesses, but neither one advocated for his defense. Nicholas Kirby says he told Brooks to leave during this scuffle between Brooks, his ex-girlfriend, and her friend minutes before the parade. Kirby later testified he saw the SUV not long after.
I saw a red SUV take off like a bat out of hell down Main Street.
And thank you so much to our Fox Minneapolis team for that update. The Texas couple connected to some horrifying allegations of child abuse are being held without bond in Louisiana. They were connected to an Amber Alert involving 5 children on Tuesday. 2 of their children escaped their house after being handcuffed. They were seen on camera in that video right there, going door to door, just begging for help. According to new court documents, they escaped what is being called a house of horrors. Duncan allegedly made them drink bleach, beat them, and sprayed oven cleaner in their mouths if they talked too much. It's not clear whether Duncan and her boyfriend will be brought back to Harris County there in the Houston area to face charges. All the children are now safe. Our Fox Houston team providing this update.
40-year-old Zakia Duncan and her 27-year-old boyfriend, Jova Terrell, were arrested in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is after Duncan's 5 children were the subject of an Amber Alert. Duncan's 16-year-old twins escaped from the house they were held in handcuffed here in the Houston area. They were seen in a Ring doorbell video trying to get help from neighbors. Court records show Duncan and/or her boyfriend made the children drink bleach, Lysol, and easy off oven cleaner if they talked too much. Investigators say Duncan would pour bleach on the kids' genitals. They were physically beaten time and time again. The children couldn't recall the last time they took a shower, and they were forced to eat their own feces and drink their own urine.
A very, very disturbing story there out of Houston. Thank you to our Fox Houston team. We will provide updates as we do get them. I do want to update you on the aftermath of Hurricane Ian in Florida. We're talking more than 3 weeks later. Next Friday actually marks 1 month since the storm made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, very close to Category 5 status with maximum winds of 150 miles per hour. The video you are looking at is from the Orlando suburb of Sanford, Florida, where the flooding led to the river increasing in level and then covering roadways around that river. So I do want to bring you this update out of Sanford from our Fox 35 Orlando team.
The flooding is still here, but just to give you an idea of how much things have changed, just over a week ago, this floodwater stretched all the way to the end of this block past City Hall. And not far from here, people are still using boats to get to their homes. As the water recedes, Sanford's waterfront is slowly starting to emerge. You can finally see the marina driving on a makeshift road made of dirt and gravel to get there. While most neighborhoods are getting back to normal, some are still trapped.
I've taken 5 people out today. People back in, bring one back out. Another guy wanted to go out, and he's been here 3 weeks. He hasn't been out of his house.
Robert Strader, a 70-year-old retiree, has been acting as the neighborhood's water taxi. He brought us along to get a better look.
It's now been 3 weeks since the hurricane, and this is still the only way some people are getting to their homes, taking boats in and out to get essentials. They say it's going by slowly as the water goes down, but every inch makes a difference.
The water is deeper than 2 feet in some areas, and some homes have had 8 inches of flooding. People still have to use water sparingly since wells and septic tanks have been damaged. After about 5 rides, Strader calls it a night.
I can't do this at night with the alligators. I mean, we got alligators, snakes, and this and that and the other, leeches.
At Sanford's only hospital, water still fills part of the parking lot. From a recent Harvard study, a warning that HCA Florida Lake Monroe Hospital could flood if another hurricane hits, though the hospital insists it's prepared to handle it. And with the water receding, we're finally starting to get an idea of what things will look like. You can see here the road's going to be covered in mud and debris. The city won't know the full cost of this cleanup until all the water's gone. In Sanford, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
And thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando team for providing those reports. We have been working very closely with our affiliates there over at Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa as they have been covering the aftermath around the clock. That is what's great about Live Now from Fox is we are a culmination of all of our local affiliates and can bring you all of that information as we do get it. So what you're looking at right now is a podium. That is where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to speak momentarily. That is scheduled to start at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We know these things do not always start on time, but we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break and come right back at 9 with everything you need to know about the hurricane recovery and the latest information there as we do get it. But once Governor DeSantis starts speaking, we will play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. It is 9:01 on the East Coast and 6:01 on the West Coast. I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world over the next several hours. We do know Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to any moment now give us a live update on the aftermath of Hurricane Ian more than 3 weeks after the storm did make landfall over in the Fort Myers area. Once we get that, of course, we will bring that to you raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. But first, I do want to get to this breaking news that we have been covering here all throughout the morning as we do work to get more information. This is out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Police there saying that 9 people have been shot just off the Southern University campus. Information still very limited hours later. Baton Rouge police tell me they responded around 2 this morning local time to an area near the Kappa Alpha fraternity house. Officers there found 9 people suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. They were taken to hospitals, and it appears that all of those victims are expected to survive. Now, at this point, no other details have been released, but that is a story that we will continue to follow and bring you updates here on Live Now from Fox as we do get them. Do want to take you to another update on a story that we have been tracking. An update out of New Jersey, where the week-long search for a Princeton University student has now come to a tragic end. Her body found Thursday on campus behind the tennis courts. The investigation does continue this morning as crews work to get more information about what happened. Our Fox 5 New York team has been following the search from the start and joins us with the latest.
It was an intense search. Officials spent days looking for Miss Raj Onote, only to find her lifeless body early Thursday afternoon.
And it's been pretty somber, you know. I mean, we're all just kind of processing it in our own ways.
The body of the Princeton University student was found on campus behind the tennis courts by a university employee. The Mercer County Prosecutor's Office says there were no obvious signs of injury and her death does not appear to be suspicious or criminal.
I think it shook everybody quite a bit. It's unusual for Princeton for something like this to happen. I think we were all just hoping that she would be found like safe and sound.
The 20-year-old, originally from Ohio, who was at Princeton on a full ride, went missing nearly a week ago. She was last seen on Friday morning at around 3 a.m. by one of her roommates. Authorities say she headed into her dorm room, but 90 minutes later, she was gone. Her family reported her missing on Sunday when she wouldn't return any of their messages or calls. Her brother was on campus Thursday morning, visibly distraught, holding on to hope. Miss Raj was in her junior year pursuing a sociology degree.
I think it's just really heartbreaking.
All right, let's get to some international headlines here. Once again, we are waiting for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis any minute now to take the podium and provide the latest information on Hurricane Ian and the aftermath several weeks after the storm made landfall. Several British lawmakers, including former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, trying to gain support ahead of a short, intense contest to replace Liz Truss as the leader of the nation. Truss did quit suddenly on Thursday after a very turbulent 44-day term, conceding that she could not deliver on her tax-cutting economic plans. The Conservative Party is holding a speeded-up race to replace her, which will see a new leader who will also become prime minister chosen within a week, experts say, by next Friday. Former Treasury Chief Rishi Sunak and House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt are among the bookmakers' favorites, along with Boris Johnson, who was forced to resign by the party just over 3 months ago after becoming mired in scandals over his ethics and his finances. His return would be a remarkable resurrection for a politician who is very popular and polarizing in equal measure. Johnson, who remained a lawmaker after stepping down as prime minister, has not said whether he will run, but his allies in Parliament are working to gather support. We did hear from an expert on British studies earlier on this morning, and we're told it is very likely right now that he is a front runner. I do want to toss it over to Fox News here with their latest report about how all of this played out.
I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party.
Liz Truss, on the job just 45 days, has announced she will step down as Britain's prime minister, leaving the U.S.'s staunchest ally in political upheaval.
She was a good partner on Russia and Ukraine, and the British are going to solve their problems.
Her resignation coming as the UK deals with double-digit inflation and sky-high energy prices.
The United Kingdom has had a failed energy policy over the course of the last decade as well, and that contributed, I think, to some of the instability that we're seeing.
It's just the latest shock to rock Britain.
I have to say it's an appalling state of affairs in the UK, and I'm very concerned now about the future of Britain's Conservatives, also about the future of Brexit as well.
Now lawmakers are left to find a new prime minister, and some say it's time for a fresh start.
Sometimes you do need to clean out the bench, and sometimes you do need to just start from scratch.
There are murmurs that former Prime Minister Boris Johnson may run to lead the Conservative Party. Regardless of who leads the nation, the Biden administration pledges to stand behind them.
Our country's always had a special relationship with the United Kingdom, without regard to the partisan affiliation of our president or the politics of their prime minister. That's going to continue.
A leadership election could be held within the next week. Truss will stay on until a new prime minister has been chosen. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you so much. A story that we are also following internationally. Authorities in a region in southern Ukraine that has been annexed by Russia last month say that at least 4 civilians have been killed by Ukrainian shelling of a river crossing. Officials there say 4 people were killed by a Ukrainian strike on a bridge late Thursday, and 13 others were reportedly wounded in that attack. Ukrainian military officials confirmed the bridge was struck, but denied that the civilians were killed, as they, quote, cannot be on the bridge at this time because of a curfew. In the meantime, Russian airstrikes prompting a nationwide effort to conserve power in Ukraine. Beginning Thursday, the country restricted power supplies from just 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst with more on that for us.
Many Ukrainians were in the dark on Thursday as officials moved to curb electricity. The decision coming after Russian airstrikes destroyed about 30% of the country's power stations. Residents braced for days of rolling blackouts by stocking up on flashlights, canned goods, and bottled water. Some cities cut back on public transportation. The attacks on civilian infrastructure marking a new phase of Moscow's invasion.
It is very scary, but we are not ready to go anywhere. We need to be at home.
Ukrainian officials say many of these recent strikes have involved Iranian-made weapons. On Thursday, the claims prompted the European Union and the UK to impose new sanctions against Tehran, Western leaders vowing to send more air defense systems to Kyiv.
We're concerned that Russia may also seek to acquire advanced conventional weapons from Iran. That includes potentially surface-to-air missiles that will almost certainly be used to support Russia's war against Ukraine.
Meanwhile, President Vladimir Putin's martial law order went into effect in illegally annexed regions of Ukraine. Russia's military has started evacuating residents from the Kherson region as Ukraine's counteroffensive gains steam. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky vowing not to give up territory.
This land does not belong to me or anyone, any president before me. All of our land belongs to the citizens of Ukraine.
Russian officials say they've already evacuated some 15,000 residents from Kherson. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Republicans are favored to flip the House in November, and as a result, there are concerns that new members of Congress will be skeptical of sending more aid to Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington on the debate over more funding for that war-torn country.
Russia relentless in its attacks on Ukraine. The country is now facing rolling blackouts after days of devastating blows to its energy infrastructure.
It's quiet, but shelling has started, and we are worried about it because the rockets fly over our heads.
But even as Russia ramps up its offensive, there are signs some members of Congress may be cooling off on the prospects of sending more aid to Ukraine. The U.S. has already authorized more than $60 billion in economic and military aid since Russia invaded Ukraine in February. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy tells Punchbowl News, "I think people are going to be sitting in a recession and they're not going to write a blank check to Ukraine." President Biden is concerned, especially with the GOP poised to take back the House in November.
Thank you so much to Madeline Rivera for that report. As we mentioned, we are watching Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he is now speaking, providing an update on the aftermath of Hurricane Ian.
Being here at San Carlos Park Elementary School, as you know, Lee, Collier, Charlotte, Sarasota, DeSoto, and Hardee counties, they've all have kids in school. And these were areas that were affected very significantly, of course, by Hurricane Ian. There were a lot of staff and teachers that were affected by this, and yet there has been really a monumental effort to make sure kids could be back in school. And we've seen really remarkable efforts, and I think right here is a great example of that. You know, some schools in Lee County had extensive damage. They just could not reopen. And so this school here shows how the community responds when you have those types of roadblocks. So San Carlos Park had space at the school to take on additional staff and students. So it is currently serving as the host school for students from Sanibel Elementary and Fort Myers Beach Elementary while their schools are being rebuilt. San Carlos Park Elementary normally has about 660 students and 62 teachers. Right now, they have about 1,000 students with about 100 teachers. And so this has really been a monumental undertaking. I'm really grateful that San Carlos Park Elementary stepped up to help our kids stay in school. And they have, apparently, there's so many kids here now. The first lunch period's at 10 a.m. So people get a early lunch, but they just have to accommodate everybody. And so the county expects that these schools will continue to be merged over the next month or two. And I know they're working on other solutions besides this, but this is really important, and it's a symbol of the resiliency of the community. It's a symbol of bouncing back. I mean, when you have things like, obviously, the great search and rescue that was done helped a lot of people, really rapid power restoration that was quicker than we've had on any major hurricane in Florida history, and then to have the bridges repaired and let people be going back to Pine Island like we did in 3 days, and like we were fortunate to be able to do in Sanibel this week, where that 3 weeks after the storm, that causeway was reopened for civilian traffic, and then to see the schools back, even with student bodies whose schools no longer exist in their previous form. It just shows that people are unifying and really working hard to get back on the feet. And I think there's been great efforts. There's a lot more that needs to be done, and part of that is why we're here today. But it will be done, and we'll make it happen. We'll all work together. We'll continue to do it. So we had, and I was able to visit briefly with some of the faculty and staff of the Lee County schools who had been displaced because of Hurricane Ian. And I ran into teachers really within a few days of the storm that were already working to get the kids back in school. And some of them didn't even have their own house left, and yet they're worried about other people's kids getting them back. So we had a lot of great efforts, and we understand that that's not easy. We also understand that there's going to be different needs that are not necessarily going to be covered by whatever FEMA could offer, or the state of Florida's programs, or insurance payments. And so one of the reasons we did the Florida Disaster Fund was to be able to meet some of those needs. And the First Lady's has really led on this. It's raised, I think, like over $47 million now. And there's so many people that want to be a part of it. Companies, organizations, you name it, to be able to do. So there's been a lot that's been awarded now, but there's way more to be awarded, and there's still money coming in. And so today, one of the things that we wanted to do was to recognize what the teachers and what the staff have been through, and understanding how important it is for what they're doing for the kids. We want to be able to be helpful for their own personal lives, for things that they may need during these trying times. So today, I'm excited to announce that the Florida Disaster Fund will be awarding $2 million to help these teachers get back on their feet. And the funding is going to be awarded through local education foundations, which are charitable groups in the 6 hardest hit counties. So Lee County Education Foundation will receive $500,000. Charlotte and Sarasota and Collier will leave $350,000. DeSoto and Hardy will each receive $225,000. These donations will help each district's teachers, particularly those who were displaced. And there's different needs right now. There's needs of course, home repair. There's needs of temporary shelter. There's needs of reliable transportation. I mean, you know, you had areas that flooded that didn't used to flood, and a lot of people lost vehicles. So there's a whole host of things that need to be done. So this will provide some help in that regard, and we look forward to being able to do more for our educators in the days and weeks to come. This is we're now, I think, going to be probably, I think the First Lady will end up getting us over $50 million very soon in that fund for total raise. With today's award, that's over $7 million that's been awarded. First Lady is going to make some announcements of some additional awards. So it's been a rapid turnaround. Obviously, these have to be credible charities, and you got to vet to make sure the money's actually going where it is. But she's been working with different corporate partners who can help assist some of the things that we're doing with respect to rebuilding and a whole host of other things. And so all in all, I think that there's been a great effort. I think there's been a lot of great people working on this stuff, and we're happy to be able to do. We did something similar than we're doing today with the police and fire, because you had the same thing. You had them out there immediately doing search and rescue of people, but then their homes may have had significant damage. Some totally lost their homes. And so we did a $2 million award for the charitable arms of Fraternal Order Police, Sheriff's Association, PBA, and the Firefighters Association. And so we're now doing here with our teachers, and we think that this is something that's very, very important. So I'm happy to be able to be here. I really appreciate what they're doing at San Carlos Park Elementary School. It's really inspiring to see. The students seem very happy. I know they miss being in school when it gets interrupted. So great job for everybody involved. And we'll hear from some of our speakers. And so first, Senior Chancellor Jacob Oliva with the Florida Department of Education.
Thank you, and thank you, Governor DeSantis, for such a wonderful initiative. I can tell you our agency has been committed to supporting schools and making sure that we get students back into their classrooms in front of their teachers and where they're friends, because that's where we know that learning happens the best. And we've been on the phone with school districts each and every single day, and I can tell you, Governor, firsthand, because of your leadership, I hear every day from superintendents and school leaders that the communication and support they've received in navigating through this hurricane has been truly superior before, during, and after the storm. And we really want to applaud and thank you for making sure we're doing what we're doing to remove those obstacles. So thank you. As we've worked with a lot of the school leaders that are here today, Commissioner Diaz and myself have been on site, have been on the phone each and every single day, because we know we have to act with urgency to return to normalcy for our communities and get students back into a strong learning environment. As we're removing obstacles to get water out of buildings, get power restored, we started hearing stories about principals connecting with families who have lost everything. And one of the challenges that they were seeing to reopen and welcome students back is they need those high-quality teachers, their support staff, their leaders to be able to come into the classroom, and they're navigating through some challenges personally. So we were able to connect with our direct support organizations, our education foundations, and start identifying what are those opportunities that we can help create, or what are the things we can do to get these families' lives restored. And through the initiatives of the First Lady, by generating these funds and being able to be here today and be able to move these funds right to those direct support organizations, we know that they're going to connect with the teachers that can benefit from this the most. And we're really just appreciative that we're able to be here today and make this announcement. So thank you, Governor, for your work in this.
Sure. Okay, Tracy Lorenzini is a teacher at San Carlos Park Elementary School.
Hi, I was told to share my story. My name is Tracy Lorenzini. I'm a proud educator here at San Carlos Park Elementary in the school district of Lee County. My story is important to me, but by far it's not nearly as bad as some of the other stories of my colleagues. Many stories that I've heard, educators are impacted in much more severe ways than I was. So I guess my story is somewhere in the middle of the scope of it. But I am sharing to give all educators a voice, as this hurricane has really caused a lot of hardships for our teachers, staff, and students alike. I moved to Cape Coral, Florida with my husband, who's also an educator here in Lee County, and we have 2 school-age children. The 4 of us attend 4 different schools here, and we bought our house here 6 years ago. We lived next door to my parents and across the street from my sister. My sister's son, my nephew, actually teaches here as well. So, you know, family is very important to us. And we had the chance to have our 3 houses close together, so it was really ideal. We woke up the morning of the storm to hear that it was going to directly hit us at Cape Coral as a Category 4, almost 5 hurricane. In our 3 households, there's 10 family members total. We had a decision to make. We wanted to be all together, of course, and I was fighting for all 10 of us to be in the same house, in my house, because it's the newest. My sister's house, however, has a 2nd floor, and we were worried about the storm surge, so we opted to move all 10 of us as the storm was beginning to go all into her house. The storm was scary. We were in a closet for hours. The house shook. We had the metal shutters blow off. A window broke. My 7-year-old daughter was truly traumatized, as I think we all were. The next morning, we walked across the street to see our house, which was missing shingles, and the roof's plywood was exposed. We opened the front door and saw that the water had saturated the ceiling, and it caused a collapse in several rooms, including the living room, bedroom, and bathrooms. It collapsed on the couch where all 10 of us would have been had they listened to me, so I'm very thankful that no one listened to me. Since the storm took out our electricity, the 10 of us stayed for a few nights at my parents' house with the generator. My sister has cystic fibrosis, so we needed electricity for her medication in the refrigerated medicines and the machines that she uses. That first night, we had looters come to our house and steal gas right from the generator that was running 20 feet from where we were all sleeping. And so, of course, this added to my daughter's trauma, and we decided to leave to go to Bradenton to stay with my in-laws until power was restored. We packed up our family of 4 on my daughter's 8th birthday, and we drove to Bradenton to find that 75 was closed due to flooding. So then we were detoured through the devastation, and that 90-minute drive took us over 5 hours. Not really how she envisioned how to spend her 8th birthday. The next 9 days, we waited for power to be restored, and my husband and I drove back and forth from Bradenton to Cape Coral to bring supplies, install tarps, and gut the inside of our home to avoid the mold. We left the kids with our in-laws, with my in-laws, and we stocked up on gas and water and numerous supplies. We took down the wet drywall and insulation ourselves while waiting for insurance to call. When we finally did hear from them, the soonest that they could get to us was yesterday, 3 weeks after we had started the process. We haven't seen any insurance money yet, and I know that this is a slow process, but we are very fortunate to have family to lean on and stay with when many, many other teachers do not have this option. Educators all over Lee County have lost their homes completely beyond repair. They have lost their cars. They have lost all of their belongings, but they haven't lost hope. I have coworkers wondering how they're going to afford their high deductibles. I have teacher friends who are continuing to pay for their mortgage while also needing to pay for rent for an apartment now. Teachers are told that they can stay in a hotel when the nearest option is hours away. Another colleague was renting and needed to find another rental, which required security deposit, first and last month's rent, while also being a smaller place with a bigger price tag. And yet teachers are here at school. They are welcoming their students back. They are hugging them tight. They are listening to the students' horribly tragic stories with such compassion and care. They are a support system for their kids in their classrooms, even when they are the ones that need the support system. They are selfless and have continued to give their whole heart and soul to this teaching profession, even when they feel like they have nothing else to give. Teachers are truly amazing people. Amazing. So thank you today for giving educators a voice with this press conference. There are so many stories, very heartbreaking stories. I feel very thankful for my circumstances, and I find that, you know, there's many more teachers that are still in dire need of support. So thank you.
Okay, Jennifer Vine, President, CEO, Education Foundation of Sarasota County, and Membership Chair for the Consortium of Florida Education Foundations.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Governor, for the introduction. As the membership chair, I'm proud to be representing the 64 local education foundations across the state of Florida that really work in direct alignment with the school districts across the state. We focus very much on innovating learning, powering potential, and celebrating the success of wonderful teachers and educators. We've also unfortunately become great taskmasters at servicing the counties when it comes to hurricane relief. And so we're here today both with a great level of responsibility, but also with humility in knowing what's in front of us. We want to acknowledge, first of all, that as a membership organization, we raise annually $83 million each year to support nearly 98% of the students across the state of Florida, and it is an incredible honor as the Consortium of Florida Education Foundations to work with educators across our state. This moment today, though, we've also learned the paradoxical ability that storms have on us, and that is the ability to both cause great devastation, but also have the great capacity to unite our community. And it is through that vein that we're working to unite our community as educator champions. We have taken a front row seat in seeing the educators, as you've just heard, how they have taken their care and compassion and put those needs of students and others far beyond the needs of themselves. They have shown up, they've stood and delivered time and time again to care for and to educate our next generation of leaders. And so we are proud to be able to receive this incredible generosity from the governor's office and Lady DeSantis to support that effort. And so on behalf of the Consortium of Florida Education Foundations, we want to thank Governor DeSantis and Lady DeSantis for this great gift that, again, we know schools can be rebuilt, bridges can be replaced, cars will come again. But the capacity to restore hope, bringing the resiliency to educators back into the classroom to do what they do best, is priceless. And so from all of us, thank you, Governor and Lady DeSantis, for this incredible gift.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we actually have the check, so if you guys want to come, Lee County, where's, okay. We'll do everyone line up, we'll do the Charlotte. Sarasota. Hardy and Collier and DeSoto.
Hardy.
Hardy.
Thank you. DeSoto.
Yep. Collier. Okay. All right.
What you're looking at right there is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis awarding $2 million from the Florida Disaster Fund to help teachers that were impacted by Hurricane Ian. As he mentioned, several people, especially when you're talking about teachers, have been impacted by the storm that did cause extensive damage there throughout the state of Florida, including Southwest Florida, where he is right there, and over in Central Florida, where the flooding has also been very, very extensive. But again, that is a live look. Let's listen back in as he does possibly deliver more remarks.
Everybody for working hard, who's contributed to the fund. Happy to be able to make a difference. And as I said, as there's additional needs in the community, please reach out to our office, reach out to Florida DEM and the First Lady, and we want to make sure that we're getting the dollars where they can be the most impactful. But clearly now, when you're talking about folks who are teaching, who have a lot of problems with their own households, may not even have a household anymore, if there's ways that you can do to help that these foundations are going to have more capacity to do so. So I think it's going to be a great thing. The other thing, just to make clear again, I know the CDC has added the COVID shot for kids to the immunization schedule in the state of Florida. That will never be a pretext for there to be a mandate of COVID shots for kids. That is the parents' decision. That is not something that is appropriate to be mandated in our schools. And so that's the law that I signed into law last year because we saw where this was going, and it's something that we'll continue to uphold and make sure that that's the case. So I know a lot of parents have been concerned about that. Just know that in Florida, we're going to protect your prerogatives, and we'll continue to do that. Okay. All right. Anybody have any questions? All right. We'll be back soon. We'll see you guys. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. What you were just watching was the latest update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who has been speaking daily about the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. As you do hear there, DeSantis did award $2 million from the Florida Disaster Fund to help teachers who were impacted by that storm that made landfall as a very powerful Category 4 hurricane back on September 28th, making landfall in the Fort Myers area, which is where he was when he gave that news conference presenting the check there of $2 million from the Florida Disaster Fund. I do want to take you over to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will take a live look at all of your top stories from across the country and the world coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us for the latest. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You can see inside that courtroom in Waukesha, Wisconsin, where we do continue to cover the latest on the Darrell Brooks trial, the man who was accused of driving an SUV into a crowd at the Waukesha Christmas parade in November of last year. So a little less than 1 year ago, killing 6 people. Brooks is defending himself here. He did give emotional opening statements just yesterday. I'll provide more context on that in just a second, but I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
I will do that at the next break.
There was a legal matter that needed to be addressed beforehand,
I
so
will
we
do
don't
it.
have to take up time,
I will do
valuable
it at the
time
next break.
afterwards to address something that needs to be addressed now. That way,
Mr.
the
Brooks,
court and you
for the
yourself
third
are on
time,
notice.
I will address it at the next break. Call your next witness, please.
Are you asking me?
I'm directing you to call your next witness.
Your Honor, we're not going to move past this, seeing as how you took an oath to protect the Constitution. I have your oath. I have a copy of your oath right here. The oath that you took, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I'd like to continue with testimony.
Sir.
We have witnesses waiting for you. Please call your next witness.
The oath that you swore to protect the Constitution, which you are now not doing.
Mr. Brooks,
So you're going
call your
against
next
your
witness,
sworn
please.
oath. You're going against your sworn oath.
Mr. Brooks, call your next witness.
As you notify the jury every time when there's legal matters, we take them outside of their presence.
And we're going to take testimony right now. Call your next
I
witness.
merely seek to put you on notice on the record for something that needs to be brought to your attention and to the court's attention.
And I will address it at
That's
the
what
next
I'm
break.
merely seeking to do. It's something that shouldn't have to wait because it'll take up valuable time later. At least if I notify you right from the onset, you'll already know what we're looking at, and we can nip it in the bud before everything starts to roll. And
Mr.
then
Brooks,
it gets
I will
overlooked.
address it at the next break. If you want to write something down, that's fine, and give it to my clerk. I have nothing in writing. I know there's witnesses available and ready to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Your Honor, you have to answer this question. You're
Mr.
making a
Brooks,
judicial determination.
Call
to
your
rush
next
me to
witness,
judgment.
please.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor.
There's no rush to judgment
There is
here,
a
sir.
rush to judgment. If you won't address a legal issue that I informed you that I had some legal issues that needed to be addressed before you just run right past that, Your Honor. You're a public
Mr.
servant.
Brooks,
Are you not a
it
public
is
servant?
9:37. Call
It is
your...
8:37.
Sorry, 8:37. You're right. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment. Call your next witness,
We had
please.
a legal matter that needed to be addressed, and I'm merely trying to
And I'm
notify the court.
Telling
at
you
the
I'm denying the
onset.
request to address it at this moment. Call your next witness.
You said what?
I'm denying your request to address it at this moment. Please
How
call.
how can you deny
please
something that we're supposed to do before
Mr.
the jury
Brooks.
even comes out?
Call your witness.
I'm not seeking to be disruptive. I'm just seeking to understand why we do this
Everyone
every day.
is in the courtroom waiting for you. Please call your
Your
next
Honor,
witness.
we do this every single day. We've done it every single day. So I'm simply trying to make sure that the court is notified of
Put it
things
in
that
writing,
need to be
hand it to the
discussed.
bailiff, and if I deem it important enough to interrupt the witness, I will, but call your next witness.
How can I call a witness and write something down and do
You can
both?
take a minute
This
to
is the
write down what it is.
This
I'm
is
not
the
asking
reason
you
why
to...
it needed to be addressed beforehand.
Mr. Brooks,
That way
the
it
jury is
doesn't become an
remaining in
issue.
this courtroom. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment, sir.
Are you not a public servant, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks,
Do I not have your oath of office?
under
3 of them?
906.11, this court has the authority, as you know.
Do I not have,
call,
is this not a copy, or I asked for certified copies that you said on record that you would not provide for no good reason, that these are three of your
you are
oaths
doing this,
right
and I've
here.
repeatedly told you, you can see the jury's here.
You're
You're
doing-
doing this.
Listen, Your
we
Honor,
need to go
I'm
forward.
I'm not attempting to delay the proceedings. I'm not attempting to be disruptive. I'm merely trying to notify Your Honor in the court for the record beforehand. That way, everyone's at least on notice of the issues that need to be taken up, instead of waiting until a break or a lunch and things of that nature, which kills
In my
valuable
discretion,
time.
it's my authority. It's the courtroom that I'm
Your Honor,
presiding over. I'm not going to address
is
that
this-
at this moment.
is this not your
and
oath?
I'm not going to answer
Did you not
questions.
swear as a public servant that you would protect the
Mr.
United
Brooks,
States Constitution?
call
Did you not do
your
that?
witness.
3 times. I have all of them. Here, your oath, Your Honor, as a public servant. And
Mr.
now you're
Brooks,
rushing me to judgment
there's no
when
rush
I'm
to
doing
judgment.
things lawfully by trying to notify you and notify the court of issues that need to be addressed
Mr. Brooks,
beforehand.
we are in
These
the
were issues-
evidentiary phase of this trial.
Your Honor, you're
Call
rushing
your
me to
next
judgment.
witness.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor, and I object
I'm
to that.
aware of 3 witnesses who are here.
I object
Call
to
one
that.
of them, please.
Your Honor, I object to that.
Your objection's noted.
And I want a legal reconsideration of your ruling. If not, I reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling.
I understand.
I request a legal or factual basis for your ruling, a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law for your ruling, and if not that, an interlocutory, declaratory appeal for this matter, and if not, these need to be stayed until this matter is before a adjudicated court of competent jurisdiction, because we have not proven jurisdiction in this court as of yet. Subject matter jurisdiction has not even been proven on the record, Your Honor. I don't even know the true nature and cause of the charges against me. I don't even understand that part of it. I haven't been provided a complaint. I haven't, Your Honor, there's so many issues.
Mr. Brooks,
I'm not attempting to be disrespectful in any way.
We need to continue.
To delay the proceedings.
Your requests are denied.
Your Honor, I
and I'm going to instruct the jury at this point to disregard and not consider any of what has just happened since you walked in. It should not be held against Mr. Brooks in any way. These are legal issues that this court may or may not need to address, but they do not bear in any way on ultimately the issues that you as jurors will have to decide. And I'm instructing you to disregard what you have just heard and seen.
Your Honor, with everything that I just said, be made part of the record.
It's on the record. I'm telling the jury that it shouldn't affect anything that they're doing in any way.
Your Honor, it's a rush to judgment.
Mr. Brooks.
Because, Your Honor, I just showed your oath that you swore it took. You swore, you
Mr.
did
Brooks,
this, Your Honor.
Please call your next witness.
You took these oaths of offices. You did, Your Honor, 3 of them.
I understand my oath,
which is
sir,
very
well.
commendable that that you decided to be a public servant in these type of matters, Your Honor. I respect it to the fullest, but also you have to uphold these oaths. All
right, I'm going to have to excuse the jury since Mr. Brooks is not calling his witness. We'll hopefully bring you back out shortly.
You have to honor these oaths of offices. You have to, as a public servant, Your Honor. I respect you being a public servant. And this is not to take a shot at you in any way, but these
Mr.
issues
Brooks,
that I have,
stop. Please
they
stop.
need to be addressed. They need to be.
I'm excusing the jury. Can you please stop?
Your Honor, this is a rush to judgment. This is a clear bias.
Mr. Brooks, you are to stop talking.
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, or you will forfeit your right to be present at this
So you're holding
courtroom
me
for
in
the
contempt.
questioning of your first witness.
Because you're holding me in contempt.
I'm not holding you in contempt.
Then how can you remove me from the courtroom when I haven't given consent?
Mr. Brooks, I'm
How can you
advising
do
you
that?
at this moment to call your next witness, or you will forfeit the right to call these witnesses.
You can't take my
Under
Sixth Amendment
906.11,
right.
you are refusing to call a witness.
I didn't refuse anything, Your Honor, and you can't deny me my Sixth Amendment right, which is
Mr.
to
Brooks,
call
do you want to
witnesses,
be present in
which
this
is to subpoena
courtroom
witnesses.
while you question your first witness? Because it is now 8:44, and you've consistently talked in front of the jury who's no longer in this courtroom on issues that you have been advised and are fully aware are not relevant to their determination, despite what you believe the law
This didn't have anything
is.
to do with the jury,
Subject
Your Honor.
matter that is what you referenced in front of the
I
jury,
referenced
and then you
that
referenced
after I
my
had raised
oath.
the issues that I was trying
Subject
to
matter
raise.
jurisdiction, as you know, is not
As I don't
something
know.
the state has to be. The state
It has
must
to
prove.
be proven. It has to be. And
You
if
are
it doesn't,
frankly
show me lawful
confusing
law.
civil
Show me
jurisdiction
lawful law, Your
in
Honor.
federal cases with criminal court jurisdiction in the state of Wisconsin.
You don't have criminal.
That
you
has
don't
been
even
made
have,
abundantly
You don't
clear.
have subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction.
Mr. Brooks.
Or personnel jurisdiction. You don't. You haven't proven.
You have not.
You
I
haven't proven
excuse
for
the
record.
jury. I'll give you the opportunity to raise whatever issue it was, but you need to do it now or we're moving forward.
That's what I want to do. That's what I was attempting to do.
And if you interrupt me one more time, you're going to go do it from the other courtroom.
And so
you're
holding
being
me in contempt?
all right. He can go to the other courtroom and we will address these issues because
holding
you
me in
are
contempt?
not being respectful. You are disruptive. You are interrupting. I will give you one more opportunity. Don't interrupt me again. Don't roll your eyes at me. Don't sigh at me. You have delayed these proceedings now by 15 minutes because of your nonstop commentary. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to listen to you. What issue do you want to raise, sir?
So are you letting me make an offer of proof for my appeal?
No, because that's not what's relevant at this time, sir. If you don't need to make an offer of proof. Tell me what the issue is. You said you have a legal issue you want to raise before we get going. What is that issue?
Okay. The legal issue is this. Detective Casey yesterday testified for the second time under oath in reference to exhibits 13 and 14 that showed the backyard of my mother's home, which he stated that he had been to the home, had seen the backyard, all this stuff, when he did not, in fact, even speak with my mother. It was brought to my attention that my mother, in fact, never spoke to any law enforcement from Waukesha.
Would you like to add her to your witness list to call her?
Yes, I would.
All right, that's
because
fine.
She's
That's
willing,
how we'll address
she's willing
that.
to come.
But that's not something we needed to address this
It needs
right
to
away,
be addressed
sir.
because of the issue of the subpoena. That's the reason why it needed to be addressed. That's the reason why I was trying to attempt to
It
bring
could
it
have
to
been
your
done on a
attention.
break. All right, so
Will I be?
you're
because I
putting
have-
you're asking me to add Dawn Woods to the witness list for you.
Yes, but I also have a question about the subpoena.
The subpoena for whom?
For my mother. But I would also like to subpoena the phone records so it can be made part of the record of the conversation, since the prosecution listens to all the phone calls. They should be able to have heard that phone call as well. So they should be on notice of what was said.
I don't know what phone call you're referring to. If
I'm
you're referring to a
phone
jail
call
phone
from-
call,
I'm referring
then
to a jail phone call that was made last night, October 20th, between 7:54 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., which I'm sure the prosecution has heard by now. And that also brings up the issue of perjury testimony.
sir, the way that you will address the issues that you're talking about are to call witnesses to challenge that or to present the evidence in support of your position. If you're telling me you need to add Dawn Woods to the witness list, I approve of that. You can fill out a subpoena and I'll direct the state to serve that upon her, and at the appropriate time we'll have her brought, we'll indicate when in the order of folks she can be brought in. So I'll grant that request.
Will I be
In
able
terms of the jail records, you'll have to subpoena the appropriate custodian or a witness who can testify to that.
That's what I was trying to gain knowledge of. Because
Well, I can't give you advice on that,
I'm
sir.
not trying to ask for advice. Is that
That's
legal for
asking
me to
me
subpoena?
for, I can't direct how you do that. I can't tell you how to do that. You are acting as your own attorney and you will need to figure that out. So you have the subpoena forms. You can research the issues. You have access to legal research materials and other things. And that's how you'll have to address
I
that.
accept for value in return for value this document.
Was that a subpoena form? It is. Thank you. Is there any other witnesses you're asking to add to your, and you can also call Detective Casey if you want, just so you know.
So that make 3 times he's able to testify?
If you believe he has information that he hasn't testified to, I will give you permission to call him as well.
No, I don't think it'd be necessary. He know what he did.
Well, in any event,
And he know what he didn't do.
we're gonna bring the jury back out, and then I expect you to call a witness.
And just so I'm clear, because I was trying to get to that issue, what witnesses are here? Because I don't have any paperwork for Kohler. I don't know. how to
Douglas
pronounce
Kohler, Stephen Guth, and Erica Patterson. Of those 3, I expect you to call one of those witnesses.
I accept for value in return for value this document.
For the record, Judge, Attorney Witchow just handed to the defendant for his benefit the police report as it relates to the statement of Douglas Kohler, since he's claiming he does not have it.
Since I know that I don't have it. So let's make that record correct.
You don't have it with you in the courtroom is what you're saying.
I can't find it anywhere.
You've had it previously.
Yes, I had it at one point.
All right. Are you ready to proceed forward, Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury out.
So a heated exchange might be an understatement there, but you could see Darrell Brooks, the defendant there, going back and forth with the judge. In case you couldn't tell, Darrell Brooks is representing himself in this case. That is not the first heated exchange between the two. Brooks is on trial for driving into a crowd there at the Waukesha Christmas Parade back in November of last year, killing 6 people and injuring dozens of other people there. The trial has now been going on for more than 2 weeks, and it is likely that it is going to continue here. We did hear opening statements from Darrell Brooks just yesterday. I do want to play this latest update from our Fox Milwaukee station where they break down everything that did happen in court just yesterday.
Other charges for the attack on last year's Waukesha Christmas Parade.
And for so long now, roughly a year, there's only truly been one side told of this story.
Darrell Brooks asked the jury to keep an open mind as he began his defense.
This incident was not planned. This incident was not intentional.
But first, prosecutors recalled Detective Tom Casey to wrap their case. They showed 2 new videos, including this music video they say Brooks posted on social media, and surveillance video provided by his mother just hours before the parade to connect him to the red Ford Escape.
I have never seen anyone driving the vehicle besides the defendant.
Casey also testified the hat and detachable jacket hood found pinned to the windshield belonged to Virginia Sorensen. She was one of 6 people killed in the attack. Later, Brooks called 2 more of his witnesses, but neither one advocated for his defense. Nicholas Kirby says he told Brooks to leave during this scuffle between Brooks, his ex-girlfriend, and her friend minutes before the parade. Kirby later testified he saw the SUV not long after.
I saw a red SUV take off like a bat out of hell down Main Street.
And thanks so much to our Fox Milwaukee team for that report. That is a story that we will continue to cover and take you into the courtroom, live, raw, and unfiltered here, as we do on Live Now from Fox. You can also go to YouTube and search Live Now from Fox. We do have a stream up where you can watch everything going on there inside the courtroom. And while you're there on YouTube, hit that subscribe button and we'll send you just about everything going on a daily basis. Also, why not go to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everything, and follow us there as well. 9:53 on the East Coast and 6:53 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of your headlines from across the country and across the world coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get to just some of the updates that we are following from stories that we've been following across the country and across the world. The Texas couple connected to some horrifying allegations of child abuse are being held without bond in Louisiana. You might remember they were connected to an Amber Alert involving 5 children on Tuesday. 2 of their children escaped their house after apparently being handcuffed. They were seen on camera going door to door to ask for help, and court documents say they escaped what is being called a house of horrors. Duncan there allegedly made them drink bleach, beat them, and sprayed oven cleaner in their mouths if they talked too much. Again, that information coming from newly released court documents. It's not clear when Duncan and her boyfriend will be brought back to Harris County in Texas to face charges. All of the children are now safe. This story developing in the Houston, Texas area. Our Houston team does have the latest for us, and I do want to offer viewer discretion being advised here because some of the details are pretty disturbing.
40-year-old Zakia Duncan and her 27-year-old boyfriend, Jova Terrell, were arrested in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is after Duncan's 5 children were the subject of an Amber Alert. Duncan's 16-year-old twins escaped from the house. They were held in handcuffed here in the Houston area. They were seen in a Ring doorbell video trying to get help from neighbors. Court records show Duncan and/or her boyfriend made the children drink bleach, Lysol, and easy off oven cleaner if they talk too much. Investigators say Duncan would pour bleach on the kids' genitals. They were physically beaten time and time again. The children couldn't recall the last time they took a shower, and they were forced to eat their own feces and drink their own urine.
As I mentioned, some very, very disturbing details. We will bring you updates as we get them. A bit earlier, we heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, where he did award $2 million to teachers impacted by Hurricane Ian from the Florida Disaster Fund. We know the storm made landfall in southwest Florida more than 3 weeks ago. Next Friday does mark 1 month. The storm was a very powerful Category 4 with winds of 150 miles per hour. Southwest Florida experiencing extensive damage there, but in central Florida, flooding was the issue, and some of that flooding does remain all of these days later. This is a view of Sanford, which is a suburb of Orlando. Our Fox 35 Orlando team providing this update for us.
The flooding is still here, but just to give you an idea of how much things have changed just over a week ago, this floodwater stretched all the way to the end of this block past City Hall. And not far from here, people are still using boats to get to their homes.
As the water recedes, Sanford's waterfront is slowly starting to emerge. You can finally see the marina driving on a makeshift road made of dirt and gravel to get there. While most neighborhoods are getting back to normal, some are still trapped.
I've taken 5 people out today. People back in, bring one back out. Another guy wanted to go out, and he's been here 3 weeks. He hasn't been out of his house.
Robert Strader, a 70-year-old retiree, has been acting as the neighborhood's water taxi. He brought us along to get a better look.
It's now been 3 weeks since the hurricane, and this is still the only way some people are getting to their homes, taking boats in and out to get essentials. They say it's going by slowly as the water goes down, but every inch makes a difference.
The water is deeper than 2 feet in some areas, and some homes have had 8 inches of flooding. People still have to use water sparingly since wells and septic tanks have been damaged. After about 5 rides, Strader calls it a night.
I can't do this at night with the alligators. I mean, we got alligators, snakes, and this and that and the other, leeches.
At Sanford's only hospital, water still fills part of the parking lot. From a recent Harvard study, a warning that HCA Florida Lake Monroe Hospital could flood if another hurricane hits, though the hospital insists it's prepared to handle it.
And with the water receding, we're finally starting to get an idea of what things will look like. You can see here the road's going to be covered in mud and debris. The city won't know the full cost of this cleanup until all the water's gone. In Sanford, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team for providing that information there. We've been checking with our Fox 35 Orlando team and our Fox 13 Tampa team, as well as Fox Weather and Fox News, who have had crews all over the area throughout Florida covering all of that damage. At last check, the Lee County Sheriff, which is Fort Myers area, does say that 3 people are still missing. 109 of the 118 deaths caused by Ian are there in the state of Florida. But again, 3 people are still considered to be missing. It is 10:01 on the East Coast and 7:01 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into the headlines here and bring you the latest information about the COVID-19 vaccine and the shots here. So let's get right to it. Students could be required to roll up their sleeves and get the COVID-19 vaccine before heading to the classroom next year. This comes after a panel of medical experts recommended adding the shot to the list of immunizations. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan is in Atlanta with details of that controversial vote.
The CDC's independent vaccine advisors voting unanimously to recommend adding COVID shots to the agency's schedule of routine inoculations, which could potentially be a first step on the way to vaccination mandates.
And the motion passed 15 unanimously in favor.
It is now up to each state to decide if a child has to be vaccinated against COVID to go to school, even though the shots are only cleared for emergency approval for children aged 12 and under.
How does this change things? The CDC has a list of scheduled vaccines that it presents to the states. The states then vote state by state to use those vaccines or to mandate them in schools or not.
Students are already required to get several other vaccines, such as measles, hepatitis, and polio. But some, like the flu shot, are recommended but not mandated. The measure already getting pushback from parents, officials, and medical experts even before the vote.
This will be the first ever vaccine where there's no evidence to show a reduction in disease in the community.
On Wednesday, the panel voted to include COVID shots in the Vaccines for Children program, allowing the CDC to purchase and provide vaccines for poor and uninsured children in anticipation of the federal government ending COVID vaccine funding. The votes come amid warnings of a possible winter surge in cases as multiple subvariants of Omicron are emerging.
If you get vaccinated with the updated vaccine before Halloween, you can hug and kiss all your relatives for the holidays.
Many states are expected to keep the shots optional. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
And that's a story that has been developing here for quite a while. Our Fox 5 New York team taking a closer look at all of that to help break it down for us.
And the motion passed.
In a unanimous decision yesterday, a CDC advisory committee voted to add the COVID-19 shot to kids' immunization schedules. The panel's recommendation calls for children to start their vaccine series at just 6 months old. So what does it all mean moving forward? Dr. Julie Morita, a pediatrician and former member of President Biden's COVID-19 advisory board, explains.
Including this COVID vaccine in the routine childhood schedule doesn't necessarily mean that states and local jurisdictions are going to run to require this vaccine for school entry.
The CDC's vaccine schedules are updated every fall before going into effect the next year and are aimed at offering guidance to doctors and schools. But as Dr. Morita mentioned, the recommendation will not impose new mandates on anyone or change official policy. It can, however, impact how states decide which shots to mandate before kids enter kindergarten. The move is expected to come with mixed reactions and perhaps even pushback from parents. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has already made his stance on the matter quite clear.
As long as I'm around and as long as I'm kicking and screaming, there will be no COVID shot mandates for your kids. That is your decision.
The FDA has already approved 2 mRNA vaccines for COVID-19, the Pfizer series for those who are 12 and older and the Moderna series for adults 18 and older. Both series are authorized for emergency use in children as young as 6 months. And earlier this week, the FDA authorized the bivalent COVID booster for kids 5 to 11 years old. Health officials recommend getting the booster dose at least 2 months after finishing the initial vaccine series. Immunization rates among children, though, are still relatively low. Only 39% of kids aged 5 to 11 in New York have gotten their first 2 doses. And nationwide, just 1/3 of school-aged children are vaccinated.
Thank you so much for that report. That was our Fox 5 New York team with that information. I do want to go international now and talk about the ongoing unrest in Iran. This is video that does show some of those protests that have been underway, and my understanding is that some of them have gotten very violent. So I do want to bring in Gunesh Teskar, the director of the School of Politics and Security at the University of Central Florida. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So explain to me what the current situation is right now in Iran.
So the protest started very unexpectedly in mid-September after the tragic death of a young woman who was basically humiliated by the so-called Molotov police. She died, and it basically triggered lots of different protests in different parts of the country. They have been ongoing for more than a month. So they are not really very large protests compared to what we see in Iran, especially in 2019 or 2009. But they have been very resilient. So you basically have all these images of people from different backgrounds and from different parts of life in many different parts of the country, basically protesting the regime and basically calling for the overthrow of the regime. And the state response has been very brutal. It has been very repressive. Hundreds of people were killed, thousands were arrested, but then the unrest still basically goes on at the moment.
All right, so a lot of questions there. What, or who, I should say, is contributing to the abuse and the killings of civilians in Iran?
So Iran, obviously, in 1979, it became an Islamic republic, and sometimes it can be a bit confusing because the regime also has been very militarized. So it has many different security forces, ranging from the paramilitary forces, the police forces, from the regular army to the specialized forces. So at the moment, most of the killings, most of the repression was basically done by the security forces. I mean, we have not seen really the presence of the army in the streets, but then again, Iran has many different security forces who has been very repressive, very brutal, very violent in how they basically deal with the people on the streets. And this is not the first time we are seeing it because it has been happening on a regular basis, at least since 2009.
What's the significance of this form of protest? And while you're talking, we are actually looking at video that shows exactly what is going on.
So, I mean, Iran is not strange to protest because even in 1979, the Shah regime, the monarchy, was overthrown as a result of sustained protests in the entire country. And then, I mean, in the last 15, 16 years, we have been seeing protests against the Islamic Republic. The most significant was in 2009 after elections, but also in 2019 when there was a big hike in oil prices, in gas prices. I think what really distinguishes this protest is that the rights of women, their demands for having a life which is not characterized by humiliation, which is not characterized by the imposed hijab, became maybe the most distinguishing aspect of the protests we are observing in Iran at the moment.
And so back in September, I believe, 2 LGBTQ plus activists were sentenced to death for, quote, spreading corruption on Earth. And a few weeks later, a 22-year-old woman died while in custody. Do you think those events did play a role in this?
I mean, yes, definitely, and especially the death of that, she was actually a Kurdish woman. Iran has a large Kurdish minority, around maybe like, I will say 10% of the population, around 8 million people. And they have been subject to various forms of discrimination. So they are not only people who are discriminated because of their lifestyles, but because they are the ethnic minority. So after she died, a couple of days after the incident in Tehran, her body was taken back to the Kurdish areas. There was a big funeral, and then this basically triggered all this protests. I mean, Iran has a very high rate of capital punishment. Dozens, if not hundreds of people were killed every single year in the country. So it doesn't really result in much protest. So it was more like a moral outrage because of that woman's death in Tehran that basically created all this situation in the country at the moment.
At what point do you think the U.S. would step in to make a difference, help in any way, and can they help?
I mean, I have been studying Iranian politics for a long time, and maybe one thing I learned is that outside influences have been very limited. I mean, yes, United States make a deal or do not make a deal with Iran regarding the nuclear program. It may basically try to really limit Iranian influence in the Middle East. But when it comes to domestic politics, there's not much United States or any other country can do in terms of changing the trajectory of the system. I mean, maybe the best thing people can do is naming and shaming the Iranian regime, try to basically publicize the very brutal response in the country. But when it comes to actual policies and try to basically have an influence on the things going on the ground, I mean, to be honest, it was like maybe cynical or realist. There's not much the United States or any other country do, because I mean, ultimately, when you think about how the regimes change, they are overthrown, they are basically reformed, in the last analysis, it's always about the coercive power. So as long as the Iranian regime keeps its security forces under control, as long as the people are willing to open fire on armed protesters, basically torture and kill the civilians, yeah, the regime is going to survive. And they're not seeing anything in terms of defections, elite defections. The regime basically looks kind of solid from this perspective, despite the fact that there's lots of grievances in the society. I mean, but you can also make the argument that there are lots of bad regimes in the world, and they survive. I mean, just because people don't like the regime doesn't mean that the regime is going to be overthrown very soon. I mean, this would be maybe more cynical and maybe pessimistic view from my perspective. But as somebody who has been studying Iran for the last 20 years, this was my impression.
And my last question for you, a lot of people will say, well, this is going on in Iran. We're here in the U.S. What would you say to those people? Why is it so important for them to pay attention to what's going on?
I mean, I think we are living a strange world in the sense that unlike maybe the early 2000s or 1990s when there was more euphoria about democracy, about liberalism, we basically see the retrenchment of democracy. There are basically many authoritarian governments. They are basically becoming powerful. And here comes the Iran, which is always ruled by the same regime for the last 40 years. You basically see young women, young men who are very highly educated, who basically demand more rights. So in a sense, if just looking from the human rights perspective, from a more universal perspective, that's just very important because this basically gives more hope and optimism about how a Middle East may look like if there's a change in the Iranian society or in the Iranian regime. So again, it is basically going against the trend we have been seeing in the world nowadays, in the sense that authoritarian governments becoming more powerful. But here in Iran, you basically see that there's basically genuine protests in the society asking for more rights and for more liberties. I think it's just important by itself.
Thank you so much. Some great insight there. Is there anything that you want to add before we let you go?
I mean, I think this is not going to end very soon, so we'll basically see protests going on in the country. And I think just from from the perspective of the American public, it is important to keep solidarity with the Iranian people and try to basically publicize their struggle against a very repressive regime as much as possible. I think this is the best we can do under the circumstances.
Gunesh Teskur over at the University of Central Florida. We appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much. Some great insight, as I mentioned there.
My pleasure. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right, 10:13 if you are joining us on the East Coast, and it is 7:13 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We cover stories not just in the U.S., but all over the world. We go international quite a bit. We do have a lot of top stories that we're tracking very closely here. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of those stories coming up in just a few. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:16 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and it is 7:16 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. Look over to the left side of your screen right now where you can see what stories we are working on. We do know that 9 people were shot near a fraternity house off the Southern University campus in Baton Rouge. Police giving us very limited information, but saying that all the victims are expected to survive. We will follow that very closely. And at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, President Biden will be in Delaware to deliver remarks on student debt relief and his ongoing program. Right now, I want to go international because former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is up again for the same job months after he did resign. He's trying to gain support ahead of what is going to be a short, intense contest to replace Liz Truss as the leader of the nation. Truss quit on Thursday after a turbulent 44-day term, conceding that she could not deliver on her tax-cutting economic plans. The Conservative Party is holding a speeded-up race to replace her, which will see a new leader who will also become prime minister chosen within 1 week. The deadline is next Friday. Former Treasury Chief Rishi Sunak and House of Commons leader Penny Mordaunt are among the bookmarkers' favorites, along with Johnson, who, you may remember, was forced to resign by the party just over 3 months ago after becoming involved in scandals over ethics and finances. His return would be a remarkable resurrection for a politician who is popular and considered to be polarizing in equal measure. Johnson, who remained a lawmaker after stepping down as prime minister, has not said whether he will run, but his allies in parliament are working to gather that support. I do want to go over some of the basics that led to Liz Truss's resignation. So here is Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan with more for us from London.
Well, it's an absolute disgrace.
Londoners not mincing their words when it comes to the latest political upheaval. Liz Truss becoming the second prime minister to resign this year. She spent just 6 weeks on the job, becoming the shortest serving prime minister in British history. Truss says she was able to make some economic progress since taking office.
We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy.
But ultimately, it wasn't enough to win the confidence of lawmakers or the British public. Inflation here is at a 40-year high, forcing Truss to scrap her tax cut plan, a centerpiece of her election campaign. And with the economic situation expected to get even worse, analysts say the next prime minister will not have an easy job.
All it does is make the challenge of not cutting public spending, or the extent to which it's cut, even more difficult.
Officials say a leadership election will take place before the end of the month. Some familiar faces reportedly throwing their hats in the ring, including former Prime Minister Boris Johnson and former Finance Chief Rishi Sunak, who came in second in the previous election. But those choices are not sitting well with some Londoners who say it's time for change at the top.
I feel like we're going backwards. Are we going to become a third world country? What's going to happen? There's so much uncertainty.
President Biden says America's special relationship with the UK will continue regardless of who becomes the next prime minister. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
All right, I do want to take you live, raw, and unfiltered over to Polk County, Florida. That is in the central part of the state where Sheriff Grady Judd is now speaking after he says the county has had its largest fentanyl seizure ever, with 5 kilograms of fentanyl seized. I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
It's a lethal overdose. Now you extrapolate that amount in your mind over 5 kilos or almost 11 pounds of fentanyl that the HIDTA team, our Sheriff's Office, FDLE, Border Patrol, our State Attorney's Office working together, we seized this amount of drug, the most ever seized in the county. The drug is coming across the border in a greater amount than ever. In fact, We are told by some of the heroin growers, the poppy growers that convert their poppies to heroin, that they're seeing a lesser amount of heroin, being able to sell a lesser amount of heroin from their poppies because the opioid has increased. The market has changed. Folks, listen to me. Listen to me clearly. 80,000 people died of an opioid overdose. What would we be doing if any other country, pick one, Russia, China, spread a new disease here and killed 80,000 people in 1 year? That's what Mexico's doing to us. And they're doing it through an open border that everybody wants to make a political event over. The criminals are no fools. There's 3 groups in Mexico. 2 of them are allies. This cartel, Jalisco cartel, is messing up the deal. Sinaloa cartel and the Familia Michoacan, that's Polk County spelling or pronunciation, are allies. So now you got the Jalisco cartel. They're the ones that shot up the city hall. Since the current president of Mexico has been in place, 18 mayors have been killed. When they shot up the city hall in San Miguel, they killed the mayor. They also killed his dad. We do a pretty darn good job so far of keeping that kind of rampage south of the border. But if you open this border, like they're opening this border, they're bringing the product up here. When does that kind of activity move across the border? Because it will. Well, we're sitting here in our comfortable offices in Congress and in the White House, not worrying about it. Kind of like the congressional group, both Republicans and Democrats. The White House didn't worry as long as they were rioting in Portland and Seattle until they got to the Capitol building. Then it was a problem. It was a problem the whole time. If they continue to set in the position they are and continue to allow this fentanyl to come across the border, we're going to continue to have hundreds of thousands of people die needlessly. The end user doesn't understand, doesn't care where it comes from. But at the end of the day, it's not something to brag about that we've seized 5 kilos of fentanyl. It's really a sad state of border security affairs. So what do? They get this across the border and then they stamp it with pill presses. This is supposed to be a M30 blue oxycodone pill. It's made to look like the legitimate pills. You buy this on the street, you think, hey, somebody's ripped off a pharmaceutical. No. This is fraudulent. This is this raw fentanyl that's come from Mexico that went to someone's lab where they pressed a pill to look like a legitimate pill, and they're giving it to your child or a child near you. And they're dying. DRT. Every day. By the hundreds in this country. Why aren't people concerned? This is how it's coming to us, among other forms. So who are the folks? Let me introduce you to these folks that were involved in this. Ignacio Rodriguez, he's 28 years old. He delivered the 5 kilos. And here's what it came in. A child cereal box. 2 kilos were in the box. 3 kilos were in the cooler. That's right. Think about that for a minute. Borrowed the kids' Captain Crunch box to deliver the fentanyl. He delivered it. But let me introduce you to 2 of his counterparts. This is Mario Castro Salachi. He's 29. He's a money courier. He's the one that picks the money up for the two gangs that are friendly and makes sure that it gets back to Mexico. He lives in Raleigh, North Carolina. He wants to establish the fentanyl drug pipeline into Polk County for Central Florida. We stopped that. Our detectives, who are the very best, working with the Border Patrol, who is fighting this border crisis not only at the border but all over the United States, was with us, as well as FDLE. They're the best in the business. But you know what? He's here illegally. Did you hear what I said? He's here illegally. He doesn't have a driver's license, so he has a driver. Pedro Mondragon, he's 27. He's a U.S. citizen, and he's got a driver's license. So he is Mario's driver. So he says, come on, Mario, boom, boom, boom. We're going to go to Polk County from Manatee County and deliver drugs. And then Mario says, great. And I'll get the money, and we'll go down to the nearest area and wire this back to the Sinaloa cartel. Oh, they can't take the money today anyway because they're busy warring with the Jalisco group who just shot up San Miguel. That's happening every day. We are fueling that war in the United States when we buy their fentanyl, their cocaine, their methamphetamine. And you know, I'm not going to let the marijuana people off. They're also lacing fentanyl in marijuana. So when your kid goes out this weekend and he thinks he's getting him some marijuana, and that's all, he may be getting a deadly overdose of fentanyl to go along with it. Pedro said he wanted to be a police officer one day. That's amazing to me. So we're here today to announce the largest seizure ever. I'm here to tell you there is a direct nexus to warring gangs in Mexico. They sell methamphetamine, they sell cocaine, they are mainlining fentanyl into the United States and killing your children. Are there any questions?
Do these guys have priors, any of them, in Polk County or in the state of Florida?
In the United States, one of them, our driver, has a previous DUI. And you know why he's got the DUI? He hit a deer, and he pulled over to the side of the road and called law enforcement to report his vehicle crash. The other two don't have any criminal history in the United States. Well, folks, think about it. If you're from Mexico, and we don't know if they've got criminal history down there, if you're from Mexico and you cross the border to bring drugs and to transfer money back, it's a mess. Raleigh, North Carolina is the hub for this group, Raleigh, North Carolina. And then the drugs came to Bradenton, and we worked with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. But the reality, folks, is while people are trying to come across the border, even though illegally, but to improve themselves and their family, the cartels are taking advantage of that. And they're bringing their fentanyl and their methamphetamine through. Why Border Patrol's busy with this volume of people? It's got to stop. That 5 kilos of cocaine is capable of overdosing and killing 2.7 million people. I want you to look at this chart. That 5 kilos of fentanyl, I keep calling it methamphetamine because they lace it. That 5 kilos of fentanyl, it doesn't have to be mixed. Sometimes it's in a pill with inert ingredients. Sometimes it's mixed with meth. Sometimes it's mixed with cocaine. Sometimes it's mixed with marijuana. But that 5 kilos is capable of killing everyone in that many counties, wiping out everyone. 2.7 million people. That's how deadly this fentanyl is. I don't know what we have to do to get people's attention. First, the user at the bottom end, you keep using fentanyl, you're going to die. And you're not going to die of old age. And there's 80,000 opioid deaths to prove that in the United States. But the power players are people in Congress, our federal power players, the president. If you don't stop this, you're helping kill a lot of kids and a lot of people in this country that shouldn't die. We can only do so much at the local level, but we've got to rain terror down, not only on the illegal cartels. They have no rules. They'll kill 18 mayors. They'll shoot up city halls. We don't want that here, but that's a normal event in Mexico. But if we keep letting it leak across and leak across and leak across, and the drug floods across, eventually that will be here.
Grady, is fentanyl something that dealers put into weed, for example, to make it more marketable, or is it something that people actually go out, hey, that drug has fentanyl, like do people actually know they're taking it?
They usually buy the cannabis knowing it's laced with fentanyl. At least that's how they normally market it. But they get it by mistake. Or they get stoned and they get their piles of drugs mixed up. So they're pressing this fentanyl to make it look like oxycodone, legitimate pills. They are dusting it through meth, through cocaine, they're dusting it through cannabis, and then they're selling it and marketing it because it gives them a stronger high and a more powerful high. And they're looking for that ultimate high. Well, they're getting it. 80,000 of them got it last year out of 107,000 that died. But we got to work together. It breaks my heart to think that anyone dies of a drug overdose. And we're doing our part in law enforcement. But the brothers and sisters in law enforcement could use some help. Yes, sir.
I've seen reports of this stuff making it into candy as well. You got Halloween coming up. Do you have any tips or something for parents to look out for this kind of thing?
Sure.
Candy and stuff.
First off, I haven't seen any of this mixed with candy or Halloween candy. But the basic tip for Halloween is if it's not sealed and wrapped up, don't let your kids have it. But what I have seen is the marijuana gummies laying around, the gummies laced with methamphetamine laying around, and the kids accidentally picking it up in the house. But my point simply is to say I'm very proud of my detectives, who are simply the very best in the business, my undercover folks. And we're looking for the opportunity to take off more drugs. And in my relationship with FDLE, and we have Nicole Orr from the state attorney's office here. She's the lead prosecutor in these cases, and she's going to do her part. So at the end of the day, we've got the team working here. But dadgummit, people have got to wake up and understand that stuff is pouring in on us across the border, and it's killing our people. And there are gang wars over the market south of the border.
Where was the lab that pressed the fake counterfeit blue pills?
It doesn't have to be a lab. It can be someone who buys a pill press, and you can buy them online. So it's not always a lab. It's somebody in their dadgum bedroom that have bought a pill press. And can you imagine determining whether you live or not is, okay, here's your M30s, and the guy who's putting the fentanyl in with the inert ingredients, he's stoned tonight. And that's what we typically see. When we see one fentanyl death here, we usually see 2 and 3 and 4 close together. What happened is an overdose amount got mixed into that drug got sent down from the traffickers to the sellers to the customers, and we see 2 or 3 or 4, and then it goes away. And then a week or two, a month later, we see 2 or 3 or 4 die again. We've got another overdose amount. So it's not a structured lab as we would think in the real world.
We have a history, and there's press reports of this cartel in Florida and in Polk County. What is your agency doing to address this cartel particularly?
Well, we got 3 of them in jail. We investigate these cartel people every day. Every day. And we not only investigate them here, we try to track them back to Mexico. How much luck do you think we get extraditing cartel members when they're killing mayors 18 at a time? How you got to get someone to deal with them, take them in custody when we identify them, and get them to us. And that happens. But we were working a large meth operation a few years ago, and while we were down there with our undercover operatives in Mexico, they cut the head of the police chief off. That slowed things down a while. So my point is, these are very violent gangs, and if you get in their way, they murder you. They shoot up the entire city hall. Folks, this is not just people coming across the border because they want to do better for their community or for their family and their community. This is organized criminals that are flooding their fentanyl and their methamphetamine and their cocaine through the border. And dadgummit, we've got to make a political issue out of it, where if this political party wants to stop it, then that one thinks we shouldn't. And that is wrong, wrong, wrong. Shame on all of you. They ought to toss all your butts out of office and get some people in there that want to protect that 80,000 people that are dying of an opioid death, or those 107,000. Any other questions? I can't think of another way to badmouth these guys, but if y'all help me out, I'll try. Y'all have a good weekend, and know this: we're going to protect your children. We're going to arrest these traffickers. We're going to send them to prison for a long time. But you know what we've done here? We've taken the competition away from another set of traffickers. Take care. Have a good weekend.
All right, what you were just watching was the latest update. This is coming from Sheriff Grady Judd. He's over in Polk County, Florida. That is the central part of the state, where he says this has been the largest fentanyl bust in Polk County's history. It's 11 pounds of fentanyl, which the DEA says is enough to kill more than 2.5 million people. You heard that right. 11 pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill 2.5 million people. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will take a look at more of your headlines from across the country and across the world coming up here in just a few minutes on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Russian President Vladimir Putin declared martial law in the annexed regions of Ukraine just days ago. I spoke with an expert on Russia-Ukraine relations about what that means, where the war stands, and going back to the basics, what started all of this in the first place. Dmitry Gorenberg, thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So we learned earlier this week that Putin had declared martial law in those annexed areas of Ukraine. What exactly does that mean?
Well, it means that his authorities now are expanded in those regions. In other words, the Russian Constitution, for what it's worth, is just partially suspended in those regions, and the military has kind of supreme authority in the regions.
What does that indicate? Does it indicate that he feels defeated and that he's doing this as kind of a last resort, or what would you say it indicates?
I don't think defeated is quite the right word. I think it's more that it creates more options. It's basically increasing the flexibility for the occupation authorities in those regions to do whatever they want. For example, removing the civilian population, which is what they've announced that they're doing now, from Kherson to other parts of the occupied territories, or even to Russia, which is something that is not allowed. Sort of forced relocation is not allowed by regular Russian law, but in these conditions of kind of military rule, essentially, they can do that.
And where does the war stand now? At this point, we know that those power stations in Ukraine have been hit, so hundreds of thousands of people are without power, without water. Where does the war itself stand?
Well, yeah, so there are a couple of different aspects to it. On the one hand, yes, we see these attacks on civilian infrastructure. As far as I know, it's not that what the Ukrainian government has initiated is kind of rolling power cuts. So similar to if you had a power grid that was overwhelmed by some other reasons, such as if it's like a heat wave in the summer or something like that. Except here it's because some of the facilities are out of commission because of the bombings, and so they're having to kind of, in essence, ration electricity so that everyone can have some, so they cut it at certain times in certain areas. That, I think, is indicative of a limited range of options for Russia. They've resorted to this kind of attacks on civilian infrastructure because of their reversals on the battlefield in the last few weeks. And so what we're seeing is, as they've lost territory in both the east and the south, in the Kharkiv region and in Kherson, they have kind of lost any sense that they can reverse the momentum and go on the offensive in the near future. I'm talking about the next couple months or thereabouts. This is again from their perspective. So what this is kind of by attacking civilian infrastructure, they're basically trying to show their domestic population that they're still, they can still do something. They still have some power, and to also try to weaken the resolve of the Ukrainians as they suffer through these power outages, but the potential of a cold winter and so forth, that it might be better to come to some kind of terms rather than to keep fighting, even though Ukraine continues to gain territory. So that's kind of the big picture. On the battlefield, what we're seeing is continued Ukrainian advances, slower than they were a couple weeks ago, but there's still some progress being made. There's still the potential for retaking Kherson in the next few weeks. Not a certainty. I mean, none of this kind of warfare, nothing's a certainty. But the conditions are such that it's certainly possible. And I think this kind of forced evacuation is an indication that the Russian side also feels that they're in a difficult situation in that region.
Do you think when this all started that Putin thought that Zelensky would back down?
I think yes. Either that Zelensky was a coward and would run away, or that he would be captured or killed by the special forces that were sent into Kiev for that purpose early on. So I think that was a miscalculation on Putin's part, that and Zelensky turned out to show great personal courage and also great charisma in then kind of mobilizing the Ukrainian population during those very difficult early days of the war, when even as we now know, a lot of Western intelligence agencies thought that Ukraine would be likely to lose quite quickly, and obviously that didn't happen.
And you kind of touched on this, but what are your thoughts on Zelensky's leadership during all of this?
Well, it turned out to be the right person for the right time. He was by all, I'm not particularly a close student of Ukrainian politics on a day-to-day, pre-war basis. But from what I've read and other experts I've talked to, he wasn't a particularly great, kind of peacetime regular president in terms of like the bureaucracy, managing the bureaucracy, managing interest groups, and also those kinds of things. But he turned out to be the right man for this situation, whether it's because of his background as kind of a stand-up comedian, which obviously being in that kind of role takes personal courage, right? You have to kind of be willing to stand up on camera and take those kind of risks, and maybe that translates to some extent to kind of a willingness to take risks, and also just the charisma again of being from that acting profession. He's kind of worked on that, and he has the delivery. He understands how media works. He can do those TV addresses, to the nation that really kind of galvanize support. And I think it's really helped a lot in terms of morale in a very difficult time for the Ukrainian people.
What is, in your opinion, Putin's next move?
I think that Putin's banking on trying to divide the West and reduce support for the war effort in Ukraine. And that's being done through a kind of a variety of ways, including the energy weapon, obviously, cutting energy supplies to Europe, which increases prices, which increases people's discontent, and maybe puts pressure on leaders to try to come to terms. There's certainly some, we just saw in Italy, some of these leaks of tapes of Silvio Berlusconi, who may be in the next governing coalition, talking about how Putin is his friend and that sort of thing. So there are those kinds of efforts to undermine unity. There's similar kinds of things going on in the United States as well, as we've seen in recent weeks. And so I think his hope is that Western support for Ukraine fades by next spring, and Ukraine faces, as I mentioned, a difficult winter, and that there is a desire to come to some kind of talks or something to make a deal, where at this point I think that Putin would be satisfied with cementing for the moment the territorial gains that he's got, with the possibility of down the road restarting the conflict, of course, reconstituting the military and doing it again a few years later. I think that's the strategy right now. So he thinks that Russian unity is stronger than Western unity, and that he has to just outlast the next few difficult months. And we'll see if how that gamble plays out.
And I guess the question here, is there any end in sight to all of this?
I think that this is going to be a relatively long war. I think that, in the definition of what does it mean to be a long war, it's been changing, right? When last spring people thought, well, it'll be a long war, it'll last into 2023. Now I think it's difficult to see it ending in 2023. It might, especially if there are divisions within Russia, Russian elites that, cause some kind of, perhaps even removal of Putin. I think that's unlikely, but it's not, it's more likely than it was before the war started. Let's put it that way. So I think there is some chance of that happening. Other than that, I think that Ukraine's chances of retaking all of the territory of its boundaries prior to 2014 quickly are pretty low. In the longer term, it's possible, and so I think that there's it's going to continue, maybe at a lower intensity over the winter, but I think it will continue well into next year.
Dmitry Gorenberg, thank you for being here. Is there anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Maybe just one thing on, one issue that's come up in recent weeks is that this mobilization that Russia announced on, requiring men of a certain age in Russia to be, called up into the military. And obviously that initial process was quite chaotic. And we've seen a lot of reports of both in terms of who was being called up, mistakes being made, the people that were sent out off into and joining the military, not having good conditions and having maybe not enough insufficient training. That's all true, but I think that we shouldn't underestimate the value for the Russian military of just having more bodies, right? So that even if those people are not as well trained as they would like, just having them in the trenches slows down the Ukrainian advances. And I think that's one of the goals that the Russians had in starting that effort. The other goal is to form new units with the possibility of launching more offensives in the spring. So those would get more training. I don't think that those units are going to be good enough, or there are going to be enough of them to actually succeed at the counteroffensives, but I think that that's part of their sort of longer term strategy.
All right, well, thank you for that great insight and information. We appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again soon.
Thanks for having me.
And I'm sure we will definitely be talking to him again soon as we do see the war progress. Once again, if you weren't watching earlier this week or at the start of that interview, Russian President Vladimir Putin did issue martial law, declaring martial law there in the annexed regions of Ukraine, 4 of them that were illegally annexed. So he kind of explained exactly what that entails. It is now 10:58 on the East Coast and 7:58 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick break, but we will be right back with more of your headlines. Stay with us.
In U.S. politics, Steve Bannon has been sentenced to 4 months for defying the January 6th subpoena.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, a live look here at the big board. This is going to wrap up a week where we've had a lot of big breaking news happening, especially with what has been going on overseas. Just across the pond yesterday, we heard the big news that Prime Minister Liz Truss was stepping down, resigning from that position. President Biden yesterday asked if he thought that could affect the U.S. economy. He said he didn't think so, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Plus, we're still dealing with inflation as well as upcoming elections. That is just less than 3 weeks away. So there has been a lot of big top issues that have been discussed with all of the candidates from across the country. Live Now from Fox is going to continue to keep you posted on all of the races, and especially leading up to the election, keeping you up to date on what you need to know. What we're going to do, though, is show you just quickly a couple different live pictures that we have happening. As we have been mentioning, there is a live stakeout camera here. This is all surrounding possibly having some remarks following the Steve Bannon sentencing. So if we do have any attorneys or anyone else stepping in front of these microphones, we'll of course be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Plus, we do also have a roundtable happening at this time. This is with Speaker Pelosi out of Chicago, where they're talking about reproductive rights. And this has been going on for some time. So what we always like to do is play things from the beginning. That's when a lot of the first off the top important items are happening. So what we want to do is go back to the beginning of that, of course, be playing it from the start. So Live Now from Fox wants to say thank you again to everyone who has been watching here with us. Let's go ahead and take you out to Chicago, where Speaker Pelosi, again, is hosting a roundtable on reproductive rights.
Everybody, my name is Jim Scoggsburg. I'm the President and CEO of Advocate for More Health. And Madam Speaker, Congressman Caston, and it's a great honor to host you here today, and so many distinguished healthcare leaders from around the state. On behalf of Advocate Good Samaritan Hospital, welcome. We are glad to have you here. Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Caston, for your service to our country. There are many things that we are grateful for with respect to healthcare policy and the role you both have played. In the interest of time, I'm going to call out three, and these are three important ones, so please, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. First, thank you for passing the Dr. Lorna Breen Healthcare Provider Protection Act, which supports mental and behavioral health services for healthcare providers who have been impacted by COVID-19. Second, we're thankful for the critical pandemic relief that you provided to the nation's healthcare system through 20 and 21. Because of those resources, we were able to keep our team members fully employed and meet the demands of the communities that we serve across Illinois and Wisconsin. And that's true for the entire nation. We remain hopeful that the Congress and the Biden administration will also act later this year to avoid pending Medicare cuts to hospitals, physicians, and home health providers. Those proposed reductions come at a time of significant shortfalls, unprecedented inflation, skyrocketing supply and workforce costs, and longer length of stay due to a shortage of home health and nursing home workers. And then third, lastly, we're grateful for your steadfast commitment to advancing health equity, reducing disparities, and increasing access to health care. Nearly 1 million Illinois residents have gained access to health care through the Affordable Care Act, either because of Medicaid expansion or through the health insurance coverage exchange. We know that this coverage has had a material impact on each of those 1 million individuals. Again, thank you, Madam Speaker and Congressman Caston. We're delighted to host you. And now, to introduce our guests more fully and more properly and kick off the discussion, let me hand it over to Representative Sean Caston. Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. Thanks to everybody for coming. Thank you to our speaker for taking the time out of her schedule to be here. I wanted to talk about why here and why today, and this is heavily informed by the Dobbs decision, but it is more broadly about public health. When the Dobbs decision was passed, 13 states in the country immediately banned abortion. Those include Wisconsin to our north, Missouri to our west, Kentucky to our east. It includes every state south of Illinois all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Indiana and Iowa had bans in effect that were temporarily stayed by the court. Illinois did not have that because of the leadership of my friend, State Senator Melinda Bush, who in 2017 put rules in place to make sure that this didn't happen. And And I want to stress that whatever your views on abortion, there is absolutely no evidence that reducing access to abortion reduces the incidence of abortion. It just causes women to have to travel to other places. And we are here in Illinois because, on the one hand, I think we can become complacent and say, well, in Illinois, these rights are protected. And yet, as the people around the table can explain with much more eloquence than I can, we've seen a 8-fold increase in the number of people traveling in from out of state to seek abortion care in Illinois. In downstate hospitals, 3 to 4 day waits for abortion care have become 3 or more week waits for abortion care, which is getting very close to the point where that is effectively a ban. I don't need to explain the biology to you. Hopefully you all understand that. But it's important to understand also that this is not just about abortion. This is 50% of our society who has the potential to become pregnant. This is about, do we provide that 50% of society with the agency to separate intimacy from procreation? Do we provide that 50% of our society with the ability to have a thoughtful, informed discussion about how they balance career and families? Do we provide that 50% of our society with the ability to confront issues of partner violence or sexual assault and not have that change the entire trajectory of their life? And so this affects the physical health of women in our country. It affects generational wealth of their families, and it affects mental health. And so what my fear is, and what I'm hoping you can educate us on, because I'm not here to be an expert. I think I speak for the speaker and myself in saying that you all are the experts. Our job is to try to legislate in ways that informs this. But I would like to understand, what are the pressures that you are seeing in the Illinois healthcare system as a result of this, and how does that ripple through? Because, of course, if you're seeing this surge in beds in Illinois, those beds are not only used for one type of service. With that in mind, I'd like to try to have as much of a discussion as we can, but I think for the benefit of the audience, it would be helpful to start with just a quick introduction of who everyone is around the table. And so, Maria, why don't we start with you, if I've got my table right, and we'll run around the table and just introduce the audience so we understand where the perspectives are.
Thank you for having me, Speaker and Congressman. I am Mariah Ramondar. I'm a pediatrician, adolescent medicine specialist at Lurie Children's and an assistant professor at Northwestern. I am here representing Physicians for Reproductive Health and the American Academy of Pediatrics, where I hold some leadership positions.
Hi, I am Dr. Mayraj Jalil. I am a pulmonary and critical care specialist. I work primarily at RML Specialty Hospital. My care involves providing acute inpatient care to patients in the ICU setting, particularly those with complex medical illnesses and those that are requiring ongoing ventilator support. I have seen firsthand how COVID has impacted the infrastructure of how healthcare is provided, and I have many women patients who are often the primary providers for their families, and the inequities have only compounded during the pandemic, so I'm here representing that. And I wish to express, also my thanks to you, Representative Kasten, and Madam Speaker, for being here and being part of this wonderful panel. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. I'll second that. My name is Orrin Jacobson. I'm the co-founder and co-executive director of an organization called Men for Choice. We started here in 2015 and have proudly worked alongside Planned Parenthood and ACLU to expand healthcare, abortion rights and access in the state over the last 7 years. And we now organize, activate, educate men into the fight for reproductive freedom in multiple states, Florida, Georgia, and Illinois in particular. Our goal in our work is not just to have men understand how and why to be allies in this fight, but to help them understand how they are actually stakeholders in this fight with something to lose in this fight. And beyond that, I'm here today to listen to all of you, to learn from all of you, and then to consider how I bring your voices back to the men that we engage, to make sure that they understand what you need them to understand, and they more forcefully and fully stand alongside you in this fight.
Hi, my name is Irene Sua Park. I am a current high school senior at the Illinois Mathematics and Science Academy, but I'm also the founder and director of the Sex Ed Initiative, which is a youth-led nonprofit dedicated to reforming sex education in high schools around the world. So I'm here today to represent youth who want to get their voice heard to legislators.
Hi, my name is Maliha Sela. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist with Dooley Health and Care at Edward Hospital. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of this amazing group of people. Thank you, Madam Speaker and Congressman. It's such a pleasure to be here with you today. I have been a general OBGYN for 8 years in the community, and I've seen a significant change in how I practice on a day-to-day basis after the Dobbs decision. I'm noticing a significant increase in anxiety among my patients as far as how far their reproductive freedoms will last and how long they will last. And so I think this is a very timely conversation, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Ann Windsor, an OBGYN in practice for over 25 years, and I now serve as Vice President for Women's Health at Advocate Aurora. One of our great challenges is addressing healthcare disparities, particularly related to maternal health. Unfortunately, as you know, women do still die of complications related to pregnancy, which is another reason why this topic is so important, and there are significant disparities in severe illness and mortality related to maternal health in our country. So thank you so much for highlighting the importance of women's health for our families and our communities.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm in my 70s. I'm a grandmother of 3 young women. I'm a nurse.
All right, guys, going to switch away from this event. We were waiting for some remarks about Steve Bannon, who was sentenced to 4 months for contempt. Let's go ahead and bring that news conference to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Or any discussion to go before the jury as to why Mr. Bannon reacted as he did to the subpoena on the advice of counsel. Thank you very much. Look forward to adjudicating the appeal.
Your silence was
His silence was at my direction.
Yeah.
Legitimate. Hang on. I want to. By the way, I want to say one thing. I respect the judge. The sentence he came down with today is his decision. I fully respect. I've been totally respectful of this entire process on the legal side. I also want to make one other statement before I talk about a broader topic. More than any person in the Trump administration, I testified before the Mueller Commission for more hours. I testified in front of Chair Schiff in the House Intelligence Committee more than any other person in the Trump administration. I testified in front of the Senate Intelligence, I think more than any. All about the issues related to Russiagate, to all of that, okay? The same process every time. I had lawyers that were engaged. They worked through the issues of privilege. And at that time, I went and testified. And this thing about I'm above the law is an absolute and total lie. Now, more importantly, the judge, today was my judgment day by the judge. And he stated for the appeal. And we'll have a very vigorous appeals process. I've got a great legal team. And there'll be multiple areas of appeal. But, as that sign says right there, can we have the vote sign? On November 8th, on November 8th, there's going to have judgment on the illegitimate Biden regime, and quite frankly, the Nancy Pelosi and the entire committee. And we know which way that's going. Either they've already been turfed out, like Liz Cheney, right, or have quit like Kinzinger and other the Democrats, or they're about to be beaten like Luria and others, or they will lose their power and become a minority, and Nancy Pelosi and Chairman Thompson, all of it. This is democracy. This is democracy. The American people are weighing and measuring what went on with the Justice Department and how they comported themselves. They're weighing and measuring that right now, and they will vote on November 8th. They will hang on. They will vote. Hang on. They will know. They will know. Can I go ahead and finish? Can I? Thanks. On November 8th. On November 8th, The American people will raise judgment, and we will groom. The Biden administration ends on the evening of the 8th of November. And some other thing is that the Department of Justice, Merrick Garland, will end up being the first Attorney General that's brought up on charges of impeachment, and he will be removed from office. Thank you very much.
Welcome back here, and thank you. We were just listening in to Steve Bannon, who was speaking after being sentenced to 4 months. Now, this is the former Trump advisor who, again, was just sentenced in Washington, D.C. for contempt of Congress. Now, Bannon was convicted in July on 2 contempt of Congress charges for ignoring subpoenas from the House committee investigating those January 6th riots. And prosecutors told the judge Bannon should be sentenced to 6 months behind bars and pay a $200 fine. He's also facing trial in New York for allegedly defrauding donors on the We Build the Wall effort. Live now from Fox here, giving you this live breaking news happening out of Washington, D.C. Again, Steve Bannon today sentenced to 4 months for contempt. We're going to be continuing to follow this breaking news. If there's more remarks made, not only by Bannon's attorneys and others, but also on the other side, on prosecutors, if they step up to our microphones, speak about this case, we're, of course, going to be bringing it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to step away for a brief break. More to come right here in just a moment. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we have some big news to report here to you today. Steve Bannon, a longtime ally of former President Donald Trump, he's been sentenced to serve 4 months behind bars after defying a subpoena that was from the House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. A judge allowed Bannon to stay free pending appeal and also imposed a fine of $6,500 as part of the sentence. Now, Bannon was convicted in July for 2 counts of contempt of Congress for refusing to sit for a deposition and the other for refusing to provide documents. U.S. District Judge Carl Nichols handed down the sentence after saying the law was clear that contempt of Congress is subject to a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 1 month behind bars. Bannon's lawyers had argued the judge could have sentenced him to probation. Instead, prosecutors had asked for Bannon to be sentenced to jail for 6 months. We do have live cameras staking outside of the courthouse. So we have 2 different areas that we have microphones set up. If we do get more remarks outside of these courthouses, of course, we'll be bringing it to you live. But I do want to just replay those short, brief remarks that we had coming from Steve Bannon himself, who had said, quote, "I respect the judge's sentence." So let's go ahead and re-listen into those remarks that were made just moments ago.
The constitutional issues involved in this case are very important, but Mr. Bannon never got to tell the reasons for his actions with respect to the subpoena, never got to tell his story because the government insisted from day one on prohibiting any mention, any evidence, or any discussion to go before the jury as to why Mr. Bannon reacted as he did to the subpoena on the advice of counsel. Thank you very much. Look forward to adjudicating the appeal.
Your silence was noteworthy during the case, Mr. Bannon.
His silence was at my direction.
Yeah. Hang on. I want to. By the way, I want to say one thing. I respect the judge. The sentence he came down with today is his decision. I fully respect. I've been totally respectful of this entire process on the legal side. I also want to make one other statement before I talk about a broader topic. More than any person in the Trump administration, I testified before the Mueller Commission for more hours. I testified in front of Chair Schiff in the House Intelligence Committee more than any other person in the Trump administration. I testified in front of the Senate Intelligence, I think more than any, all about the issues related to Russiagate and to all of that, okay? The same process every time. I had lawyers that were engaged. They worked through the issues of privilege, and at that time, I went and testified. And this thing about I'm above the law is an absolute and total lie. Now, more importantly, the judge, today was my judgment day by the judge, and he stated for the appeal, and we'll have a very vigorous appeals process. I've got a great legal team, and there'll be multiple areas of appeal. But as that sign says right there, can we have the vote sign? On November 8th, on November 8th, there's going to have judgment on the illegitimate Biden regime, and quite frankly, Nancy Pelosi and the entire committee. And we know which way that's going. Either they've already been turfed out like Liz Cheney, right, or have quit like Kinzinger and other the Democrats, or they're about to be beaten like Luria and others, or they will lose their power and become a minority, and Nancy Pelosi and Chairman Thompson, all of it. This is democracy. This is democracy. The American people are weighing and measuring what went on with the Justice Department and how they comported themselves. They're weighing and measuring that right now, and they will vote on November 8th. They will hang on. They will vote. Hang on. They will know. Can I go ahead and finish? Can I? Thanks. On November 8th, the American people will raise judgment, and we will groom. The Biden administration ends on the evening of the 8th of November. And some other thing is that the Department of Justice, Merrick Garland, will end up being the first Attorney General that's brought up on charges of impeachment, and he will be removed from office. Thank you very much.
So once again, some brief remarks from Steve Bannon himself following this sentencing. We still have more cameras outside of the courthouse. Of course, if we get more reaction following this sentencing of Steve Bannon, who was sentenced to 4 months for contempt, of course, we will be bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Live Now, going to step away for a brief break again. When we return, going to continue giving you more press conferences, top stories happening all across the country. We'll see you right back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to keep a close eye on these microphones. This is set up outside of the courthouse where Steve Bannon was just sentenced to 4 months behind bars for contempt of Congress. Let's go ahead, though, get back into some of the other press conferences we've had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Going to take us back out to Chicago, where we were listening in at a roundtable with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as they focus on reproductive rights in the state of Illinois and across the country.
Women are afraid. Women are worried about using menstrual cycle apps, not wanting to travel to states where they feel like women don't have rights. They're living in silent fear. These are women who live in Illinois, where abortion is still legal. I look forward to discussing this issue more with my colleagues and figuring out how we can help these women. Thank you.
Speak.
I feel pretty emotional listening to the evidence that you bring to the table that we do know about, but you can document as to what this means to women. First, let me thank each and every one of you for what you do and for being here today. I want to acknowledge Isabel, who is here and from grade school, taking off today to be part of our proceedings. Thank you, Isabel. It's about the future. It's about our children and the world that they will live in. And it's about the decisions that their families have to make. Let me thank you all for sending Sean Casten to the Congress of the United States. He has been a respected, strong voice on many subjects in the Congress, and certainly this one, a steadfast voice for reproductive freedom, advancing the fight to defend women's most basic freedoms. Now, understand what we have, the bills that we have just put Roe v. Wade codification, enshrinement into the law, not one vote from the other side, not one vote from the other side. And then we put on the floor, and Congressman Casten very much a part of this, a bill to ensure that women have access to contraception. 9 Republican votes. That means 200 voted no. So understand that. And then he's been a champion, again, on the federal right to birth control, as we said, but also the right of women to travel. Imagine that they would vote against women having the right to travel for their reproductive health. So I thank him for that and for bringing us together here. Now, Deborah introduced herself as a grandmother. I introduced myself as a grandmother, but also as a mother of 5 children in 6 years and 1 week. So I'm very respectful of people making their own personal decisions. I come from an Italian, very Catholic background, very liberal in politics, but conservative in some of these other issues, we think we're pro-life, but whatever they want to call themselves. And so I respect other people's point of view, and I want them to respect other people's point of view. I have for a long time in the Congress, and I say this not to talk about my experience, but just so you know, for decades, been trying to say to people, this isn't just about abortion, it's about contraception, it's about birth control. I have had fights with our colleagues over the years, where they have said to me, don't you understand, we're not for any family planning, domestic or global. So I want you all to know your power in all of this, because when you talked about, when Jennifer talked about Planned Parenthood, a number of years ago, there was an attempt for them to take the funding out of the bill. Now, there was no funding for Planned Parenthood, but it was funding for the programs that Planned Parenthood avails itself to, but they wanted to exclude them from that. But because of public sentiment, that failed. It wasn't just because of the votes. They had the majority then, but because of public sentiment. So, again, know your power in all of this. So here's the thing. This is a constitutional issue. The rights of privacy, precedent issue of the court, which they all said they would respect, right? But they didn't. So it's a constitutional issue. It's a systems issue. We're talking about what it means, anxiety, trauma. We're talking about mental health issues. And I want to thank President Skogberg for what he said, thanking us for the legislation, but also recognizing two things, the mental health aspects of everything we do, but also what it means to the providers, the caregivers, the nurses, the doctors, everyone associated with this, and the jeopardy that you've discussed that it puts them in legally, but really it comes down Constitution, systems, personal to women and their families. What right does a judge or a member of Congress have to come to the kitchen table of America's families and weigh in on size and timing of family, or even if there is any interest in going forward? So we have some real challenge, but the impact on providers, whether it was COVID, and we wanted to be sure we were protecting our providers, whether it is in any aspect of our healthcare system to make sure we have the resources needed to honor the work of ours, the education piece of it, so important, not just for doctors, but for nurses and other providers. And to come right down to it, it's a disparity issue. We know it, and you said it, it always has been. It always has been. So I want to just acknowledge that our president, in everything that he has done, whether it's infrastructure, whatever bill he's put out there, it's always about addressing disparities of access, justice, bringing justice to it. We know that women of color and women at lower income level would have a real problem traveling to another state, acknowledging why they're doing it, having the money to do it, and the rest. So again, it's a justice issue, and we owe everyone the respect to make their decisions, to live up to their responsibilities. As I say, I came from this family which was very, shall we say, in their own direction, not activist or anything, but just that's what they believe. Good for you. We respect that for you. But don't think that you are making a determination as to how other families are. So they're a little concerned about my activism on this subject. But I said, well, when you have 5 children, 6 years in 1 week, then we can have this discussion. But again, what a blessing for us, my husband and me, what a blessing for us. And I have 4 daughters, 2 granddaughters, 9 grandchildren, mostly boys, though. But for them, too, we have to do this. So it's urgent. It's urgent. Who would have ever thought that the Dobbs decision would come down in such a gleeful way for some of them? And now saying contraception begins, life begins at fertilization. Really? Really? Okay. You live by.
$1 trillion. The largest one-year drop in American history, $1.4 trillion decline in the deficit. Let me repeat that. The largest ever decline in the federal deficit. Let me be clear. This record deficit reduction includes the cost of my student loan plan and everything else we're paying for. The deficit is down $1.4 trillion this year, even after accounting for 30 years of debt relief paid in advance. You know, this follows last year's drop of $350 billion in the deficit. And because we're making sure the largest corporations pay their fair share, cracking down on billionaire tax cheats and giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices in the future, just getting underway, which lowers one of the biggest costs that government and families have to pay. Will reduce, because of that, the deficit another $250 billion over the next 10 years. You know, we're going from historically strong economic recovery to a steady and stable growth while reducing the deficit. Building an economy where everyone does well, where the poor have a ladder up, the middle class does well, and the wealthy do very well. They're not hurt by it. And this is the economic vision I've had for America and the reason I ran, one of the reasons. Republicans in Congress have a very different vision. Now listen to me closely. Congressional Republicans love to call Democrats big spenders, and they always claim to be for less federal spending. But let's look at the facts. The federal deficit went up every single year in the Trump administration, every single year he was president. It went up before the pandemic. It went up during the pandemic. It went up every single year on his watch, the Republican watch. In fact, in 3 years before COVID hit, the deficit ballooned by another $400 billion. They're the facts. And one big reason for that is Republicans voted for a $2 trillion tax cut, a Trump tax cut, which overwhelmingly benefit the wealthy and the biggest corporations. And that racked up the deficit significantly. On my watch, things have been different. The deficit's come down both years that I've been in office. And I just signed legislation that's going to reduce it even more in the decades to come. Now, Republicans in Congress are doubling down on their commitment to explode the deficit again. Just this week, it's hard to make this stuff up. Just this week, Republican leaders said if they get their way, they're going to extend the Trump tax cuts, which are due to expire in a couple of years. Extend them. They said they'll repeal the corporate minimum tax of just 15% that I just signed into law. 15%. They'd allow the largest and most prosperous corporations in America to go back to paying zero in federal income tax, which 55 of them did in 2020. They said they'll repeal the lower prescription drug cost, and it will take effect next year. And these major reductions in the drug costs don't really kick in until next year. If Republicans repeal it, it's going to raise costs on to millions of seniors, and the cost of the federal government will be billions of dollars. Put it all together, the Republican plan would add about $3 trillion to the deficit. $3 trillion. That's their plan. That's what they did under my predecessor, and that's what they intend to do again. Adding another $3 trillion to the deficit is reckless, it's irresponsible, and it would make inflation worse. For Americans, the deficit could not be clearer. We don't have to take my word for it, what they're for. They've laid out a plan and they laid out very clearly. Congressional Republicans say, and you all know this, their number one priority is to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. Now here's what that means. If they get their way, the power we just gave Medicare to begin to negotiate lower prescription drugs goes away, gone. If they get their way, the $2,000 cap on prescription drug costs, which takes effect next year, maximum any senior would have to pay no matter what their drug costs are, would be $2,000, goes away, gone. The $35 a month cap on insulin, which takes effect next year, folks on Medicare, gone. The savings on health care premiums of $800 a year for millions of Americans under the Affordable Care Act, gone. And of course, they're still determined to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which means an end to the protections for tens of millions of people who cannot afford health insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Let's remember that. We're talking about millions of people will lose their health insurance because they do not have a way to get it because they have a pre-existing condition. That's gone as well. And they're doing everything they can to get gas prices. We're doing everything we can to keep gas prices down. The Republicans are against it all. And it's all part of the trickle-down mentality that says it doesn't matter what's happening on Main Street as long as Wall Street's feeling good. One more thing. If you're worried about the economy, you need to know this. The Republican leadership in Congress has made it clear. They will crash the economy next year by threatening the full faith and credit of the United States for the first time in our history, putting the United States in default unless we yield to their demand to cut Social Security and Medicare. You heard that one, right? You all heard them say that. That's what they're saying. Let me be really clear. I will not yield. I will not cut Social Security. I will not cut Medicare, no matter how hard they work at it. Folks, we know what the Republicans in Congress will do if they regain power. They're telling us, they're being straight up about it. They're going to repeal lower prescription drug prices, I just signed into law, and raise drug prices. They're going to cut Social Security and Medicare. They'll pass massive tax cuts for the wealthy, make them permanent, which they're not now, the individual tax cuts. They'll threaten the very foundations of the American economy if we don't meet their demands. And they talk about inflation. Everything they've proposed or are proposing will make inflation worse. Everything they're proposing will make inflation worse. Let me close with this. Over the last few years, we've faced some of the most difficult challenges in our history, both at home and abroad. But we're making real progress. We just have to keep going. I know we can. For everything we've been through, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. And we're better positioned than any other country in the world to get through this difficult period. Inflation's worse all around the world. So keep the faith. Keep the faith. And God bless you, and may God protect our troops. And I want to say one more thing, actually. You know, I know, and I don't blame you, you want to ask me about the midterms. And here's what I think. It's been back and forth with them ahead, us ahead, them ahead, back and forth. And the polls have been all over the place. I think that we're going to see one more shift back to our side in the closing days. And let me tell you why I think that. We're starting to see some of the good news on the economy. Gas prices are down sharply in 46 of the 50 states because of what I've been doing. We're moving in the right direction. There's more to come. State unemployment today, state unemployment, was all-time lows in 11 states, and 17 states have unemployment rates under 3%. The new deficit numbers, it's a record decrease. It's never happened before. The election is not a referendum, it's a choice. It's a choice. And the Republicans can criticize my economic record, but look at what I've inherited and what I've done, and look at what they're offering. They want to double down on the Trump tax cuts for the wealthy, make them permanent because they're going to expire in 2025. They want to send jobs overseas where big corporations can, in fact, pay lower wages, increase their profits. And these are tax cuts that give most benefits to billionaires and wealthy corporations. And let's get specific. They want to abolish the 15%. 15%, what a terrible thing to ask a corporation to pay. 15% tax that I insisted that those 55 corporations who made $40 billion and didn't pay a red cent, they now, my God, they got to pay 15%. If Republicans get their way, the deficit is going to soar, the tax burden is going to fall on the middle class, and Republicans are working really hard. And this is what kind of, I have to admit, every once in a while they surprise me. They have three, not one, not two, three plans to cut Social Security benefits. 3 plans. And they're not going to stop there. They're going to do big pharma's bidding to repeal my plan to allow Medicare to negotiate prescription drugs prices. We pay the highest in the world. And in doing so, it's going to raise drug prices. And they're going to raise big pharma's profits. They're doing fine, big pharma. They're not hurting at all. And they're going to raise your health insurance premiums. It's mega trickle down. Mega trickle down. The kind of policies that have failed the country before and will fail it again. And it'll mean more wealth to the very wealthy, higher inflation for the middle class. That's the choice we're facing. That's why I think that we're going to do just fine. Thank you.
Mr. President, speaking of midterms,
on the debt ceiling,
on the debt ceiling, do you support the permanent repeal of the debt ceiling, sir?
The permanent repeal of the debt ceiling? What do you mean?
Debt limit? Yes.
You mean just say we don't have a debt limit?
No debt limit.
No. That'd be irresponsible.
on Ukraine.
Mr. President, speaking of midterms.
You have the
Speaking of
means and the
midterms,
will
last
to
night
continue
you said-
supporting
Wait,
Ukraine.
well, let's get one at a time, okay?
Thank you, sir. So you heard the Republicans. You have the means and the will to continue supporting Ukraine.
Yes, because if we support Ukraine, we're supporting all of Europe. We're supporting NATO. Do you think that Mr. Putin decides he's just going to deal with Ukraine and that's the end of it? No, I don't understand the threat that they're saying they may have to stop funding the Ukrainians in their war against this brutal dictator. Yes, last one.
On the midterm, sir, last night you said you need 53, not 51 votes to pass your agenda.
I'm just getting greedy.
What did you mean by that? Were you referring to Manchin and Sinema?
No, I just think the more we have, the more certain. 51 just gives me one more. I'd like to have 3 more. It'd make it a lot easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just a few answers from President Biden on those reporter questions, especially as we are coming up on those midterm elections and still dealing with inflation. President Biden, though, saying inflation is worse all around the world, saying we need to continue to reduce it responsibly. Let's go ahead, take a live look at the big board here at this time. Right now, we are seeing lots of green as we get closer to the noon hour on the East Coast, up more than 350 points here at this time. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. More to come here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look here at the big board again. Just a few minutes ago, we heard from President Biden saying that they are trying to continue to work on inflation despite it being worse nearly all around the world. He did speak to the former president, Donald Trump, saying that the GOP parties, as well as underneath the administration of Donald Trump, that there was a lot worse deficit, and GOP also had voted for tax cuts that had upped that deficit. So President Biden really trying to again focus on how the deficit went up every year under former President Donald Trump and how the Biden administration is trying to work on it. Of course, here, all of the Americans who have been watching, all we care about is our pocketbooks, how much we're spending when it comes to the price of gas, when it comes to our grocery store, as well as a lot of other things we have to be paying for. Let's go ahead and take a live look at that White House. Again, President Biden just making some remarks moments ago from inside of the White House. He's going to be hopping on Air Force One, headed to Delaware today, just in a little bit here. He is going to be making some remarks on student debt relief. That's going to be happening at the Delaware State University, coming up at about 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. So 12:15 for all the viewers watching with us on the West Coast. I'm sure we'll be getting some of those shots of President Biden departing the White House, getting onto Air Force One, heading to Delaware. If he does make any remarks on his way out at either of those locations, we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Until that time, though, we do have a lot of other items that we can get to, especially when it comes to live content. We do have live pictures coming to us from inside of a courtroom in Waukesha, Wisconsin. I'm sure a lot of our viewers who've been watching here with us are familiar with exactly what that trial is. It is the Christmas parade attack trial for Darrell Brooks. He is the suspect who drove an SUV through a parade route last year in Waukesha, Wisconsin, back in November. And unfortunately, his actions killed 6 people, injured more than 60 others. Yesterday, the state had rested their case. So today, we are still seeing some witnesses. These are witnesses that were being called by Darrell Brooks himself. So we do want to continue to get back into some more of those pieces of content. And as I mentioned, go back into that courtroom. We're going to be listening in live on Unfiltered, just as we always like to do. Right now, it looks like the judge speaking with Mr. Brooks. And remember, there's been so much back and forth between these two, especially since Mr. Brooks is representing himself. So let's go ahead, listen in live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
Charge be dismissed.
Why was the charge dismissed?
And that's, I can't answer. It was dismissed because the request was made, sir. They don't need a reason. There's an abundance of case law about prosecutorial discretion. And they chose not to pursue that. My guess is maybe to simplify things and to keep this tidy. I don't know. You know what? I'll indulge you. Attorney Opper, would you like to provide a basis for why the state sought dismissal of that charge prior to the start of this trial?
Yes, Your Honor, because as Ms. Patterson just testified a short while ago, she did not have any visible marks or injuries from that event. And we did have the photographs of her injuries. We did not want to confuse the record as to whether or not there was a battery that occurred on November 20th.
Your Honor, I object to that. What does the letter read?
You have the letter. You showed it to me, sir.
And I've been trying to find it ever since I came back in here. Now all of a sudden I can't.
And now you're impugning, though, like somehow you're imputing the integrity of this court, of the bailiffs of this state. You're accusing, frankly, everyone of moving your papers.
Did I point the finger at anyone? Did I say anyone did anything?
Not directly, but indirectly you did,
so
sir.
how can you make the assumption that I'm saying?
Can I please make the record without you interrupting?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may. I apologize.
I appreciate that. Thank you. But you made repeated comments, sir, about I can't find my documents, I don't know what happened, things of that nature. When you came back out, you took multiple minutes before you even asked your first question of Ms. Patterson. And if I need to, I'll have a bailiff put on the record that no one touched your table.
Your Honor, did I say anyone touched my table? I didn't say
you implied it, sir.
But did I say that?
You stated it implicitly.
I never asked the bailiffs, hey, did any one of you touch my table? I never said that to them. I just said, I can't find my paper, which is the truth.
And the way that you said it, like,
I didn't point anyone out, though.
And like, well, that's kind of interesting. I don't have a document that was just on my table. That is what you said.
That's what I said, but I did not point the finger at anyone.
So,
I can see if I
letter.
came in, Your Honor, with all respect, I can see if I came in and said, hey, one of you moved something off my table, or if I would have directed that towards the state, or if I would have directed that towards the clerks or something like that, then that would be more of a validity to what you're saying.
I need to continue with the record, sir. It's very apparent to me, sir, that every time, I can't say every time because that would be an absolute, but many times throughout this trial, and especially the last 2 days, when the court makes a ruling that you disagree with, or I want to make a record about some behavior of yours, or a further record about a ruling that you that was not in your favor, that you start peppering me with questions or comments, statements, you question me about the law, you ask, is it verified law? It is, from my perspective, a clear attempt to kind of turn us in a direction away from what we're doing, perhaps even to stall and to delay.
I'm sorry.
That's my that I'm making a rule. You're doing it again.
I mean, because it has no validity.
So, I am trying to make a record outside the presence of the jury about a line of questioning you want to ask Ms. Patterson. Now, I've reviewed repeatedly up on the bench 90608 and 90616, which are two of the primary ways you can attack credibility. I've referenced one of those previously. 90608 is evidence of character and conduct of a witness. I'm not going to read through it all, but it's limited to character for truthfulness.
We are listening in live here in the Waukesha courtroom, where again a lot of back and forth happening between the judge and Darrell Brooks, who is representing himself in this trial. I do want to, though, continue to move things along because we do have yet another live event taking place. This one a sad occasion as we are now honoring the lives of those who have fallen in the line of duty. This was an ambush attack that happened. Bristol police now hosting a funeral for these two individuals who, again, lost their lives too early at the hands of a gunman. Let's go ahead, listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here to this funeral. As I mentioned, we are watching this funeral live. This is the final farewell for Bristol's fallen heroes. Thousands gathering here today. There's no audio here at this point, but of course we're going to be listening in here as soon as they do bring that audio here to us. You can see men and women in uniform filing in here as, again, thousands are gathering for two of those fallen Bristol police officers today. They were slain. It has been something that we have been following and watching here closely. Again, these two are just some of those officers who were killed in the line of duty just last week. The funeral is happening here at the stadium in Hartford. So we are going to be listening in as soon as that audio does return here. And you can see right now just a huge procession happening ahead of this funeral. So in attendance at this funeral are members of law enforcement, all from the New England states. There also will be forming a color guard at the funeral. State police are also saying that they are closing down roads around this area for that funeral procession. Many people around the area here paying tribute to these fallen heroes. So this funeral being held inside the East Hartford Stadium due to the big, large crowd that is out here in attendance today. DeMonte and Hasmi, they both served with the Bristol Police Department. They were shot and killed in the line of duty just last Wednesday. This stadium seats about 40,000 people in the stands with 1,500 seats on the field. With the support anticipated for today, police are expecting to see even some people getting turned away once all those seats are filled. You can see here again this funeral just beginning. Police in uniform here in attendance, showing the strength and force behind those fallen heroes. Just look at these remarkable views here at the funeral for two fallen heroes from Bristol Police Department. Tens of thousands of people paying their respects today at this funeral as, again, these two officers were killed in the line of duty last week. So this funeral taking place again in East Hartford, the funeral beginning just here now. DeMonte was a 35-year-old of North Haven, was a 10-and-a-half-year veteran of the Bristol Police Department. He was a school resource officer also, and DeMonte was a father of two with a third on the way. He's 34 years old, born in Bristol, went to Bristol Eastern High School, and he was with the Bristol Police Department for 8 years, served as a longtime advisor for the Bristol Police Explorer Cadet Program. Now, they both, are here being honored today. The funeral services, again, being hosted at a stadium due to the amount of people who wanted to be in attendance. Members of law enforcement from all the New England states will be forming a color guard at the funeral. We still don't have audio from this event.
Ceremonial
and there it is.
Ease.
Please remain in your seats. The ceremony will begin shortly.
And we just heard they are going to be bringing back that audio once this funeral is underway. Thousands of people in attendance here today to pay their respects to these two officers who, again, were killed in the line of duty just yesterday, or just last Wednesday, last week.
Detail, attend, hood. Stand by for colors. Color guard details, carry colors.
The United States Honor Flag is entrusted to the Honor Network, which was founded on the conviction that every person who is committed in service to our communities and our country deserves the support of every single American, and that an increase in American patriotism is vital in keeping our great nation united. The United States Honor Flag is one American flag that was at ground zero in the immediate wake of 9/11 and has traveled millions of miles since. The United States Honor Flag has traveled to the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan, has traveled aboard the last space shuttle launch in 2011, and has honored thousands of American heroes in law enforcement, fire, EMS, and members of the United States Armed Forces. Carrying the United States Honor Flag today is Bristol police officer Alec Iorato.
Detail, attend, hood. Present, arms.
And now our national anthem will be sung by Trooper First Class Donna Saburin.
Detail. Present. Arms.
Oh, see, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Order. Arms. Color guard details. Uncarry. Colors. Detail. Take seats.
Please take your seats. Please turn your attention to the stage now for Chief Brian Gould from the Bristol Police Department.
Good morning. Family, friends, colleagues, thank you for gracing us with your presence today as we grieve, honor, recognize, and celebrate our fallen brothers. Exemplary supervision is essential. John C. Maxwell, American author, speaker, and pastor, defines leadership as a process, not a position. Leadership deals with people and their dynamics, which are constantly changing. The challenge is to facilitate growth and encourage positive change. He also believes that the pessimist complains about the wind, the optimist expects it to change, the leader adjusts the sails. As a leader, we often hear the phrase, lead by example.
However, that's not enough. You must be an excellent example. And Sergeant Dustin DeMonte and Officer Alex Hamzy are the epitome of excellence. Today, before we go any further, we will ceremonially promote each of them into their new ranks. Our city charter reads that all persons appointed to the police force or to any advancement from that force shall take the following oath, which I will administer. Dustin DeMonte, you shall solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Connecticut, the laws and ordinances of the City of Bristol, and obey the rules, regulations, and orders of the Police Department, and will discharge the duties of lieutenant according to the best of your knowledge and ability. Deputy Chief, please present the lieutenant's new badge of office. Alex Hamzy, you shall solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Connecticut, the laws and ordinances of the City of Bristol, and obey the rules, regulations, and orders of the Police Department, and will discharge the duties of sergeant according to the best of your knowledge and ability. Deputy Chief, please present the sergeant's new badge of office. At this time, it would be appropriate and fitting for the family to witness all of you here today acknowledge these officers' accomplishments with a standing ovation. Thank you.
The ceremony will now be turned over to Reverend John Revelle and Pastor Dustin Alley.
Thank you and good morning. A couple of points before we proceed. Alex and Dustin identified and aligned with the historic Christian faith and tradition, and the families have asked us to provide a Christian memorial service, which of course we are pleased to provide. This is a time of deep mourning, but also of celebrating two incredible lives lived incredibly well. It is entirely appropriate for there to be open weeping, but it is also entirely appropriate for there to be laughter and joy. You will understand in a little bit. There is no shame and no judgment, and either. Finally, to the DeMonte and Hamzy family, thank you for allowing us to be with you right now. Dustin and Alex made the ultimate sacrifice, but you have made an even deeper sacrifice. Since last Wednesday night, your family has grown exponentially across the state and across this nation to include hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officers who love you and care for you deeply. Still, we know you are in excruciating pain right now. The depths of anguish and loss you are experiencing right now is far beyond any form of measurement. Yet you have relinquished your right to mourning privately, which would be understandable, and have opened your hearts to allow us to be with you at this most difficult time. What has happened so far this morning, and that which is to come, is to provide maximum honor, dignity, and respect for your Dustin and Alex. We see it and treat it as a sacred trust and pledge to handle your hearts with tenderness and compassion. So let's proceed. Welcome to all of you. And on behalf of these precious families, both of them, thank you for your presence and thank you for your incredible outpouring of support over the last week. Your presence and gestures mean more to them than you could possibly know. We are here today to mourn the tragic loss, but also to celebrate the incredible lives of Sergeant Alex Hamzy and Lieutenant Dustin DeMont. Before we go further, let us pray. Almighty God and Heavenly Father, only you know the depths of evil roots that have borne such fruit. But right now, we thank you for the incredible gifts of these two warriors. We understand from Scripture that every good and perfect gift comes from you, the Father of lights, in whom there is no shifting shadows. And these two incredible human beings are two of the most precious gifts you could have given to their families, to their department, to their city, and to this nation. They deserve honor. And so we invoke your blessing on this time so that they would be honored in the most appropriate fashion. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. A summary of the two obituaries. Sergeant Alex A. Hamzy, loving son, brother, husband, and friend, was taken from us on October 12th, 2022. He was born to Ahmad and Salma on December 16th, 1987, in Bristol, where he attended the Bristol Eastern High School, and before his untimely death, he served his beloved community for 8 years as a member of the Bristol Police Department. Alex was incredibly proud of his profession and served his hometown with conviction and integrity. Alex was one in a million. His smile would light up a room. He was always in a good mood and would lighten even the darkest of days with his infectious laughter. Alex was dedicated to his family and friends. He loved spending time with them, especially his loving parents, who he never allowed to need or want for anything, his beautiful wife, Katie, and their adorable dog, Gizmo. He adored both so much, but also his sisters, his friends, their husbands, with whom he shared a special bond, and his nephews, who were the light of his life. When he wasn't spending time with family, he was spending time with his lifelong friends. Growing up as the only son, his friends were his brothers. He would often say how lucky he felt to have so many brothers in childhood through to adulthood. where he went on to meet so many more of his brothers in law enforcement. Alex's love was selfless, and he would never turn down an opportunity to be there for the people he loved. Alex had a need for speed, and to say that he was a BMW M-Series enthusiast would be an understatement. Alex was passionate about physical fitness, which helped offset his addiction to sweets and dessert. Alex was a lifelong Yankees and Patriots fan, a contradiction that only those of us from Connecticut can understand. As an officer with the Bristol Police Department, Alex served as a long-time advisor for the Bristol Police Explorer Cadet Program, a unique learning experience in policing through instruction, demonstration, and hands-on training. Alex was passionate about teaching young adults the values needed to succeed in serving their community with integrity and commitment. In April of 2021, Alex was selected to join the Central Regional Emergency Response Team, a team covering the towns of Bristol, Plainville, Southington, Plymouth, and joining the team was one of the many highlights of his career. The Bristol Connecticut Police Department, CERT, came in first at the Connecticut SWAT Challenge this year, which was held at the Hartford Gun Club. The event was a 3-day competition with 28 teams, which consisted of both law enforcement and military personnel. These 28 teams were from all over the United States and traveled to East Granby, Connecticut to compete. Alex will forever be in their hearts, and we will remember him fondly through our shared photos, memories, and stories. The Hamsey family and the Scott family extends our heartfelt condolences to the family of Sergeant, now Lieutenant Dustin DeMonte, and our deepest gratitude to Officer Alec Iorato for his bravery and heroic acts of service. Lieutenant Dustin DeMonte, 35, of North Haven, tragically passed away on Wednesday evening, October 12th of 2022. He truly died a hero. He was the beloved husband of Laura and a loving father to his daughter, Phoebe, and his son, Porter, and a third child due in March of 2023. Dustin was born in Middletown, Connecticut on May 24th, 1987, to Mona and Philip, and grew up with his brother Philip and sister Michaela. He graduated 2005 from Middletown High School, where he was catcher for their baseball team, as well as a member of the band. Dustin loved dancing, music, and exercising. He earned a bachelor's degree in criminology at Central Connecticut State University in 2012. Dustin was recently accepted to Nichols College, where he was to begin his master's in organizational leadership program on Halloween. Dustin was an avid fan of the community. He helped in honoring local officers who were killed in the line of duty and helped the homeless through outreach program of Brian's Angels. He was a school resource officer at Green Hills and West Bristol High School in Bristol. Dustin always lived life to the fullest. He was a kind, gentle spirit who was loved by many. Above all, Dustin wholeheartedly loved his family and every single moment he spent with them. He was a very proud husband and father who was taken way too soon. These were two absolutely incredible human beings. Both have been noted consistently by both superiors and peers for their exemplary conduct, performance, and camaraderie on the job and off. They were consummate human beings and law enforcement officers. They did not deserve what they received, and they deserve far more than what we can give today. And we hope that their model and example of sacrificial service will be reflected in the lives of every officer who observes this ceremony. And as a result, their pattern, their memory, and their legacy will continue on and never die.
A beautiful ceremony taking place to honor our two fallen heroes who were shot and killed in the line of duty in an ambush last week. Some viewers going out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Prayers, my deepest condolences to the family, friends, and many that are in the stadium, watching online, mourning the loss of two great heroes. The words that are said today, the respect and honor that will be given, is much deserved. To those hurting deeply, it will not fill the hole that has been left in your hearts. At this time, I would like to point you to the one person I know who could help with the emotional and spiritual wounds you have suffered. It is during these dark times of your life I ask you to make this psalm your prayer. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me. Your rod and staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Lord DeMonte shared a passage with us that was read at their wedding. It would be appropriate to share it with you now as an example of the love Lieutenant DeMonte and Sergeant Hamzy had for their families, their friends, and their communities. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. So now faith, hope, and love abide. These three, but the greatest of these is love. That love is exemplified in Jesus Christ through his death, burial, and resurrection, and it was seen through the lives of Lieutenant DeMonte and Sergeant Hamzy. They lived according to his commandment. Jesus said, "This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends." Truly, Lieutenant DeMonte and Sergeant Hamzy were men with the greatest love for their friends, their family, and their community. Greater love than we could ever understand was seen in Jesus And it's why I encourage you to find comfort in him now, who said, "Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you? And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and will take you to myself, that where I am, you may be also. And you know the way to where I am going." Thomas said to him, "Lord, we do not know where you are going. How can we know the way?" Jesus said to him, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." The blessed hope that we as believers have is an eternal home in heaven. There are many things about heaven that will be wonderful: the reuniting of loved ones, the streets of gold, the gates of pearl. No pain and no tears shall befall us there. The greatest thing about heaven, though, will be residing in the presence of God. And the Bible describes that this way in Revelation. "And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, 'Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people. And God himself will be with them as their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. And death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away.'" Lieutenant DeMonte and Sergeant Hamsey are no longer with us. The love they showed, the joy they had, and the lives that they lived will forever be etched into the hearts and into the memories of those who knew them best. The Lord promises to never leave you nor forsake you. And it is to him I encourage you to turn your hearts to in these sad times. I'd like to end my time with you today with a prayer for these families. And at the conclusion of my prayer, I will recite what you know as the Lord's Prayer. As I begin with Our Father, I would ask you to please join me. Let us pray. Dear Jesus, we thank you for our salvation secure in you. God, we thank you for men that you've given us, like Lieutenant DeMonte and Sergeant Hamsey. God, we ask you to send the Holy Spirit to bring comfort and peace that only he can to those mourning the tragic loss of these men. Lord, I pray you continue to protect every department represented here and all around our nation. Lord, we grieve today, and we ask you to bring peace. Please join me. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. At this time, I now turn the podium back to Reverend John.
Thank you, Pastor. There are no words. I've only said that twice in the last 10 years, but it is so fitting. Honestly, some words come to mind: heinous, outrage, atrocity, monstrous, evil, darkness, wicked, fear, frustration. But none of these suffice in expressing the depths of the darkness, nor how tragic the loss. This is horrific on so many levels, and the human mind could not possibly comprehend the depths and the long-term impact of this loss. But there's a passage that comes to mind, and the pastor referred to it, Last Friday night, during the vigil through Terryville, he was asked, spur of the moment, to share a few words, and he shared that passage from John chapter 15. No greater love has any man but that he lays down his life for his friends. There is great impact and hope and encouragement in those passages. He referred to it, but these two individuals, in their willingness to sacrifice because of their love for their community and their families, but their willingness to sacrifice directly reflects the character, the priorities, and the heart of Jesus Christ. He said that just before he was betrayed and turned over to be crucified. And it has struck me that law enforcement officers, more than any other vocation, reflect this dynamic and this principle. Every officer, when they put on their uniform, understands that they are going to serve and sacrifice and possibly make the ultimate sacrifice. One officer put it to me this way. He said when he was a Marine, he might be deployed for 9 months or 12 months, and each time he had to prepare his family with the prospect that he might not come home. And then he said to me, Rev, I have to prepare my family every day. And it is such a contradiction. It is profoundly astounding and confounding that there are segments of our population that hold law enforcement officers in disdain and with contempt, when it is these very officers who are willing to sacrifice their lives to deliver them from those who would inflict evil upon them. I don't understand it. And yet they do, every day. And to take it even further, what other profession will take the opportunity and take seriously the responsibility to deliver and protect the lives of those who would harm them? But police officers are willing to do it every day. And in so doing, they reflect the character, the priority, and the heart of Christ. Because he was willing to die for not just his friends, but those who hated him and wanted him dead. And so for the Hamzy family and DeMonte family, I hope you will be encouraged by the reality that these two indeed reflected Christ in their service and their sacrifice. And indeed, all police officers do. I need to insert, this does not mean that police officers act like saints when they're off the job. I know better. I know many of the officers in the stadium, and I know better. The term choir practice means something totally different to police officers than it does to church members. But regardless, every officer that follows the example of these two brave heroes reflects the character, the priorities, and the heart of Christ. There's one more point of hope that I would like to leave with you. Jesus went on to die, and this historic traditional Christian faith to which both of these men identified and aligned with hold that it was necessary because of God's love. One of the core tenets of the Christian faith is that God is a loving Heavenly Father. He loves us in ways that none of us could ever possibly understand or imagine. But we have decided to reject His love and go our own ways, all of us. But He loved us so much that He wanted to provide a way for us to be reconciled with Him. And that was Jesus' death on our behalf. So that all who would entrust their lives to Him and trust Him could experience that reconciliation with the Father. And this is where the hope comes in. Our precious, loving Heavenly Father is the source of all comfort and peace and healing and strength. And He is available to provide all of that for both of these precious families and all of those who mourn. And so, please take hope in the reality that these two reflected the person of Christ in their service and in their sacrifice. But also, please take hope in the reality that a loving Father is ready to embrace you, hold you, carry you, and sustain you from this point forward. And I've been asked to pray this police officer's prayer, and I pray it on behalf of every officer here and listening. When I start my tour of duty, God, wherever crime may be, as I walk the darkened streets alone, let me be close to Thee. Please give me understanding with both the young and the old. Let me listen with attention until their story's told. Let me never make a judgment in a rash or callous way, but let me hold my patience. Let each man have his say. Lord, if some dark and dreary night I must give my life, Lord, with your everlasting love, protect the people in my life. Indeed, and amen. And now we'll move to some reflections from family members and friends. There will be a video from Reverend Zachary Mabe, who is the pastor of Terryville Congregational Church, who actually performed the wedding ceremony for the Hamsies. He could not be here, but he left this video to share his thoughts. And as he's sharing, I'm going to ask that the representatives from the families who are going to be giving their own reflections to make their way to the platform. If you'll pay attention to the screens.
Grace and peace to you in the name of God, our Creator, Redeemer, and Sustainer. We read in Psalms cries out to God of lament, frustration, even anger. And today we call out those cries as well. We are hurting. And yet, God always brings hope. God always shines that light that can never be extinguished. And we turn to God, and we place our trust in God. I spent some time talking with Alex's family, and I want to take a moment to talk about Alex's commitment to the community. Alex was very proud of his job, but he was also very protective of it. You know, the police don't always have the best or get the best reputation. When you see what's happened over the past few years, and Alex was aware of that. And Alex was so protective of his family, They were not allowed to put a magnet on their car supporting the police, or have a t-shirt, or put a flag in their yard. Why? Why do we judge our police? We are called to love one another. Every profession has its bad apples. Priests, clergy, teachers, nurses. Do we write off the whole profession because of that? God teaches us not to judge, but to love. But Alex knew of this judgment, and he was very protective of his family. But one of the things that they want to share is that they are so very proud of him, and they love him to the depth of who he is. And who is he? He's a true hero. What does that word mean to you, hero? Whatever it means to you, that's what Alex is. And so is Sergeant DeMonte, and so is Officer Ayurato, and so is the entire police department. We are here to love one another. Alex had a commitment to his work, and he wanted to teach values to the youth of the community. He spent his whole life in Bristol. And when you spend your whole life in a community, you get to know people. And that night, when he heard the call, he recognized the names of the house where he was being called to, and he wanted to be first because he believed in the mission. And he wanted to get there, and he wanted to use his presence to bring calm, to bring stability, to bring love. He loved all people regardless of their background. He didn't label them, he loved them. And he made a commitment to protect and serve, and that's what the entire department does. And that is what we are called to do. Not that we're all called to be police, but we're all called to love. Where do we go from here? I hope can speak for Alex's family when I say we want to say to you to be proud of those who protect and serve, all first responders, and love them, and love your community. Be proud of your community. Be willing to be there for other people in their time of need. That's what these officers did, without judgment, without hesitation. Today we bow our heads and we give thanks to God for these heroes, and we ask for God's embrace. What might you do going forward to go out into this world and love a little deeper? Let go of those labels that you put on people. Let go of those categories that you box them into, and love them. Let us pray. Oh God, you are our strength, and you are our Redeemer. You're the giver of life, and you are the conqueror of death. And we praise you with humble hearts. Wrap your loving arms around these families who are hurting, and show them that light that cannot be extinguished. Help us all to love each other. Help us to love our first responders, and help us to show that pride in our community. Teach us how to be better at loving each other. Help us to take the values that Officer Hamzy and Sergeant DeMonte and Alec Ayurato have instilled, and help us to take that example and live it in our daily lives. In your great name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
The Reverend, who has been personally involved with one of these officers' lives, not able to make it to the funeral today, sent that video message. You can see thousands of people came out to support these two fallen heroes who were killed in the line of duty during an ambush last Wednesday. We're going to continue to listen in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
To our brothers, sisters, our family in blue, and extended family who serve on the front lines each and every day, our community, our family and friends, again, on behalf of the great men and women whom have served and are currently serving the Bristol Police Department, I thank you for being here with us today. Words cannot express the grief we are experiencing, the anger, confusion, frustration, fear, uncertainty, and overall sadness. On Wednesday, October 12th, 3 of our own Bristol police officers were ambushed. As a result, we lost Lieutenant Dustin DeMonte, a 10-year veteran of the Bristol Police Department, and Sergeant Alex Hamzy, an 8-year veteran of the Bristol Police Department. Officer Alex Iorato was shot and injured. Being the true hero that he is, Officer Iorato maintained courage and composure and delivered a surgical strike which immediately stopped the act of killing. Officer Iorato's brave actions undoubtedly prevented further deaths from occurring, saving arriving Bristol police officers and the community from immediate death. We are so proud that he is here with us today, and he walked that flag in without his crutches. Please, a round of applause for this hero. Thank you. On this devastating night, we lost 2 exceptional Bristol police officers. There are those that are good, those that are great, then there are those that are exceptional. Today you'll hear many great things about Dustin DeMonte and Alex Hamzy. Their exceptionalism is truly evidence-based. There is no doubt they loved being police officers. They showed up day in and day out with exceptionally positive attitudes. Both of them were always smiling and or laughing, and they brought much joy and happiness to the Bristol Police Department and the community of Bristol. Alex, with his award-winning smile, it's the type of smile that truly melts your heart. His laugh is equally impressive. Due to the acoustics in our department, you would often hear Alex's laughs echoing through the hallways. There were times I had no idea what he was laughing about, and I wasn't even nearby. I just started laughing because I could hear him. When COVID hit, I saw him one day and immediately saw something different. It was totally unusual, and it didn't sit well with me. It was the mask. I couldn't see his huge smile, and I didn't like it. When I would see him, I would ask, "You still smiling behind that mask, kid?" He would always answer, "Absolutely," pull down the mask, and show me. Dustin was always smiling as well. But for me, it was his eyes. Very warm, inquisitive, engaging, yet firm and decisive. When we talked, I could feel his eyes piercing me. He never lost focus or made you feel like you were wasting his time. In fact, he made you feel like all your interactions were necessary and important. Ironically, during COVID, his eyes were accented due to the mask. Just an incredible, kind individual. He is the definition of servant leadership, always putting the needs of his people before his own. A very high-level thinker and doer. In speaking with Alex and Dustin's families, it was evident to me that they wanted everyone to know how much they loved their families, how much they loved being Bristol police officers, how much they loved serving the community of Bristol, and how much they loved the department and everyone in it. Time and time again, they would make this very clear to me, and I assured them that I would make this very clear to all of you. Today, we will grieve together. We will cry for one another because that's who we are. We will cry together for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty because that's who we are. We will cry together for Dustin and Alex because we will miss them terribly. And just when we think we're all cried out, together we will drop to our knees and we will cry, cry, and cry so hard that it will feel like our insides are turning out. We will do this for these beautiful families who have lost two exceptional men. Then we will look to each other. We will pick each other up. We will dust each other off, dry our eyes, lift our chins, and persevere. Because that's what Alex and Dustin expect. They were not your average individuals. They were exceptional. And we owe it to them to strive for that level of exceptionalism that they so seemingly easily achieved. There is an inscription on the National Law Enforcement Memorial that reads, "It is not how these officers died that made them heroes. It is how they lived." Lieutenant Dustin DeMonte and Sergeant Alex Hamzy personify those words, and therefore, we will celebrate and honor them with pride. No doubt we are hurting very badly at this moment. The Bristol Police Department, the community of Bristol, the state of Connecticut, and the nation shook in horror on October 12th. Now we must rise together in solidarity and honor the oaths we all took to protect and serve our communities. We are a noble profession, and we will not let evil prevail. Thank you to all of you protecting and serving on the front lines. What you do is honorable, and you must not let anyone ever take that away. You are the line between order and utter chaos, and I respectfully request that you firmly hold that line, for I and many, many others are counting on you. To the community of Bristol, Thank you for answering my call to action. Your love, support, and caring is truly remarkable, and we appreciate our wonderful partnership. To the men and women of the Bristol Police Department, so much pain, so much grief, so much fear, uncertainty, I know. I see you, I feel you. I exist in my position to serve you. With pride, I stand shoulder to shoulder with you, and we will pull through this together. You are my family. I love you dearly. To the families of Dustin and Alex, we love you. We are always here and will always be here for you. Thank you for giving us the honor of knowing and serving with these fine men. The new lieutenant and sergeant have made their expectations very clear for us to be forever exceptional. A very high expectation indeed. However, together, we will prevail. Lieutenant Dustin DeMonte and Sergeant Alex Hamzy, you have been called for a higher service. Go with dignity and pride, for you have served exceptionally. May God bless you, and may your souls rest in eternal, everlasting peace. Lieutenant, Sergeant, we have it from here.
Thank you, Chief Gould.
Thousands of people are here in attendance to pay their respects to these fallen heroes. Again, it was 3 officers who were ambushed just last Wednesday. 2 of those officers killed in the line of duty. That 3rd officer surviving and did put a bullet into the suspect, killing him instantly. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. More to come right here in just a moment.
Pain is individual. You can know what
Good morning, and thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We were just listening in here in East Hartford, Connecticut, where thousands of people are paying their final respects to two officers killed in the line of duty last Wednesday after they were ambushed, called to a location and ambushed. So two officers, again, shot and killed just last week. They are being honored here today. Live Now will continue to keep our eyes and ears here on this funeral, but we do want to continue to bring you more stories that have been taking place here across the country. My name is Christy Larson, and the first thing I want to show you is just where we're sitting when it comes to our stock exchange. Here's a live look at the big board, up more than 540 points. Earlier here this morning, we did have President Biden speaking about where we are with our economy, as well as what is to happen here in these next few months and years with the deficit. We'll be replaying his remarks in just a bit. But first, let's go ahead and bring you some more of those top stories that have been coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, especially with earlier here today. We did have some big breaking news. Steve Bannon was sentenced to 4 months for contempt of Congress. So the judge handing down that sentencing here today to the former Trump White House advisor. Again, this is 4 months in prison for criminal contempt of Congress. Now, Bannon defied a subpoena from the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol riot. The longtime Trump ally was defiant on the way in and out of the courtroom, plans to appeal. We do have Fox News correspondent who's getting a closer look at this from Washington.
Despite facing jeers upon arriving at federal court Friday, former Trump advisor Steve Bannon stayed defiant minutes before his sentencing.
Remember, this illegitimate regime, their judgment day is on 8 November, when the Biden administration ends. I want to thank you all for coming.
In July, Bannon was found guilty of contempt of Congress for failing to comply with a subpoena to appear before the House Select Committee investigating January 6. In a filing earlier this week, the Justice Department said Bannon's brazen statements blowing off the committee's requests deserve severe punishment. The government recommended a 6-month prison sentence and a $200,000 fine.
With the lack of remorse, I mean, he's proud of what he's done. He is touting this as his American duty to resist this politicized commission.
Bannon's attorneys argued he should get no prison time and receive probation instead, pointing out that contempt of Congress charges are rarely prosecuted. The DOJ did not prosecute former Trump aides Mark Meadows and Dan Scavino, even though they resisted cooperating. Judge Carl Nichols ultimately handed down a sentence of 4 months in prison and a $6,500 fine.
And this thing about I'm above the law is an absolute and total lie.
The judge also ordered Bannon to be released pending appeal. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Another top story here for you. Russian forces are continuing air attacks against Ukraine on Friday. These strikes come as Ukraine gains more ground in the south. We do have Fox News correspondent Trey Yanks, who's giving us a bit more.
Ukrainian forces are inching closer to the key southern port city of Kherson. The gains prompting Russian-backed officials to evacuate more residents from the region. It's a move some say could set the scene for another Russian withdrawal.
They moved in all their Russian officials to administer, etc. They're pulling those out with the civilian population. That city will fall to the Ukrainians. And when that happens, it is significant.
Kherson was taken by Moscow in the beginning of the war. Kyiv now warns Russia plans to destroy a hydroelectric dam in the region. Moscow denies the claims. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warns such an attack could cause heavy flooding and cut water supplies to the south.
The devastating environmental, humanitarian, man-made consequences of this single Russian terrorist attack may become a historical disaster.
Meanwhile, Russia has turned to Iran for help targeting civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. U.S. intelligence finding that Tehran's troops have been on the ground in Crimea, providing training and technical support. In recent weeks, airstrikes using Iranian-made kamikaze drones destroyed many of Ukraine's power stations. Western leaders say the attacks serve as psychological warfare.
From a strategic standpoint, it still doesn't change the fact that Russian forces on the ground continue to lose territory or at best hold ground.
Ukraine's Air Force says since Sunday, it shot down 85% of Russia's drones. In Kyiv, Trey Inkst, Fox News.
Well, the CDC is recommending schools add the COVID-19 vaccine to their annual vaccination schedules, but some states are already vowing to opt out of the guidelines. We do have Fox News correspondents with more from this in New York.
It's a healthcare decision that could have big political implications. The CDC's independent advisory panel voting Thursday to recommend adding COVID shots to the immunization schedule for children, potentially paving the way for COVID school vaccination mandates. Doctors and public health officials mostly welcoming the news.
We know how effective the vaccine, we know how safe the vaccine is, we know how many lives it has saved and how many hospitalizations it has saved. So the evidence is clear.
But the pushback began even before the vote was taken. It's up to each state to decide if a child has to be vaccinated in order to attend school. And several, including Florida, have already announced they won't be following CDC guidelines when it comes to the COVID shots.
The COVID-19 shot for kids should be, at this point, just not mandatory. It should be something that's up to the parent to decide.
Meanwhile, another health concern for children is emerging. Cases of RSV are spreading at their highest rates in more than 25 years. It typically starts with cold-like symptoms, which can become severe and even life-threatening in infants and children. Some hospital systems say they're already overwhelmed with RSV cases, and with winter coming, it's only expected to get worse.
We expect we're going to continue to increase, and we'll sort of follow that same trajectory. How big it'll get or how bad it'll be, we'll see.
The CDC says only about a third of American school children have gotten their COVID-19 vaccines so far. In New York, Lillian Wu, Fox News.
And today, President Biden, he's headed to Delaware State University to tout his student loan forgiveness program. The online application process for debt cancellation is now underway. And as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, so are the legal challenges.
Well, debt cancellation may be a controversial idea, but the program has now survived two major legal challenges. Even as more students rack up more debt every day, the online application process to forgive loans up to $20,000 will continue. A federal judge ruled that 6 states seeking to stop the program outlined what he called significant challenges, but that the states didn't have standing to sue. And Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, without comment, turned down a challenge from a group in Wisconsin who had also argued that the program would harm taxpayers.
Their outrage is wrong and it's hypocritical.
President Biden earlier this week spoke of the challenges which are likely to continue. But as he heads to Delaware State University today to promote the program, the White House points to its popularity. Some 12 million people have already applied for relief. Critics say the debt cancellations are unfair to those who already paid off their debt or worked hard to avoid student loans altogether. And they warn of possible fraud.
You don't need to put your income. You don't even need to put what school you went to. And look, we know all too well what's going to happen. This will be rife with fraud, and it's really just negligent.
The Congressional Budget Office estimates that debt cancellation will cost taxpayers some $400 billion. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you, Doug, for giving us a bit more on that story. As we mentioned, President Biden, he's on his way to Delaware today to talk about, again, the student debt relief. He'll be speaking from Delaware State University. We'll be following his movements right here for you on Live Now from Fox. That's a look at some of those top stories we are following here today. Live Now from Fox. Going to step away for a brief break, continuing to bring you more press conferences from across the country in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Police have released 2 different photographs of a person they are searching for. But police are actually now investigating 2 separate sex assaults that they say happened near SEPTA properties on Thursday and on Friday. We did have a briefing on these incidents happening this morning out of Philadelphia. Let's go ahead and listen into the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox.
Just going to get right to it. I'm Captain James Kearney, Kearney. I'm the commanding officer of the Special Victims Unit. We are here today because over the last 24 to 30 hours, we have seen 2 sexual assaults of teenage girls who were doing nothing but just going to school. So our first case was yesterday. We have a 15-year-old female entered onto the Broad Street subway at Olney Avenue, heading off to school. While on the subway, she was approached by a male in his 20s, approximately 5'8", slim build, wearing a blue Nike sweatshirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. The male tried to strike her out with a conversation, and on the way to school, she went to get off at the Ridge Spur there at Broad and Ridge. Upon getting off at the Broad and Ridge Spur, he followed her, continued to try to engage in conversation, took her into an area below a staircase, and attempted to sexually assault her. Did not stop there. He continued to follow her and got her above the SEPTA platform, out onto the street, and forced her into an apartment in that area where he again did sexually assault her. This is a very active case, as you can imagine. We put out a video of our offender. We put out a patrol alert to all the police officers in the area, and we are asking for help in identifying this male. Again, he is in his 20s, wearing a blue Nike sweatshirt, blue jeans with white sneakers, and I think it's a pretty good picture that we put out. If somebody does know him, we are asking them to call Special Victims Unit immediately. We've had a lot of success. A lot of the public has stepped up when we asked them, and we are continuing to do that today to get the help from the public to help us do our job in identifying this male so we can get justice for our survivor. This morning at approximately 8 o'clock, we have another young Philadelphian going to high school, exited the subway in the area of Broad and Race Streets. Upon exiting that subway and on the street, she was approached by a male. This male indicated to this female that he had a gun, and at that time forced her into the 1800 block of Cherry Street into a parking garage stairway where he sexually assaulted her. This male then proceeded to walk with our survivor towards her school, and we were able to get him on video. We have released that photo as well, and again, we are asking for help in identifying that male. At this time, with the rapes or the assaults being occurred so frequently and involving our school children, we are not ruling out that it is the same person, but we have nothing to indicate that it is either. So we were asking for people to look at these two individually to see if they know them and to let special victims know immediately. Thank you, and I'll take any questions if you have it.
Do they look the same, the guy in the video?
Very similar. The MO is a little different on the one from yesterday. The conversation was struck up and engaged in. In this one, he indicated that he had a gun right off the bat. So the MOs are a little different, but we're not ruling it out yet. Both cases are very much active, and we are still looking for video. So not only are we asking for people who know them, but people in those areas that have video to contact so we can come out and take a look. We obviously are always looking for better evidence, better pictures, better video to help us move these cases forward.
It's upsetting they're attacking teenage girls.
Yeah, it's our kids, right? It's our kids, and it is upsetting. You know, I can't stand up here without getting upset sometimes, to be honest with you. You know, these kids do nothing but try to go to school, and they're being preyed upon. So we need help. We need help. And fortunately, I'm looking at another case that we just solved from Wakeling Street, which happened a couple weeks ago, with an indecent assault of a girl going to school up there in the Northeast in the 1600 block of Wakeling. We got some help. Police did a great job. We were making an arrest on that one. So it works. You know, the public, the police, we all working together. We can get these predators off the street, and that's what we need to do.
Are there crowds at 8 a.m. or is such a ridership down? You would think that there would be strength in a crowd. Someone would have seen this, stopped it. It's morning rush.
You would think. You would think. Yeah, absolutely. You would think somebody saw something. Now, do they know what's actually going on at the time? Maybe not. Everybody, I get it. Everybody is on their way to school, on their work. Sometimes we don't take look at the obvious, what's right in front of us. The perception of what's going on in front of us. We maybe as Philadelphians, we should take a closer look to help. That would be great. But yeah, somebody had to see something, no doubt.
Is it surprising that it happened during the morning rush hour and broad daylight?
Nothing surprises me anymore. I think after 33 years of doing this job, I'm not surprised, very concerned, which is why we're here today. It is concerning. It's disturbing and concerning at the same time.
Captain, is there a concern leading into this weekend when more riders will be on with all the sporting events, the Phillies, concerts going on? Is there a concern with, increased ridership over the weekend?
I think SEPTA is a pretty safe way to go overall. I think there's bad people out there that need to be taken off the street and have justice served upon them. I think that Philadelphians need to step up and start looking at each other and after each other. I think that would help, things like that.
And then from the case from yesterday, you said the suspect attempted to sexually assault the victim underneath a stairwell. Was she able to fight back in any way? Did anyone try and step in before it went outside?
Nobody's tried to step in, but it was thwarted, I guess is the best way to say. It was stopped. Remember, we're dealing with teenage girls here, and we have a very good process and collaboration up here at Special Victims with the Children's Alliance and the forensic interview process. So those things, they take time, they're in depth. So as we speak, we will be getting more information. These cases are both very active. The Special Victims has a lot of our team working on it, both the line squad and the Special Investigations Unit. We're working on it, and we want to make sure that we get this guy off the street.
Can you tell us more about the apartment? You said that you couldn't do it.
I wish I could. No, we have not identified the apartment. Again, like I just said, it's a process now dealing with a young teenage female who just had probably one of the most, traumatic event happen. So we have not identified that apartment. We are still looking. Again, that's part of the active part of it. We are still looking, and we will work through that.
Anything parents or teenagers can do to keep themselves safe?
I mean, I think as a parent myself, I think we do everything we can. But we got to let them out there too, right? They got to go to school. They got to go out on their own. They got to go into this world. And I think we're going to do our part here and do everything we can to get these two predators off the street.
Or one predator.
Or one. We have not ruled out either one. The MO and somewhat of the description is different, but that just takes time. This one just happened this morning. Things are coming in as we speak. My detectives are working leads right now that are coming in. So if that was you on that video, I suggest you call Special Victims right now, and we want to talk to you.
But they must look very similar.
They are similar. The description of the...
In the one video.
Yeah, the description of the second male is a black male again in his 20s, which is around the same, dark complected, only this time he's wearing a black North Face jacket. So clothing's different, sneakers are different. We haven't got there with facial hair and some of the minute details with our survivors at this time.
Have you identified the schools, or are you releasing that information?
We are not releasing that information.
Is there any mention of a weapon in the first case?
No, there was no mention of a weapon in the first case, but the second case, he indicated he had a gun.
Did she ever see the gun, or just he said it? Or is that minutia?
We'll get to that. I don't want to say one way or the other what she says. It's a process, and as you know, in the Children's Alliance, we want these, especially these young survivors, to only have to tell their story once.
You said that in the second case, the man was walking with the girl to school. Do you think was there anything with that? Were they looking for kids going to school? What did that?
He approached her, he assaulted her, and then he walked with her for a time, and we have that walking together. I'm not saying together, that walking we have on camera, so that's how we're able to find that picture of him.
Any indication that they might have known each other?
No indication of that.
And then how did they separate? Did she go to school?
She went to school, yeah.
That's kind of heartbreaking.
It's disturbing, yeah. I mean, these people are out there, so we need help. Look, we need help. I do appreciate it. We've had very much success with the media, with you guys taking the time out to show up here for us and getting it out, and then from the city of Philadelphia and the citizens here too have really come forward for us, and we're asking for that again.
So after she got away from him under the stairwell, then he was able to drag her into an apartment and assault her. She took off from there and went to school and notified the school what had happened.
Yeah, so in both cases, our survivors notified people at school.
Is this the same school?
No.
Different school. And both 15-year-olds?
One's 15, one's 13. The 15 from yesterday, which had occurred, and the 13-year-old today. 15 and 13.
What grade are they in? 10th and 8th? I'm sure we know. I personally don't know that, but I'm sure we know. But we are asking for any help we can get. Anything? Thank you. Really, I mean it when I say I do appreciate you guys coming out. We've had a lot of success, so thanks.
Two different events happening on or near those SEPTA properties. Again, possibly two different suspects as well. Doing these sexual assaults, a horrific thing to these young teenage girls. And again, these are the photos. This is the photos from yesterday's sex assault. And then we do also have the suspect from today's sex assault as well. So two different incidents, police investigating both, and they're hoping that the public is going to be able to help them identifying these individuals to bring justice to those survivors. Let's go ahead, step away for a brief 2-minute break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, keeping you up to date on all the latest top stories and press conferences coming to us from across the country. We were just listening into Philadelphia police officials investigating two different and separate sex assaults that happened. Right now, we're going to go into another press conference out of the Philadelphia area. There has been an increase of crime, not just incidents like the ones we were just talking about, but gun violence crimes as well. And the district District Attorney Larry Krasner has been facing harsh criticism for those rising crime numbers, and he's been speaking out about the recent efforts to get him impeached. He said it's Pennsylvania Republicans doing a political stunt. So he did have a message that he was giving from earlier here this morning. I do want to play it out right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
All right. I'm sorry? All right, very good. Alex, you good? Okay. All right, thank you all for being here at the Pennsylvania State Capitol on this chilly morning to hear what I have to say to the Select Committee, since they're not listening, and to ask me questions. You might say we are out in the cold today. Members of the Capitol Press Corps have given me more consideration today than has the Pennsylvania House Republican Select Committee that was formed to undemocratically remove the Philadelphia District Attorney from office. I'm here today, Friday, October 20th. It is shortly after 9 o'clock in the morning, which was the date and the time when the Select Committee last week, on Saturday, asked me to appear before them in a closed-door hearing, with no access for the press or the public. I am here. Where are they? Reminds me of the Betson's Furniture commercial. Where'd everybody go? I am here. Where are they? You should know the entire sequence of events that has led to my coming to the Capitol today for a hearing that the Select Committee now refuses to hold. Last Saturday night, the Select Committee made a request to my counsel, this was October the 15th, that I appear before them at 9 a.m. today to offer testimony under oath, behind closed doors, and out of view of the press with no access for the public. I had previously said multiple times, I will be happy to appear. Let me speak. Let me talk, let me communicate, let me answer your concerns repeatedly. I had said that, and this was especially curious, considering that the Select Committee had conducted 2 days of hearings held by the committee on September the 29th and 30th in Philadelphia that were live streamed and were attended by the media and members of the public. Now, in truth, there were very limited members of the public, as the committee had security guards turn away people at certain time periods and turn away people they did not like, frankly. They were letting certain ones in, at the same time they were excluding others. But at least there was a public airing in the sense that it was available by video. Even though I had asked to be able to speak at that time and was denied that, again, at least there was something like a public hearing. There were also more people outside than inside. And there were more people outside than inside because Philadelphians came in large numbers holding signs and placards that said, "You can't impeach us," and committing that you could not erase their votes, no matter what other county you were from, just because it was a superheated political cycle. I was refused the opportunity to testify at that time after formally asking through my legal counsel on September the 21st that I be permitted to attend and speak at the public hearings. The Select Committee at that time flat out refused. So let's just be clear, the big picture here. They're all about the sort of kind of public, not really public, but sort of kind of public hearings when they are condemning the DA's office, accusing the DA's office, and picking the witnesses who will testify about the DA's office. But when we say, can we answer the first hearing? No. Can we answer the second hearing? No. And then when they finally say, okay, now you can come and talk under oath, the conditions are there will be no public and there will be no press. On Tuesday, October the 18th, 3 days ago, my legal counsel confirmed my willingness to testify and answer questions at a public hearing. Select Committee refused because of this political stunt, ostensibly involves matters of very significant and very important public concern, and because the votes cast by Philadelphians in overwhelming numbers in 2 elections are at stake. My legal counsel on the 19th of October asked that I be allowed to testify in executive session. So let me make sure we all get this. Let me testify in public. Let the people hear what you are doing. Let them hear what my answers are. Ask me any questions you want under oath with basically no preparation of what they'll be. I'll answer all of them. No. It's got to be private. no public, no press, we then say, all right, I'll tell you what, we'll give you your private session. We'll give you your private session, no press, no public. It's only one thing we want. We want a recording. We want notes of testimony, we want a video, we want a recording. That's all we asked. A recording that we could use and they could use. I can understand. They had more people outside at the other hearings. That's bad politics for them. I can understand that. Their answer was no. You get no record of what we asked you and what you said. We get it. And we, the committee, get to use it however we want. Or not use it at all. I mean, honestly, there are things that are surprising, and then there are things that are jaw-dropping. But in a democratic society, to me, that is absolutely stunning. The Select Committee has repeatedly refused to hear from me, even though I am the target of its, quote, investigation, unquote, and I have expressly asked to testify before the Select Committee on numerous occasions. I think it's pretty clear that they're not interested in conducting a fair and transparent investigation. A committee sincerely inquiring about the practices of a district attorney would have leapt at the chance to hear from and to question the individual it is investigating. The story actually gets a little deeper here. Let me tell you a little bit about the committee. So Philadelphia, like the rest of the state and like the country, has gone through a truly terrible spike in gun violence. But this committee only wants to look at Philadelphia. It doesn't want to look at the other counties in Pennsylvania, and there's reason to look. If you actually look at the counties where the sponsors and where the committee members come from, over the same 2-year period when Philadelphia was experiencing a terrible 59% increase in homicides, they were doing worse. Washington County, home of one of the sponsors, Representative O'Neill, had an 800% increase in homicides when Philly was having a truly terrible 59%. Josh Kale, Beaver County, 250% increase when Philly was having 59. Adams County, that would be Representative Ecker, 300% increase in homicides. If you take the counties represented by the sponsors of the Select Committee and by the members of the Select Committee, and if you average all of those counties for the same 2-year period that I'm talking about, their average increase in homicides is higher than Philadelphia County. So someone please help me here. When the Democrats said, okay, you want to study law and order, you want to study crime, let's study the whole state. Something I would have invited, and frankly, I invite it right now. Republicans said, oh no, we're just looking at Philly. We're just looking at Philly right now in a superheated election cycle where part of the Republican playbook, as you well know, is to point a finger at large, diverse cities and say large, diverse cities are lawless. Does that remind you of anything? You ever heard that before? Those of you in the press are students of history. You're aware of the Southern strategy. I encourage you, go watch the video of Richard Nixon and Spiro Agnew in 1968 at the Republican convention, standing up there, and what word is coming out of Richard Nixon's mouth as he points to one large, diverse city after another? Lawlessness, lawlessness, lawlessness. Now, the irony, of course, is that Richard Nixon was a criminal, and so was Spiro Agnew. Their crimes included bribery, burglary, conspiracy, and they ended up out of office as a consequence. A very different situation than what we see here. What we see here is the same old playbook, which is about coded and racist messaging. It's about blaming the biggest city in Pennsylvania with the most diverse population for having the same national struggle that we have with gun violence everywhere, and even having increases that are less than the committee's counties. There is no integrity to this process. If there was, And I would join them and help them every step of the way. They would look at the entire state, and they would look at some real solutions and some things that can be done to make it better. We have repeatedly noted that the Select Committee's true purpose, explicitly so, according to Representative Ecker, was to try to find a reason to support impeaching the Philadelphia District Attorney. Even though I am accused of no criminal offense and I am accused of no form of corruption, which is the legal basis for impeachment. It is also the only historical basis that has ever existed in centuries in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Straight up, this is an effort to impeach someone for political purposes who has done nothing corrupt and nothing illegal because they want to erase Philadelphia's votes. Straight up, that's what it is. They want to impeach our ideas. They want to erase Philadelphia's votes. Meanwhile, there is another county district attorney in Somerset County, Republican DA Jeffrey Thomas, who is still in office despite having been arrested by police and facing trial for sexual assault charges. The Select Committee has never acknowledged that fact. There is no effort whatsoever to even look at the possibility of an impeachment of this man who is currently charged with sexual assault, and therefore there has been a finding of probable cause that he probably committed that crime. It should be clear to anyone, including the assembled media today, that the committee has twisted itself in knots in order to avoid hearing from me, in order to avoid the words that I'm sharing with you now. Now, let me say something that might surprise you. There's a lot of Republicans who love this country. There's a lot of Democrats who love this country. There's a lot of independents who love this country. And they believe that we should have free and fair and final elections. And they believe that when you don't like the policies of the other side, there's a way to get rid of them. It's called elections. That's how you do it. The consequence of this unprecedented effort to remove from office someone for his ideas, for his policies, ideas and policies that are wildly popular in the city of Philadelphia, as is clear from these overwhelming landslide wins that we have had and that we have had recently. There are all kinds of people of goodwill in every party who believe in this democracy and know that what is happening here is a straight-up effort to gut democracy by having people who do not even live in Philadelphia, are not allowed to even vote in Philadelphia, remove someone who was duly elected because they, in Beaver County or Adams County or Washington County or Bucks County or some other county, disagree. We disagree in this country. It's part of the beauty of democracy.
District Attorney Larry Kreisner here making comments, holding a press conference on the Capitol steps. He's addressing the House Select Committee's investigation of his office and its enforcement of criminal law. Let's go ahead and send some viewers out to a 2-minute break. We're going to continue listening into his remarks out of Philadelphia when you return.
Including all those on the Select Committee to provide real solutions to prevent and reduce gun violence. Our communities want universal background checks for firearms and ammunition. We want a ban on ghost guns. We want red flag laws so that police have the authority to take deadly weapons away from domestic abusers, stalkers, and people who are in behavioral health crises and pose a danger to themselves. We want deep and meaningful investments in prevention. Every student in Philadelphia public schools is funded at a rate that's about half of the funding that is occurring in the counties just across the county line. Now, why is that? Why is that when we know that the funding of education correlates directly to reductions in crime and reductions in gun violence? Pennsylvania municipalities have been begging for real local control that allows them to pass meaningful gun restrictions that their residents want. Philadelphia has tried time and time again to come up with its own unique approach because it is a big city. It is different in some ways than certain parts of the suburbs and certain parts of more rural areas. We've been begging for that local control, and the answer that we have from the legislature has been no, no, and no. Does that sound to you like people truly interested in restoring law and order? Does that sound to you like people truly interested in the reduction of gun violence? Or does that sound to you like we will do anything and we will say anything in a superheated midterm election cycle where even the United States Senate hangs in the balance, where control over whether we have elections that have integrity hangs in the balance? Thank you for being here. I'm happy to take your questions. If any of you see a member of the Select Committee coming, point this way, because they can ask me right here, right now. Yes, please.
Have you been given any indication about when they might vote, and what kind of preparations have you been taking for the possibility that there may be an impeachment proceeding, next week or in the near future?
We are receiving information. I would say I will not be surprised even a little bit if they go out of their way to vote for impeachment before the election, because this is politics. Even the Republican candidate for governor described what is happening here as a, quote, political stunt, unquote. Go back, check. When this first came about, he said, and I quote, "I hate to agree with Krasner, but this is a political stunt," unquote. So I fully expect it being a political stunt, they will do it in a political way, and that will be before November the 8th.
What about your own preparations? Do you have lawyers? Are you getting a case ready? Are you going to defend it?
Well, there are two parts, of course. Part one is you only need a majority vote for, well, you don't. The legislature needs a majority vote to pass articles of impeachment over to the Senate. It is then up to the Senate to conduct a trial. This is done so rarely, it is so uncommon, and it has never been done in the context of we're impeaching you for your ideas, we're impeaching you for the policies that got you elected and reelected. It's never been done in that context. So we do have lawyers who are looking at it, and they're looking at it carefully. It remains to be seen whether the Senate will move as quickly or the Senate will have a more grown-up approach to this entire situation, understanding that we really are talking about an effort to gut democracy. Yes, sir.
Do you think you'll be the last official to face a political impeachment process like this by the House Republicans?
I certainly hope so. I mean, there has been a steady and frankly agonizing normalization of the destruction of democracy. There has been a war on the truth that has been going on, and war on the truth is the first tactic of authoritarian movements and regimes that has been going on for years. I certainly hope that this nonsense will not be visited on anybody else. I mean, look, I have very deep disagreements with some members of the legislature. I hope they lose an election. But just because I disagree with them, that provides no justification for trying to impeach them. Yes, please. My understanding is that they made it pretty clear that they would make their own copies of it. I just couldn't have them. And they would use them however they saw fit. I just couldn't have them or use them.
So you couldn't take any audio recording either of that closed door session? What were the ground rules that they were trying to set?
The ground rules they were trying to set were Star Chamber ground rules. You come in here, answer our questions, you get no record of what you said or what we asked you. Which, of course, opens the door for them to say virtually anything about what happened in there and provided me no opportunity whatsoever to establish whether that was accurate or not. Never mind out of context. I wouldn't even have the ability to say that's a lie. You never asked me that question. I never gave that answer. Star Chamber rules. That's what they had. Yes, please. Right. So, we've looked very carefully at that situation. Our opinion at that time, and I can get into details if you'd like, was that he was likely innocent. And he was likely innocent because there was evidence that was revealed both during but especially after the trial that pointed very specifically to a different suspect, a named suspect on the one hand, and then on the other hand, the evidence pointed very specifically that the phone records for the defendant showed that his phones were nowhere near the location of the crime. So the evidence went in two different directions. It went towards identifying a possible perpetrator, but it went also towards showing the possibility of innocence. In his trial, as I said before, this evidence was not all provided to to the defense, and in fairness, not even to the prosecutor. The prosecutor didn't even have some of this. So I'm not pointing a finger at that particular prosecutor in that case. So we have looked at it very carefully, including in light of the new case, and we have concluded that we were correct in saying he was likely innocent of that prior killing. It was a killing where it was pretty clear there was a heavy motive relating to drugs. Innocent of the killing does not mean that we are necessarily saying everybody involved in that had never committed a crime, but the crime with which he was charged at a place, on a date, at a time, we stand by he was likely innocent of that crime. And we did that because we're trying to be fair. In the same way we're trying to be fair, the evidence in this case indicates that this defendant is guilty of this crime, that the video and the other evidence makes it clear. And that is why a warrant has been issued, and we are hopeful that he will be apprehended shortly, and we intend to bring him to justice on that second case. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Sure, I'm happy to respond. So there has been, frankly, a kind of superficial way of polling this issue, and I know this because we were doing polling when we were running for re-election last year. People should be worried about public safety. I am worried about public safety. It's, frankly, agonizing to see what happens to victims and to survivors and to the communities they live in when these terrible things occurred. So if you ask people, are you concerned about public safety, they rightly say yes. But if you then ask the other question, the one that I don't believe that poll asked, but that our polling did ask, where would you spend money to fix it? What we got in Philadelphia is that 15% said spend more money on police. 85% identified other ways to spend the money, and over 50% said we should spend that money on community-based organizations working for prevention that are not led by law enforcement. Okay? Both of those things are true. There is a historic and a reflective notion that if we're concerned about crime, then we should go back and do the things that didn't work before. Mass incarceration, for example. Doing nothing about reasonable regulation for guns. But that does not describe where this country is right now. It does not describe where Pennsylvania is. We were in the middle of a terrible surge of gun violence when that election occurred. In fact, right now, homicides are leveling, and understand it's still terrible, absolutely terrible, but they're leveling. So at the time I'm running for re-election, they're still spiking up. And yet we took 2 out of every 3 Democrats. We took, if I recall correctly, 72% of the city of Philadelphia, and our very highest rates of support came from the areas that were most adversely affected by gun violence. These are the areas with the largest numbers of victims. These are the areas where you have fire trucks cleaning blood off the pavement after a shooting, and where there are brass-fired cartridge casings. If you would think, if anywhere, those would be the areas that might reflexively say, well, yep, let's just be even more incarcerated than the most incarcerated country in the world. Let's just be even more incarcerated than Vladimir Putin's Russia, which we are. You would think they would do that, but they didn't. They came out and supported our campaign at rates that were sometimes 84% or 80% or north of that. And there's a simple reason for it, which is that we have somehow managed to become arguably the most heavily armed industrial nation and the most incarcerated country in the world, and it ain't fixing things. Those things are not fixing things. We have to go another direction. I'll just give you a reference, and I say this because we have to be willing to look at innovation. We have to be willing to do some new things. I think we should be putting all kinds of money into forensics, and that's why I've been the loudest voice in the city of Philadelphia for 4 years for building a state-of-the-art $50 million forensics lab. We have not heard the voices of these representatives. Frankly, we have not heard the voice of the leadership of the Fraternal Order of Police. I said leadership. I love me a lot of Philly cops. I think they do a great job. But the leadership of the FOP is not actually concerned about solving crimes, which is one of the reasons we have so much difficulty doing that. I have been the loudest voice for those forensics. We're only now starting to see that it's possible with certain grants that may be coming through due to the Biden relief money. That's one of the things we have to do. We have to do modern enforcement, but we also have to do modern prevention. And the really sad lesson of the pandemic and the incredible spike in gun violence that we have seen is that we should always have been investing more heavily in prevention, in organized sports, in open school classrooms, in resources for summer camps and art programs, in education, in economic opportunity. I could go on, but we always should have been investing in that because we saw its value when it disappeared during the pandemic. And what we saw was a lot of young people killing a lot of young people. So I understand what you're saying about Axios, but I would ask people to go a little deeper. This country is not interested in going backward to simply locking everybody up when it doesn't fix anything. This country is interested in going forward, and that means modern enforcement, including modern technology, but it also means modern prevention. These are the kinds of innovations that we're trying to bring. They're the kinds of things that we're trying to do. But when you come with this, this cooked up deal that we don't actually want to look at the whole state, heaven forbid, we should have open hearings where the person we're trying to impeach would talk about how the increase in homicides in our jurisdictions as members of the select committee is even higher than his. When we're living in this, Star Chamber world, where we're all just trying to replicate 1968, it's not going to get better. If we try to go modern directions, it will. Yes, please.
The select committee has talked a lot about rising rates of gun violence in Philadelphia. Do you think that your legal philosophy and the decisions that your office makes have any material impact on rising rates of gun violence?
Let me try to give you as serious an answer as I can. I think we should always look to science. I think we should actually look to legitimate criminology, and we should not be politicizing the tragedy and the agony that goes with gun violence. There's an article in The Atlantic just yesterday, the most in-depth, most sweeping analysis of what is going on in terms of gun violence in relation to jurisdictions that are identified as reform jurisdictions or progressive jurisdictions is another way to say that on the one hand, versus conservative or traditional jurisdictions. The most recent sweeping analysis, this article just came out yesterday, is that the progressive jurisdictions are doing slightly better. Better. I'm going to say it again. They're doing slightly better, okay? And that's in the short term. I would expect to see the real benefit coming later. That is an article by a guy named Ron Brownstein. I encourage you to look at it. As I said, it just came out yesterday, and it identifies that study. But that's not the only place you can look. You can also look to John Pfaff, P-F-A-F-F, who is a professor at Fordham Law School, also an economist who has studied this. He found no correlation whatsoever between progressive prosecution and increases in crime. A similar study was done by a guy named Jeff Asher, who's a fairly well-known journalist around this, A-S-H-E-R, said the same thing. The science is what it is, and then the politics are what they are. And sadly, what's going on here is some of us would like, in a public way and on the record, to talk about what the science says and talk about what the facts are. But the people who should be asking those questions don't want to do it, and that's why they're not here today. Are there any other questions? Are you enjoying freezing?
The district attorney here out of Philadelphia speaking from the Capitol steps. He is facing impeachment for the rising crime happening in their city. If we do get more reaction after his speech here and from Philadelphia leaders, we're of course going to be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back after this 2-minute break, we'll take you back live into the courtroom in Waukesha, Wisconsin. 2 times today, Darrell Brooks has been kicked out of the courtroom for his behavior. He is once again in that side room listening in here and reacting and interacting with the judge here. This is multiple weeks now into this trial. We'll be taking you back out to it right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Moments ago, President Biden was departing the White House. Let's go ahead and hear if we can listen in, see if we can hear any of the conversations that were had with all of those in attendance outside of the White House.
There's some talk of Boris Johnson trying to make a comeback to replace Liz Truss. Do you think that would be good for the U.S.-UK relationship?
That's a British decision.
Any reaction to Steve Bannon being sentenced for contempt of Congress? Any reaction to Steve Bannon being sentenced 4 months for contempt of Congress?
I never heard a reaction to Steve Bannon.
Disagree with your gender policies.
My gender policies?
Gender policies like bathrooms, women's sports, things like that.
No, I stand by my policies.
So President Biden here, you can listen in. You heard him just speaking moments ago here outside of the White House before getting onto the helicopter. He is headed to Delaware. He's going to be giving remarks on student debt relief. He was asked about Steve Bannon, who today was sentenced to 4 months in prison, also had to pay a fine. Also asked about the recent news over across the pond, saying Boris Johnson now could possibly be trying to gain back his position of prime minister after just a few months ago resigning from that position. So we'll continue to keep track of the president's movements here, especially as he is going to be making remarks a little bit later here this afternoon. But we do want to continue to take you out to more events happening here across the country. As I mentioned just ahead of that break, we've been in and out of the Christmas parade attack trial happening in Waukesha, Wisconsin, with Daryl Brooks. He's the suspect. I'm going to give us that live picture here because it looks like he once again has been kicked out of that courtroom. He is in a side room speaking back and forth with the judge trying to ask Daryl if he's going to be returning into the courtroom, if he's ready to do so, as this trial had the state rest their case yesterday. So it is his turn as he's representing himself to call witnesses to the stand. But it has been a very wild trial over these last few weeks, with especially over the last few days, more interruptions from Mr. Brooke to the judge pointing that out earlier here this morning. And once again, she's having some words back and forth with him. We're going to be listening in live here on Live Now from Fox. Viewer discretion advised. We'll try to do our best if there is anything inappropriate to not have that air. But we're also going to be speaking with a legal analyst coming up here in just about 15 more minutes, speaking about this very specific court case, as well as talking about the conduct that has been happening inside of this courtroom. So once again, let's go ahead, start listening back in here inside of our Waukesha courtroom.
It is on the record. If there is a conviction, you can raise whatever issues you want on appeal if you are convicted. But we don't need to have this back and forth every time to further make the record when the record speaks for itself. You were given plenty of opportunities throughout this trial to make offers of proof, to state your legal reasoning for either an objection or for a question that's being asked or for a whole host of other things. But right now you're not doing anything legally relevant. You're being disruptive. I would like you to be present. That is always what I want during this case. It certainly, I think, is important, but you can forfeit your right to be present by your conduct, which you have done repeatedly throughout this case. I will advise you that if you are in that courtroom, because I have put you there and you have not reclaimed the right to be present by number one, asking, and then expressing a willingness to conduct yourself consistently with decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, you will remain over there. And it looks like he took his headphones off, so I will. Mr. Brooks, I'm advising you that if you fail to call a witness, you will forfeit your right to present any additional witnesses. And I'm doing this outside the presence of the jury right now for a reason. I need to know from you right now, you are unmuted, who is your next witness?
She trying to say something to me? Yeah. What you trying to say?
That was very disrespectful, sir. You chose to take off your headphones. You
Yeah,
choose
because
to
I'm
read.
muted. I'm muted. So why am I gonna have my headphones on and I'm muted?
Well, I would think your headphones help you hear. The
They
muting
do.
is so that I don't have to hear the disruptions.
Okay, well then why should I need to hear what
So
you
let
saying?
me be clear, sir. And you
don't
are
gotta
not.
be clear or nothing. I don't gotta listen to you.
I will ask you one last time, sir. Who is your next witness?
First of all, is she talking to me again?
He.
So
This.
we gotta keep doing this little childish stuff, dude. I gotta sit up here and I'm supposed to abide by every single rule, but don't nobody else gotta do that.
The record should
Judicial misconduct.
reflect that Mr. Brooks
Repeatedly.
is spouting off, making
I think
unsubstantiated
the record can hear me. I think
allegations
they can hear me.
against this court,
Unless I'm
directly
muted.
attacking the integrity of this court and these proceedings, while yet
This court ain't got no
refusing
integrity.
to answer
This court don't have
simple
no
questions. Mr. Brooks, you
That's
are,
not my name. I told you I don't consent to being called that name.
sir, you are hereby advised this is the last time I will ask this question,
Don't talk
or
to me
you
like
will
that.
forfeit your right to present
Can't do
any
that. Show me what-
additional
show me
witnesses,
where that's law.
because
Show
you
me
are
where
not
that's law.
cooperating with this process.
Show me that it's law. That's all I'm asking. Show me that it's lawful law.
Mr. Brooks,
How can I forfeit not being able to have a defense? Are you kidding me?
all I'm asking is that you conduct yourself with dignity, with decorum, and with respect. I will gladly bring you back into this courtroom so you can present your additional witnesses. But you need to ask me to come back into this courtroom.
With all due respect, I'm tired of having this back and forth with you every day. It's not my intention to come in here and have these interactions with you every day. It's not. Regardless to what you may think, regardless to how you may feel, that is not my intention, okay? I simply do what I do because I do not have the understanding. So if I don't understand something, I'm going to ask a question. I apologize if it makes you feel that I'm intentionally trying to delay the proceedings, if I'm intentionally trying to be disruptive, because that's not the case. And I feel very, 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 very disrespected every time the record is made, making it seem like that's what I'm attempting to do. So of course it's gonna frustrate me. Of course it's gonna make me a little bit upset. And I just want you to understand that. It seems to me the way I'm interpreting what you're doing, which is it is your courtroom. That's not a dispute. That's not up for debate. You control what's going on in there. That's not a dispute. But the way I'm interpreting what you're doing is that I'm being held in contempt. That's how I'm interpreting it. Because one of the three things that's cited in the Illinois versus Allen, one of them is being gagged. I haven't been gagged. One of them is held in contempt.
What's the third, Mr. Brooks? What's the third?
The third is removed from the courtroom while the trial continues, right? That's the third, right?
And that's what's been done.
Okay, so now, where does it say after that, that having me on a headset or being able to see and hear and all this and this, how is that not prejudicing my defense?
Sir, you can raise that issue on appeal. You can raise that issue on appeal if you are convicted.
This is why I say that. This is why I say that, though. Because I can't even see. The only thing I can see right now when I'm looking at the TV is you and the prosecution table. I can't see anything else.
I understand that, sir. I'm fully aware of that.
So I'm not fully aware of what's going on in the courtroom. Don't I deserve that right to be able to see and hear everything that's going on?
If you can conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings, the answer then is yes. So I'm not going to have a debate with you about the law. I will ask you again, would you like to come back into this courtroom?
Are you going to kick me out?
Sir, I'm asking the questions right now. Would you like to come back into this courtroom? Yes or no?
Are you going to kick me out?
Sir, it's a yes or no question. Would you like to come back into this?
My answer was based on the reason why I'm answering like that is because the moment I say something, it's going to get me put out. I don't want to keep hauling this stuff back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It makes essentially, it wastes time, really.
I'm well aware of that, sir, that it delays the proceedings.
But then it's laid at my feet as if that's my attempt. You think I want to be over here?
Sir, I don't know what you want or don't want at this time. I know that we need to complete this trial and that you have frustrated today more than ever before the ability of this court to do that.
Well, I apologize for you feeling that way, but I'm frustrated too. And nobody seems to take that into account. I'm just as frustrated as everybody. Probably more.
Then I suggest that you conform your conduct to the requirements of courtesy and decorum so that you don't run the risk of forfeiting your right to be present. But that falls on you and you alone, sir.
There is no conduct that's, I don't understand what you mean by that. I really don't.
Mr. Brooks, you may not understand it. I don't think that's accurate. I think you know exactly what you're doing.
If that's what you think, that's fine.
And
I can't argue with
you
you
have
about your
demonstrated
opinion.
throughout this case that you pay attention to witnesses' testimony, that you make cogent and coherent objections at times, that you have even had evidence suppressed in this case or stricken. That's the word I used during this case. You made an opening statement. You communicate with witnesses. So
Your
you
Honor,
clearly
it's
read,
not
write,
fair.
and understand English. That's not an issue
not-
here, sir.
It's not fair
Are
to
you
say-
self-represented? Absolutely. Does that present difficulties and disadvantages? Absolutely. But that takes me back to when you waived your right to counsel. And you did so knowingly, freely, voluntarily, and with a full understanding of the disadvantages and advantages of doing so, meaning advantages of having an attorney, the disadvantages of doing it on your own, and you made a deliberate decision to
Your Honor, that's
represent
not fair.
yourself, and that comes at a risk to you of, yes, at times not fully understanding the law, the rules of evidence, the rules of procedure, but you
That's
do
not
so
fair.
at your peril.
That's not fair to state, Your Honor, because
So I'm going to do the
paperwork you gave-
following, since I'm not really
the paper-
getting anywhere. I'm going to mute you for the moment. I'm not getting anywhere with him. I would like him to be brought over, and he has a choice to make. He can come back over or he doesn't. Either way, he's going to be asked to call a witness in front of the jury. I will ask him 3 times if he fails to give me a direct answer, and after the 3rd time, I will make the appropriate finding, but I will do that outside the presence of the jury. But we are going to continue. So we'll go off the record and he will come back over here. Thank you. We are in recess until that happens.
All right, so you can just get a little taste there of some of the difficulties that they've been having to deal with Darrell Brooks inside of that courtroom. Again, there's been multiple times when he has been moved into that second side courtroom. And again, just a lot of back and forth between the judge and Darrell Brooks himself. You heard her point out that he had rejected the counsel that had been assigned to him, and representing himself, he needs to understand the not only consequences, but also what that could lead to later in this trial. Live now from Fox, going to continue talking about this case and taking you inside of that courtroom. But when we come back here after this 2-minute break, we're going to have a legal analyst joining us here to speak about what this means and talk about how rare this sometimes is to see in these courts. Let's go ahead, take that 2-minute break. We'll be back here on Live Now from Fox with more. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue talking more about this trial happening in Waukesha, Wisconsin, where there was a Christmas parade attack back in November of 2021. The suspect, Darrell Brooks, representing himself in this case where he's accused of killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others. It has been a very interesting last few weeks of this trial. Again, with Mr. Brooks representing himself, it has led to quite a bit of back and forth between himself and the judge inside of that courtroom. What we want to do is break this down a little bit more, talk about exactly what this has meant and what could possibly also come once there is a deliberation, once there is that sentencing put forth, and could he appeal? What would that mean as well? So Ben Taylor is joining us here. He's one of our Live Now from Fox legal analysts. Attorney Ben Taylor, we appreciate you being here with us. And let's just kind of talk about, everyone does have a right to an attorney, and they also have a right to waive that attorney that may have been appointed to them.
Yes, under our Constitution, when you're facing criminal charges, you have a right to a court-appointed attorney. Pretty much means a free attorney. So your taxpayer dollars can pay for representation in the courtroom. So the defendant doesn't have to have any money. They can get a free attorney. But you also are able to represent yourself, and that's called pro per. When you go and represent yourself as a person in front of the judge, in front of the jury, and against the prosecutor, you're all by yourself, and the judge holds you to the same legal standards as a normal attorney in the courtroom. So the judge should never, give the person representing themselves a free pass just because they're representing themselves. However, as you see in this case, a lot of things are getting kind of wild. There's been a lot of going back and forth, but he is representing himself and he's being his own attorney, and he's able to say and do pretty much as he pleases as an attorney. Of course, the judge tries to reel him back in a lot of times, but under our law, you can represent yourself, and that's fine under the Constitution.
And like you mentioned, I mean, they have had at times when things have just gotten a little too heated. The judge, even herself, needing to take a few moments for a break. And he's been kicked out of that courtroom multiple times, even here today, just twice alone. And so let's just kind of talk about that again. There's been so many pieces and thoughts behind her making sure that the jury sees some of these things, but then they also don't see some of these things. What kind of weighs on her when it comes to making those types of decisions?
As a judge, ultimately what you're thinking about is having a fair trial. You want a fair trial for the jury, for the defendant. So that's why you see a lot of times if it gets too heated, she'll have a timeout and have the jurors leave the courtroom to make sure that the defendant might calm down, and that way it'll be a fair trial. What the judge doesn't want is an appeal. An appeal means in this case we'll be doing all over again. So the judge, I'm sure, does not want to see this defendant in her courtroom ever again. So she wants to make sure it's a fair trial, because if the judge does something wrong, or the prosecutor does something wrong, or the jury, this can come back again in the future, and we're here again doing this whole trial all over again from the beginning. So the judge wants to make sure the defendant gets a fair trial.
Well, and that's something she was just pointing out. You know, she keeps trying to ask him specific questions so that he does have those opportunities to call more witnesses to the stand, to bring himself back into this courtroom. And as you mentioned, an appeal, it could happen after that sentencing. Would he possibly try to use the excuse that he didn't have, a real attorney representing him when he does maybe try to overturn the conviction?
Yes, Christy. He can use all the excuses or all the defenses he wants if he's found guilty and convicted for sentencing. So he might say, hey, I should have had an attorney, even though I did this myself. I needed an attorney in the courtroom. However, before a defendant represents themselves, a judge goes over a script and reads to the defendant, you have a right to have an attorney, meaning that he knew going into this jury, going to this trial, that he had every right to an attorney. So that would be a very weak excuse if he tries to say I didn't have an attorney, because the judge warned him that I'm going to hold you to the same standards as an attorney, and you have a right to an attorney. And people might not know this, during this trial, if he decides that he wants an attorney in the middle of the trial, a lot of times the judge can appoint him an attorney at all stages of the trial, meaning opening statements, cross-examination, closing statements. So if he asks for an attorney at any moment, the judge can give him an attorney in the middle of the trial. So, but ultimately it's going to be up to the Court of Appeals if he is found guilty, whether or not he was received a fair trial without having an attorney.
Well, and there's a couple points that the judge had made today to Mr. Brooks himself. She said, you obviously pay attention to witness testimony, because then when he was able to cross-examine, he had good questions sometimes. He even had, although there was a lot of objections in the courtroom, some of them actually were legitimate, and they also were, not overruled. So there has been times when he has shown that competency inside of the courtroom, and that's why she did allow him to represent himself. But obviously there's been also a lot of controversy, as we've been talking about, with that back and forth. There's been a lot of these legal proceedings that he doesn't understand. So that is where it gets to be really difficult inside of that courtroom.
Yes, the judge wants to make sure that he is mentally stable and mentally competent to stand trial. Under our law, if you're not mentally competent to stand trial, they can stop the trial and put you under medication or wait until a doctor diagnoses you that you are mentally stable and mentally competent to stand trial. So this is what the judge really wants to make sure, because that will be a legal argument in the future. If he is found guilty, he will definitely put up the defense of, hey, I wasn't even competent. You saw the video, I wasn't acting normal. I mean, my words, my speech wasn't normal. So I should deserve a fair trial because I wasn't mentally competent. But that's why you see the judge making sure and asking these questions and putting it on the record saying, Mr. Brooks, some of these questions you're asking are fine. You seem like you understand what's going on. The questions that you're saying, you seem like you're paying attention. So what the judge doesn't want is a Court of Appeals judge to overturn her decision based upon the fact that Mr. Brooks might not be competent or mentally ill to stand trial.
And Ben, I just have to ask you, is this something that you've ever run into inside of the courtroom? Because a lot of us haven't seen with these bigger trials, seen something like this. Again, he's facing charges for killing 6 people, injuring more than 60. So how rare is this that this suspect in the trial is also representing himself?
It's very common that you see this across the United States. Right now, you get to see it on display in front of everybody, in front of the media. But in the normal courtroom, a lot of defendants represent themselves every day. So, I mean, to the normal citizen who's watching this is like, oh, wow, this is kind of crazy, right? But as an attorney, and most attorneys, we see this a lot. We see a lot of defendants want to represent themselves because they think they're smarter than a person who has gone to law school and passed the bar to become an attorney. So this is very common. I mean, you don't see it all the time, but you do see it quite frequently that people represent themselves in the court of law because they want to leave the justice system in their own hands.
Now, let me just ask about, the prosecution team has had to sit through this entire ordeal as well. How do you think that they are feeling with this case and how things have been going inside of that courtroom?
The prosecution, they're probably feeling very frustrated. When you're dealing with a pro per litigant, I mean, even under the law, they have a right to represent themselves, but it's not like dealing with 2 attorneys going back and forth. As you see, Mr. Brooks could be a little bit hostile at times. So I'm assuming that this prosecutor in this case, they're probably just very frustrated in the fact that they'd rather be working with another defense attorney rather than Mr. Brooks directly, because defense attorneys understand the language, understand the legal language, and can get things done a lot faster than when you're working with a pro per client.
Now, anything else you wanted to point out, Ben, about this trial specifically that you find interesting or you think is important to tell our viewers about?
I mean, the judge is doing her best to give Mr. Brooks a fair trial. I mean, the evidence is very overwhelming against him. And we'll see whether or not the jury says guilty or not guilty. But the judge, I believe, is doing the best she can to make sure that the prosecutor and herself as a judge is giving Mr. Brooks a fair trial. Because at the end of the day, no matter what you believe, guilty or not guilty, every person has a right to a fair trial in a court of law.
I guess, Ben, while we still have you, I guess one more point I wanted to bring up, too, was the jury members. As I said before, sometimes they've been ushered out of the courtroom so that they can have some of these conversations directly with Mr. Brooks. Other times they've allowed them to stay in. How do you think that that's been affecting some of their decision making here today as well?
Jurors, they are always looking at Mr. Brooks. And in jury trials I've done, they're always looking at your client, who's the defendant. So they're always seeing how he talks, how he moves. So the jurors are the ultimately decision makers, whether or not guilty or not guilty in this case. So when they see Mr. Brooks ask intelligent questions, that helps. But if they see Mr. Brooks acting wild, going off the norm, getting agitated, getting angry, that will definitely weigh in when they decide the case, whether or not to say guilty or not guilty. So anything that Mr. Brooks does, his actions are a key factor what the juror is listening to and observing him.
Yeah, and again, it's just been very interesting to watch and will continue to be interesting to watch until that final verdict is delivered. We appreciate you kind of breaking things down, explaining it to us here on Live Now from Fox. Ben Taylor joining us here. Thanks so much, Ben, for being here today.
Thank you very much.
And don't forget, as we do always with big important trials like this, we do have a second stream going on. So if you ever feel like you're missing out on parts of that, that's an uninterrupted stream happening on our YouTube stream. We do have Darrell Brooks being ushered. He just got ushered back into the courtroom. Looks like they're standing for the jury to be coming back in as well. We'll be taking you back in live to Waukesha, Wisconsin when we return here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As we were just speaking with our legal analyst, there is a lot of different things that are being done by the judge inside of this courtroom to make sure that Darrell Brooks is receiving a fair trial. You can see he has been brought back in to the courtroom after being kicked out for a few moments. He is supposed to be calling another witness to the stand. We're going to be listening in live, run unfiltered here. Viewer discretion advised. We'll do our best to not put anything inappropriate on over air, but again, we're going to be sitting here listening in as we continue to have this trial underway in Wisconsin. Again, Darrell Brooks accused of killing 6 people, injuring more than 60 others after he had driven an SUV through a parade route back in November of 2021. The community members, again, joining in together after that incident had happened, saying how horrible it was for them to have to go through that. And Darrell Brooks himself getting emotional during his opening statement that he gave just yesterday after the state had rested their case. So let's go ahead, continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think she was in the other building, so.
It's all right. Thank you for letting us know.
And as we wait here inside of the courtroom, again, Darrell Brooks has been bringing in his own witnesses for his defense to stand in trial. Brooks, again, is charged with that November 2021 Waukesha Christmas parade attack. There was talk that all testimony could be wrapped up by the end of the day today, but Brooks himself saying that's not going to happen. So as soon as court had went into session here on Friday morning, Brooks immediately had asked the court for paperwork. He said he was missing. Brooks said he would not call any witnesses until he had received that paperwork in hand. The judge saying that it was Brooks's responsibility to have what he needed for his own defense. Now, after bringing the jury into the courtroom, Brooks continued to press the court for information. Eventually, the judge then sent the jury out of the courtroom once again. Brooks made the request of the court to subpoena his mother to be a witness for his defense. The judge said paperwork would need to be filled out and submitted at a timely manner.
It is up by me. It's up a riser. When you get all the way to the witness stand, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left and will be across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Come up and have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Okay. Deanna Aldrich, D-E-A-N-N-A. Last name is A-L-D-R-I-C-H.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, your witness.
Good afternoon, Miss Aldrich. Direct your attention. Well, first of all, let me back up a little bit. What do you currently do for a living?
I'm retired.
That's always pretty good. Direct your attention to the evening of November 21 of 2021. Do you recall that evening pretty good?
Yes.
Where were you staying at the time?
I live on Maple Avenue.
And during that evening, did you hear anything unusual?
I did.
And do you recall what that was?
I heard a large thumping noise in my neighbor's yard, and when I came out to my porch,
I saw a red SUV.
Back up a little bit to the thumping noise. Can you describe that thumping noise? Would it just be a thumping? Did it sound like a crash or anything of that nature?
I believe it was like the engine dropping kind of noise.
Okay. And you stated you looked out your patio and saw a red SUV?
I did.
Do you recall how that SUV looked at that time?
It was smashed to smithereens.
Do you recall if the red SUV was still running at the time that you observed it?
Yes.
And at some point, did it cut off?
Yes.
And what did you see from that point?
Before I seen it shut off, I seen it go forward in the driveway and then back up like 3 feet. And then someone got out of the car and ran around the bushes to the front of my building.
And who's the someone that you are referring to?
At that time, I didn't have my glasses on, so I could not see clearly.
What do you recall?
As far as
description-wise, yeah.
Dark hair, possibly white or purple or whatever color shirt, and dark pants.
Do you recall a height?
I think he was probably anywhere between 5'6" and 6 foot. I really couldn't tell because of the angle.
So I'm assuming then your patio is kind of on a upward base type of angle that you would have kind of been looking
I was
sort of
looking
down?
down, yes.
Okay. And the individual you stated ran in what direction at the time that you were observing?
My porch is here, and he ran from the driveway here around to the front of my building.
Did you see where the individual went from that point, or could you not see because of where you were positioned on the patio?
He stopped to, if you were looking at the building, he stopped to the right of the building front.
And the building front, is that a street?
Yes. Not all the way to the street, though.
Okay.
He was in the front yard on the grass.
Did you at any time observe this individual jump over the hood?
I was running in and out of my house, so I did not see because I was trying to find my glasses as I was running in and out.
So is it fair to say you were trying to locate your glasses so you can get a better look at what you were observing?
Yes.
Daryl Brooks questioning another witness. He is called here to the stand. Live Now from Fox going to send some viewers out to our final 2-minute break of this hour.
I do not recall.
Do you recall what time of the evening you heard the loud thumping and then observed the SUV?
I do not recall.
And before that evening, had you ever noticed that SUV before that evening?
No.
Did you speak with any of your neighbors to inquire who the SUV may have belonged to?
No, there was people coming outside from the building that the driveway was, and they were gonna walk up to the vehicle, but they did not because I yelled to them and said, "Don't touch it."
So that kind of, would be fair to say that kind of startled them and stopped them in their tracks?
Yeah.
Do you recall how many people there were?
Maybe 10.
And at some point, did law enforcement come to your home and interview you about what you observed that evening?
Yes.
And do you know if they? Well, I'm assuming they took a report. Would that be fair to say?
They came up to my apartment and asked me some questions.
Do you recall if they were writing it down or recording it?
Writing it down.
If you recall, did you ever learn what the loud noises were that you heard before seeing the SUV?
No.
And the street that you observed the individual running toward, do you recall what street that would have been based on the direction?
Arlington Avenue would be right directly in front of that building.
You didn't see the individual run towards Maple Street?
He ran towards Maple Street and came around the bushes directly to the right of my patio, being up high.
But that general direction would have been, which street did you say?
Arlington.
Arlington. I apologize. Were you aware that there was a parade going on that evening?
Yes.
Did you attend?
No.
After you spoke with the law enforcement officers that evening, did any more law enforcement officers come back and interview you at any time after that evening?
They did not interview me that evening. They came early the next day on the 22nd.
Oh, I'm sorry. After the 22nd, did any other law enforcement come back out to interview?
No.
Do you recall the name of the officer that interviewed you?
No.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross?
No cross, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are excused. Defense may call its next witness.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. The defense calls Christopher Bertram.
All right, thank you. I presume the state heard that and was assisting. Thank you.
Your Honor, my assistant.
I didn't want to assume, so thank you for
Yes.
verifying that. Looks like this one's a lot closer than before, so that's good. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Bertram. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is off to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left and across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record.
My first name is Christopher, and my last name is Bertram.
Could you spell those, please?
CHRISTOPHERBERTRAM.
Thank you. As long as you sit close to the table, you will not have to lean in. Go ahead, sir, your witness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, your witness.
First of all, good afternoon. What do you currently do for a living?
I do electrical work.
Directing your attention to the evening of November 21st, 2021. Do you recall that evening pretty well?
Not very.
Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
Yes.
And what were you doing that evening?
Taking my mother's car to our mechanic friend.
Were you aware of a parade going on that evening?
No.
Around what time were you taking your mom's car to be inspected?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing anything that caught your attention that evening?
Yes.
Can you state what that was?
A smashed up red car.
And do you recall where you saw that at?
I believe it is Prospect Court Street.
And at the time you observed this smashed up car, as you say, did you see anyone driving it?
Yes.
And were you able to make a description of who was driving it?
I believe so.
And what do you recall?
I don't recall what I said.
You don't recall what you said or saw?
I don't recall what I exactly said when I gave my statement.
Do you recall what you saw?
No.
You made reference to giving a statement. I'm assuming that would be to law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And did they write down? Well, let me back up. How was that interview conducted? Was that an in-person interview, over the phone, or?
In person.
And do you recall if the law enforcement officer was writing down what you were telling them or recording you?
I don't recall.
Did you observe the vehicle stop at any point in time?
No.
So it was pretty much you just saw it just kind of just rolling past?
Yes.
Did you notice if the vehicle had any tints?
Any what?
Tints, like tinted windows?
No.
Do you recall in your interview with law enforcement, well, let me back up a little bit. Was your interview with law enforcement the same evening that you saw this vehicle or sometime after?
The same evening.
Do you recall stating during the interview that evening that you observed the driver as a black male with short hair and a short beard?
I don't recall exactly what I said.
Do you recall stating at any time during that interview that evening that you believe you saw the operator of the vehicle reach down and grab something as they were driving past?
Yes.
Did you ever see them? Did you ever see what you believe was being grabbed?
No.
And what did you think at that moment that you saw the operator of this vehicle reach down?
I was unsure.
Do you recall in your interview with law enforcement that evening stating that you thought it was possibly a gun?
Yes.
And where did you observe the vehicle go after it had passed you?
I turned away after it passed me.
Do you recall what the operator of the vehicle was wearing at the time that it passed you?
I do not remember.
Do you recall during your interview with law enforcement that evening stating that you thought the operator was wearing a black sweater or jacket as it drove past you?
If that is what is written.
Do you recall saying that?
No.
And do you recall where your interview with law enforcement that evening took place?
Yes.
And where did it take place?
My house.
And was anyone present with you during your interview with law enforcement that evening?
Yes.
And who was that?
My mother.
And do you recall what agency your interview was conducted by?
Yes.
And would you state for the jury and the record?
The FBI.
Do you recall stating in your interview that evening with law enforcement that you heard a lot of gunshots?
Yes.
And do you recall I think that's a little bit unfair to say. If you had to estimate where do you think those gunshots were coming from, like vicinity-wise?
It sounded from downtown.
And when you say a lot of shots, what would you describe as a lot of shots?
Like a full magazine.
Do you recall seeing the vehicle that you observed crash into anything?
No.
Do you recall stating in your interview with law enforcement that evening that the vehicle appeared to slow down while traveling down Prospect Court?
Yes.
At some time after observing this vehicle, did you call 911?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time you called 911?
No.
Do you recall shortly after seeing this vehicle texting anyone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
My girlfriend.
And what did you tell her?
I don't remember.
Do you recall telling her there's a shooting?
Possibly.
Did you see anyone else in the vehicle?
No.
But you do recall seeing the operator wearing a black sweater.
I don't remember.
Did you observe at any time that evening seeing someone run from the vehicle?
No.
Do you recall why you would have gave a description that evening when initially interviewed by law enforcement?
Because I saw the person in the car.
And how did that person look?
I don't remember.
Grounds?
His answer may stand.
What was the answer?
He said, I don't recall, or I don't remember.
No further questions at this time.
The defense coming to a rest again. This is live inside of the Waukesha courtroom. The prosecutors saying they have no questions for this witness. This witness is going to be dismissed. Live now, we're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, we do have some officials out of the state of Delaware speaking ahead of President Biden. Again, he's going to be making some remarks on student debt relief. We'll take you into this event coming up here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see here Darrell Brooks is again still inside of the courtroom. So he's been lasting a little bit longer than he was earlier here this morning. He's right now questioning with the judge. They had the jury step out of the room for a moment. He's talking with the judge, questioning how some of these witnesses cannot recall pieces of information that they had previously reported to police. And of course, that happened back in November of 2021. Some people's memories may not be serving them as well as what after this incident had taken place. So they're having that discussion. I did misspeak earlier. He did not rest his case yet. He just had finished his line of questioning with that last witness. And as I said before, the prosecution team did not have any cross-examination questions, so that witness was dismissed. So we are still hearing more witnesses come back and return to the stand as they're being called by Darrell Brooks, who again is representing himself in this trial. We'll take you back in and out of this trial throughout the rest of the day. Again, there were some words being said that this could possibly have been wrapping up here today, but Darrell Brooks himself saying that's not going to happen. So stretching out this trial even more. So we'll just pop in and out. Do want to let our viewers know we do have a second stream taking place on our YouTube page if you want to continue to listen in. That's all happening live, raw, unfiltered, viewer discretion advised, no breaks, and you're just in the courtroom that entire time. But we do want to take you out to Delaware, where President Biden, he's been traveling this week. Today, he traveled to Delaware. He's going to be speaking on student debt relief. Let's go ahead and listen into some of the speakers who are talking ahead of the president.
Savannah Williams, to everybody who teaches, who works, who serves, or who studies here at the amazing Delaware State University, greetings. It is such a blessing today to have President Biden not just come home to Delaware, but to come home to Delaware State. This is another Biden win, another promise made and promise kept. Because when he was running for president, he talked about restoring the soul of our nation, yes, and about knocking down the barriers to the middle class. When Pell Grants were first created decades ago, they were enough to make it affordable to go to college, and they have not kept up. This strong stroke, this single moment where President Biden makes good on a commitment and makes it mean more for those who are recipients of Pell Grants is a remarkable opportunity, and no better place to announce its continuation and expansion than here at Delaware State University. Historically, black colleges and universities since their founding have been engines of opportunity. And nowhere is that more true than here at Delaware State University. And I am convinced that what we are unleashing now through President Biden's initiative is a new generation of access and of opportunity. I know personally folks who work with me or who I know from the community or who I believe are here today who will benefit, whose lives will be changed and advanced by this loan forgiveness. How many of you have looked at the details of the president's college loan forgiveness application? How many of you after today are going to go look at the details of the loan forgiveness application? Let me say just one last thing before I introduce my friend and colleague, Tom Carper. Take a look at the public service loan forgiveness part. Whether you've worked in county, city, or state government, whether you've worked for a nonprofit, there are greater opportunities than ever before for those who are the lifeblood of democracy, the folks who make our communities and our governments run and serve others, to benefit from public service loan forgiveness. So if you're still a student, if you've just graduated, if you're about to go out into the work world, or if you've been serving, those who keep our families safe, those who help keep us healthy, those who keep the lights on and sweep the streets, those who teach our children, all have a new and expanded opportunity. Please look into it and realize just how much is being offered here today. Next, ladies and gentlemen, our former governor, someone who saw the promise in Delaware State and invested heavily as our governor and our senator, my friend and colleague, Senator Tom Carper.
I'm Tom Carper, and I approve those messages. Do you? All right. Isn't it great to have a president from Delaware? Isn't it? I mean, how good is that? Pull up in Air Force One. We got to climb up on the plane for a while, and I thought maybe we should take off and go someplace, but it's too short a flight. But we're thrilled to be here. President Allen, it's great to be with you, the leadership of our university, our lieutenant governor, our mayor, attorney general, mayor of Dover. It's great to be here with all of you. When I give commencement speeches, a lot of times I lead them off with these words. The two most important days of our life are, first of all, the day we were born, and secondly, the day we figured out why. Day we figured out why. For those of you who are students at the University of Delaware, faculty, or do you remember the first time you thought about Delaware State, the first time you stepped foot on Delaware State? I remember my first time. I had been a naval flight officer in the Vietnam War, came back from the war, got an MBA, moved to Delaware from California, got an MBA and moved to Delaware, and I ended up working for the Delaware Economic Development Office. And we had our office right here on this campus of Delaware State University. It was a car campus. It was underfunded. It was not Delaware State University, it was Delaware State College. Underfunded, underappreciated, undervalued, underinvested. And I remember having come down from the University of Delaware, which had everything, to this Delaware State College, car campus, and just thinking, boy, somebody should do something about it. 18 years later, I was the governor of Delaware, brand new governor. And we had a brand new president here at Delaware State College, and his name was Bill DeLauder. Anybody remember Bill DeLauder? Put your hands together. What a great leader. What a great leader. And in my first or second month as governor, he came to see me. And he said, Governor, introduced himself. He's up from North Carolina A&T. And he said, why don't we transform Delaware State College into Delaware State University? And that's what we did. But that was just words on a piece of paper. And we had to back them up. And we had to back them up with money. We put more money, invested more money, I'm told, in Delaware State College, becoming Delaware State, more money in 8 years than the last 28 years before that. How about that? More money than the last 28 years before that. We had great leadership before Bill DeLauder. And one of those great leaders was a guy named Harry Williams. Anybody remember Harry Williams? Put your hands together for Harry. Great leader. Great leader. And we had, I remember a time that I went to see Harry Williams and I said, Mr. President, I went to Ohio State and I keep in touch with Ohio, and I learned about something you're doing in Ohio that's kind of different and interesting. He said, what is that? And I said, they're taking the idea of a high school and putting it in a college. And the students earn a high school degree, but they also earn credit toward going to college. And I said, what do you think? And he said, well, let me find out about that. And that's what we did. And Delaware State University became one of the first universities to do that. And it worked so well that now they're saying we're not just going to have a high school where folks can earn their way, but we're going to have a middle school, right? A middle school, you bet. And the president has proposed the loan forgiveness. And the idea behind it is really golden rule. Treat other people the way you want to be treated. It's Matthew 25. How should we treat the least of these in our society? But one of the things, I'll close with this, one of the things that Delaware State is doing is providing an example for the rest of the country. Beyond loan forgiveness, how about the idea of making sure that when kids are in high school, they're earning credits toward college? How about making sure that when kids are in middle school, they're earning credit toward college? And that's one of the smartest things we can do. And one of the schools that pioneering and showing how to do it is all of you. All of you. That's worth applauding. I think that's worth shouting about. I see they have one former president who's here today. To you and your dad, you must be looking down with pride. But I close every time. I've given probably 20 commencement speeches here. Maybe not the top of the ticket, but somewhere along the ticket. But I end them all up with the same words. And those words are hornets rising, hornets rising. And there was a time when the hornets were. There was a time when the hornets were really hurting. And but today, we're so proud of the hornets. And we're proud of the leadership here. And I'm honored to be one of your great fans, but also one of your servants. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, some speakers ahead of President Biden here as we are waiting for him to make some remarks on his student debt relief program, which again, the website just launched the other day. President Biden touting that, and now going to be traveling again here to Delaware State University to continue speaking about it. You can see the seal being put on the podium as they get ready for President Biden. Usually what they do in President Biden events like so is they would have a speaker ahead of President Biden and then introduce him. It looks like we're getting closer to that time for his remarks. Do want to say thank you to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Want to remind everyone too that you can always head on over to livenowfox.com to find all of the platforms that we stream on. That way you can never miss us. If you're out traveling, we're on so many different platforms. There's always a way to watch us live, raw, and unfiltered. And then also want to encourage you to go interact with us on our social media pages. It's a great way to stay up to date as well on top stories happening across the country. All right, so while we sit here and wait for the president to step out to make his remarks again, we did want to remind all of our viewers you can watch us live, run Unfiltered on multiple platforms. All you have to do is head to livenowfox.com to be able to find those different locations to watch our stream. Did want to also tell people about how there are conservative group Job Creators Network. They filed a lawsuit on Monday challenging President Biden's student loan handout, which would eliminate $10,000 to $20,000 in debt for many borrowers at a taxpayer cost of $500 billion or more. The suit filed in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Texas argues that the plaintiffs were denied due process under the Administrative Procedure Act, APA, to object to the move during a comment period. We do have everyone clapping as it looks like we're going to be listening in for more speakers. Let's go ahead and bring that audio back up for a moment as, again, there is President Biden himself stepping out at Delaware State University.
Greetings, Hornets, faculty members, and Biden administration. My name is Zachary Bernard. Most of you may know me as Mr. Senior, some as President of Men of Color Alliance, and others as just an RA. But what you may not know is that I am a second-generation immigrant. Growing up in Newcastle, Delaware, with my parents who immigrated from Haiti, gave me a different drive to succeed and want more for myself and my family. Knowing that every step I take forward is literally making history in my bloodline has pushed me to take advantage of every opportunity at Delaware State University. Coming to Delaware State University in 2019, I didn't have the funds to live on campus. And because I had to take out loans just to pay for my tuition and my transportation. In my junior year, I was given the opportunity to become a resident assistant, which allowed me to live at school and become more involved with campus life. But President Biden's student debt relief has given me the liberty to graduate debt-free. Student loan debt relief will impact millions of people just like me. This relief will help my friends who are currently paying their own student bills. So after they walk across the stage, they won't have to continue paying out of pocket and can instead think about starting a business or going straight to grad school or even saving for a house. This relief is breaking barriers in our communities and in our minds about what we can do with our future. I'm grateful, and I know y'all are as well, that President Biden kept his promise to provide student debt relief to the working and middle-class families, and I'm proud to introduce him. Please join me in welcoming to Delaware State University, President Joe Biden.
Hey, everybody. It's good to be home. Please, if you have a seat, please take it. Folks, my mother would say, excuse my back. It's impolite to be talking when I have my back to you. But I apologize. I can't do them both. Zach, you and I got through school the same way. I was an RA, a resident advisor, and it helped me get through law school. And I'm glad you were able to benefit from what we're doing. And I want to thank you for that introduction. You're an example of why I'm so optimistic. All of you are so optimistic about the future. You are the most involved. You are the most educated. You are the most engaged. You are the least prejudiced generation in American history. So everybody says, why am I so optimistic? Not a joke. I'm optimistic because of all of you. I really mean it. So thank you for what you're doing, and please get involved. No matter what position you take, get involved. We need you badly. And I didn't even see all of it. I didn't see the bleachers up there. Hey, everybody. Don't jump. Don't jump. Now look. By the way, as Tom Carper can tell you, I sort of got my political start at Dell State. This is the place we organized for Kent and Sussex County. This is how we got going. That was back in 1871, I think, but a long time ago. Look, but before I begin, there's a lot of people I might be wondering why I'm here at Dell State. It's because you're an HBCU and you play an important role in creating opportunity and possibilities all across the country. We're here at Dell State because it holds such a special place in my heart. There is no better example of a university that has changed so many lives, as Zach just explained about his. Like I've said many times, Delaware State brung me to the dance, as they say up in Claymont, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I understand you got a big game tomorrow. Howard University. Well, I tell you what, man, in case you haven't noticed, my VP is a Howard graduate. And she is a very vociferous Howard graduate. I'm always bragging, as Tony, as your president can tell you, I'm always bragging about Dell State. And we got a little thing going. And besides that, we have a lot more folks. So, you know, the Divine Nine kind of runs my operation. Oh, y'all think I'm kidding. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.